was granted his violent wife a degree in hospitality.
The same violent wife who bears up employees in the workplace. She's worse than Grace, yet they copy everything. Kuma kuma kunaya, kuma kuma kunaya, kuma kuma kunaya, kuma kuma kunaya. Geza, Geza, Zimai. Geza, Geza, Zimai. Manan was granted his violent wife a degree in hospitality. The same violent wife who bears up employees in the workplace. She's worse than Grace, and they copy everything. Kuma kuma kunainya, kuma kuma kunainya, kuma kuma kunainya. Geza, Geza, Zimbai. Geza, Zimbai. Nangag was granted his violent wife a degree in hospitality. The same violent wife who bears up employees in the workplace. She's worse than Grace, yet they copy everything. Kuma kuma kunaya, kuma kuma kunaya, kuma kuma kunaya. Geza, Geza, Zimai. Geza, Geza, Zimai.
Manan was granted his violent wife a degree in hospitality.
The same violent wife who bears up employees in the workplace. She's worse than Grace, yet they copy everything. Kuma kuma kunaya, kuma kuma kunaya, kuma kuma kunaya, kuma kuma kunaya. Geza, Geza, Zimai. Geza, Geza, Zimai. Manan was granted his violent wife a degree in hospitality. a degree in hospitality. The same violent wife who bears up employees in the workplace. She's worse than Grace, yet they copy everything. Kuma, kuma, kuma.
I'm allowing these big kind of things to happen for the last 6 years. You can't clap. You can't clap for that inability. I've been allowing. She can under things. 6 years. You can't clap. You can't clap for that inability. Pelican. Dementia. Shit. She can under. She can under. Shit. She can under. She can under. That inability. Yes. Geza, Zim, I.
One Chigananda gone. Yes, it is true. One big top intelligence man who is right at the tip top of the front row with Valerio is gone. He has died. So just check on Zimai as we wait in the next few seconds. Comrade Geza running wajitanga kutanga ma sports house. This is the news network, Zimai.com. We're about to start, folks.
Jim!
Blessed bombshell. Ndinokubhorosai nemufaro mukuru chaizvo. Chokutanga ndoda kutendai mhuri yeZimbabwe nemadairo amaita chikumbiro chedu chekuti mugare mudzimba. Shutdown iitike yakudirira chaizvo. Tinokutendai. Kune vashoma noda kwokumanikidzwa nevakuru vavo vekumabasa, especially macivil servants, vakamanikidzwa kuti kana mukasauya kumabasa munodzimwa mabasa. Tinokupirisai kuti Zimbabwe nedonzo ratiri kuda kurwisa iri rimwe chete. Tinogara muZimbabwe imwe chete. Matambudziko atinosangana nawo mamwe chete. Musateerera zvese izvozvo. Kana tatizvo shutdown, garai kumba mese, because munhu wamuri kuteerera iyeye ndiye munhu atiri kuda kuti aende. Kana aenda munhu, magariro enyu achaimprova, masalaries enyu achaimprova. Saka toda kuti uyu munhu aende. Kuna avo vemashops, musabvuma kutyidzirwa. Takazwa kuti vamwe musika vainzi, tinokutorerai misika iyoyo. Hakuna munhu anokutorerai misika iyi. Hakuna munhu ane musika. Musika ndeyeZimbabwe. Saka hamutorwi misika yenyu, ndeyenyu misika iyoyo. Saka garai kumba. Chandinokupirisa kuti mugare kumba ndechekuti pakurwisana kuchaitwa zvigananda izvi, zvimwe zvacho zvina mabodyguards ane kuti, zvimwe zvacho zvakatsvagirwa mamesinari ane kuti, panokwanisa kuita exchange yepfuti. Saka munobatwa inonzi crossfire. Saka iti garai kumba mese, tinoda kuchengetedza upenyu hwenyu. Tinoda kuti munyatso kuziva, takambotaura hedu zvikodzero zvokuti why tikubira kuti paite shutdown. Amwe mareasons eshutdown, chekutanga, munhu ari kutungamira nyika anonzi Emerson Mnangagwa. Hapana asingazvizivi, it's no longer a secret, kuti ava dhumudhumu dzaakutacha. Makazvionera mega kana zvaakaita kuVictoria Falls, kana zvokusaziva kuti munyika make national team yake haisi kutambira bhora muno, kana zvokuti hakuna treni iri pakati peHarare neBuluwayo, kana pakati peMutare neLibeira, asi iwewe uri mutungamiri wenyika. Zvotoratidza pachena kuti hatichatori zvakanaka pfungwa idzi. Saka saizvozvo Mnangagwa ane matsotsi kana kuti zvigananda zvakamupoteredza zviri kutora advantage yeudhumudhumu hwake. Vari kuba ufumi hwenyika yedu zvinonyadzisa. Ndosaka muchiona muchisangana namatambudziko ese aya amuinawo, ekuti zveshuwa munhu anoshayika muhospitara hombe yakafanana neyakashayikira pinjisi, achishaya pedikila chaiyo. Munovaona varwere vedu vachirara pamaflow mumahospital mahombe akadaro, vamwe vachibatirwa namakadhibhokisi. mari yose ichida kuziganana. Ndikamutaurai dzimwe mari dzake dzakabiwa. Ndichataura vashoma shoma. Vamwe vacho ndakataura kumazuva mashomani akapfuura. Vandoda kutaurirai zvigananda zvihombe mari yavakaba. Tinanodzi kuda kwashe tagwirei. Ari ega akaba 7 billion United States dollars. Tinouya pana wiki inochibvayo. Tsamba rafuta uyo ari kufamba achikupfinyira ine mari dzenyu dzaari kuba. Pane nyaya yegwanda hapana asingaizivi. Yaakaba 500 million US dollar. Achinzi ari kuisa solar plant. Solar plant yacho namanje kana one panel, solar panel hakuna. Apa mkudaro panyaya yezeki Zimbabwe Electoral Commission akabuda ne 800 million marand. Tobva ipapo akaba 540 million US through matenda aipuwa echitsotsi. Iye manje tinonzwa kuti akapuwa kuti matenda akawanda ekugadzira migwagwa. Iye haana kana greda kana 1. Noda kuti anongopuwa tenda obhadharwa asina kuita basa racho. Tina Guva Matanga ndiye Secretary for Finance. Akaba 800 million US dollars. Madhiri ese anoitika munyika through government ndiye anofacilitator kuti zvigananda zvikwanise kuba mari yenyu. Padhiri rega rega anopuwa 10% yemari inofanira kubhadharwa. Tina anonzi Scott Sakupwanya akaba 840 million US pama gold taxes. Iye anenge achinonzi exporter gold yako kwaunoda wozogovana mari yacho naMnangagwa. Vamwewo vanoda kuexporta gold yavo vanonzi ndokuchaja 7%. Mari iyoyo vanogovana futi naEmmerson. Tina Katazo weValley Seed akabawo 190 million. Right? Mutuli Mwe na Mangunja ndio vanenge vachifacilitator kudiwa kwemari yose. Saka muri yeZimbabwe zveshuwa zvinotsamwisa zvikuru kana mari yakadai ichibiwa mumakopa dzehurumende, muzvipatara musina mishonga, marodhi asikagadzirwi, macivil servants edu asikapuwe mari yakakwana. Nyika ingasvika kupi tichibirwa mari nereti yakadai? Saka ndapota muri yeZimbabwe panyaya iyi yokuti Mnangagwa ngaaende, zvigananda ngazvisungwe, ngatibatanei. Isu vamwe venyu munongoonawo mazara yedu aya. We are in the afternoon of our lives. Wode atiri kurwa iyi tiri kuita kuti tisiyewo legacy, tikurira imwe vechidiki kuti tikusiyirewo nyika yakanaka. Tikaregerera zvakadaiwo so tinokusiyirai deme renyika. Saka ngatibatanei mhuri yeZimbabwe. Munhu anonzi Emerson Mnangagwa nezvigaranda zvake zvadataura izvi zvishoma. Zvigaranda zvadataura vakawanda masauti nawo. Ngatibatanei vanhu ava like we bring to book. Emerson Mnangagwa abve pachigaro. Sekutaura kwandaita, upfumi huri kubiwa upfumi hweZimbabwe. Mahospital akushayiwa mishonga, mahospital eZimbabwe. Marodhi akaipa asingafambiki, marodhi eZimbabwe. Saka kana tiita hondo iyi, ihondo yevanhuri yose yeZimbabwe, mwana wese weZimbabwe azive kuti kuenda kwaMnangagwa nezvigaranda zvake kunonakira mhuri yose yeZimbabwe. Hakunakiri ZANU-PF, hakunakiri CCC, hakunakiri MDC, hakunakiri any party or any religion. Kotinakira tose. Because zvipatara zvatinopinda zvimwe chete. Government dzatinoshandira imwe chete. Masalari atinowana amwe chete. Saka ndinokumbirisai mhuri yeZimbabwe, ngatiitei hondo itakabatana semhuri imwe chete. Toona kuti kubatana kwatakaita toenderera mberi nokuvaka nyika yedu yeZimbabwe takabatana semhuri imwe chete. Sekutaurirana kwatakaita, shutdown yedu chinangwa chayo ndichekuona kuti Emerson Mnangagwa abuda pachigaro cheupresident, abuda mustatus. Zvigananda zvake zvese zvabatwa zvapindwa mumajere. Saka nyaya iripo ndeyekuti shutdown yedu inoenderera mberi kusvikira taita achieve our goal. Saka musaora moyo, taakutaurira nyaya yekuti izvo panyaya dzechikafu, zvikafu zvinhu zvinokwanisa kupfeka muZimbabwe. Urongwa huripo hwokuti hamufe nenzara huchasviswa kwamunenge nzvimbo dzenyu dzamunogara. Ndatenda mhuri yeZimbabwe, hondo yedu yokubvisa Emerson Mnangagwa ngaende mberi.
Chikuru chacho chiriye dundu imwe, chikuru chacho chiriye nyika.
Yes, obviously, this is a very good evening to you. This is it. This is the presser by Blessed Geza. How did you find it? I apologize that those who on Twitter space, we got cut off there. There was just some interruption that just messed things up, made it difficult, in midway. But I'm sure people have captured the essence of the session. I'm just going to quickly put... just going to put here a little bit of a roundup or write-up. Okay, of what it is. Right, we just put it up here. Obvious ministers, very good evening to you. Right, Maneru Kwamori, good evening to you on your news network, Zimai. Just continuing on our space. We apologize that we had a struggle there. Right, it was really, really difficult, really disturbing that we failed there to continue with an uninterrupted broadcast. Right. So how did you get this? My one will say, okay. So Blessed Geza here is saying He's saying, look, the protest continues. Just going to be taking people's comments. So vanhu munopinda mongotipawo mafeedback enyu. So here's the link to speak. Those who are on the space, you can click the link and come in and say something. Just getting my microphone here. Hey, where's my microphone? Right. We've got someone on the space who's just joined in, and this is a gentleman by the name Ruka Chivende Banda. Good evening to you. Which Ruka Chivende are you? Are you the Ruka, the Ruka that needs to be removed from State House or not? Just let's hear you, please. Huh? Right, we can't hear you, brother. You need. I think you're driving or something. Try and make and remove whatever is impeding your voice from us hearing you.
You can hear me now.
Perfect now, thank you.
You can hear me now?
Massive. We can hear you now.
Okay. Hey, Taneta man,
Mm-hmm. Let's hear you.
I'm very tired with these people, man. They must be go. They must just go.
I'm hearing you, brother.
Look now, they are not, but he's fighting for his generation, eh?
Sorry?
Now, Nogai Mabuni is trying to fight for his generation, but they want his head. Eh?
Yeah.
No, this is too much, man.
Well, I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you, brother. Yeah. I don't know about Nyokai. I want to just let you know. I don't know about Nyokai Mabunu. I just don't know what is happening. I don't know who that is, just so that you know. But what I can tell you is that people are continuing. What I know is that the project to deal with Mnangagwa is a people's project. It's not owned by anyone. And also I need to let you know that Geza has got no spokesman at all. He's never had a spokesman. I hope that helps. I've said a lot of things in one line, right? Right. Let us hear from others here. We've got Kuda and Majimba who have joined in on video. Or shall we start with Mupositori? Let's start with Mupositori here on video. Mupositori, are you in? Mupositori, are you in? Right, okay. So if Mupositori is not going to speak, let's hear from Sipo. Sipo, you can shoot. Okay, if Sipo is not ready, then we'll go to Jonathan then. Sipo, are you ready to speak or not? Okay, let's hear from Jonathan then. Yeah. Good evening, Jonathan. Hi, Jonathan. Nothing much. Kuriseko. Aiwa, kuno kukuread zvako takangomirira shanduko ndiyo yatamirira takumbona kuti pakamira sei. Matigadzirira renyika wakomana.
Ini mubvunzo wangu wanga uri pakuti ko vakabvisa kamudhara kakachiidiya kavanenge vachimboda kumboisani mani. What's the plan?
Ndiri kukuhwai ipapo.
What's the plan? Kuda kumbonyatsonzwisisa boss. Anogona kungoitwa plan yekuti ngatibvise chimudhara ichi then kwakubvisa futi kwakungoita futi kwakuisa futi same crew. Zvakaitwa pana Mugabe paya. Zviri useless zvakangoitwa paya.
Right. Tiri kukunzwa itaura henyu.
So, question yangu ndeyekuti ivo mudhara Geza ava zvavari kuita tiri kuzvizwa and tiri kuzvisapota, everyone is supporting zviri kuitwa. But vari kuti ndiani after stepping down yemudhara uyu ndiani uchapindapo? Mungada mene kuti mungatipindurawo ere ipapo?
Yeah, inini handisi vaGeza saka musaikona kundisungirira ka because iyo anofana njavatumirawo. rega ndivatextere ndovabvunze kuti nyatsosanangura ipapapo.
akuti kuti akwatizorikwanise kunge tichitaura nawo but taitoda kutombovanzwa akatimbozwa kuti zvinenge zvichizofamba sei. Because kana iri nyaya kuti vakati vanoda kubvisa ED then voisa futi Chiwenga ka ingori semuzano PF line hazvishandi.
Right, tiri kuwai.
Because ndiri kunzwa vamwe vatori excited yauti akatibvise ED tobva taisa Chiwenga hey general what it's not going to work kana vakaisa futi Chiwenga ingori same style zvinogona kutoita futi from west to westest amene kuti zvinenge zvotoenda ku saka vanhu vari kuZimbabwe vanofanira kuita wise kuziva kuti kana vatobvisa kumadhara then vobva vatoita the right thing voisa vanhu vanenge vatori nani vanotokwanisa kutoti zvinhu zvifambe.
Right, saka imi muri kuti hamusi kuda Chiwenga, muri kuti yaiwa ngatitei panapa ngatigadzirei kuwirirani ngatisainirani.
Real deal ritoripo nderekuti vakangoisa futi ona madhara avaroda kuisa as long ari kuzano PF hazvisi kuzoshanda. Takadakara paya kuchizi unonzani Mugabe wabva ngati mudhara Mugabe vabva maybe tichaenda kuona change kuda kudai zvakuchitowedzera Mugabe uya wanga atori nani. And everyone knows that and vanhu vazhinji vakatozviona kwembodai mari dzochinjwa kudodai dzochinjwa kune zvimazigi zvacho kunani zviri kungoangire kungoti fototo. Saka vanhu vari kuda kubvisa ava let's hope kuti havasi kuda kuisa general Chiwenga hakusi kuti kwazi vanhu vanenge vakavamaka but ingori same line iyoyo isame channel hapana chinobuda nongoramba zvakafa.
Right. Wow.
All right, thanks.
Wow. Thank you very much, brother. Well, let's see if we can get others. I've got 10 people who want to speak, and somewhere I'm struggling to add people. And well, I can't see them, so I'm gonna switch on to another device that I can see. Folks, if I can't add you, just be patient. Yes. Let's hear from Nyakunua while we're waiting for others to come in. Yeah, go ahead, Nyakunua.
Simba.
Ndofara, thank you very much. Yeah. My settings
pakatanga nyaya idzi ndandine hope yakakurisa. Odho angu ndaibatikana nemashoko ekuti vanhu vaita sekuti varoda kubvisa mumwe munhu vachiisa umwe munhu. Zvinova zvandaona sina kunaka. Ende zvinova zvakamboita kuti vamwe vanhu vazhinji vadzokere kumashure nenyaya iyoyo because vanhu vaingoti no hazvibatsiri kutobvisa umwe munhu tichiisa umwe futi angodaro. But ndoona sekuti mudhara wedu maplans ake shungu anadzo todziona pamuromo pakutaura yes passion tukiona but maplans ake mandichamaoni. Ndoona sekuti kwangova kunyaravo kwomunhu kuti munhu angagara akapawo vanhu hope ka achakwanisi kungonyarava because every day is changing. Ari kuenda mapresa is getting weak day by day. Yesterday it was something else. Today is now begging people to vanhu vaite stay away, of which situation iri kuZimbabwe kuti munhu ugare mumba just because unongoda kuita stay away vanhu vanofane nzara mukoma. Saka ndinoona sokuti planning kana vava nemaplans avo, like what happened in 2017 takangomuka manheru zvikatongonzi chachaya out of nowhere. Saka noso ndo kana vachida kudaro pachizano PF pavo ndo zvavanofanira kuita izvozvo. Izvo kupanana heads up zvavari kuita izvo nothing is gonna work because we saw paakataura nyaya yeshutdown takaona ma-meetings aida kuitwa here nezano PF whatever achikanselewa. So kungwadza vanhu haungatiwo unoda kuataka someone then omudza ndouya nguva dzakati ndinouya so ndongona hangu kuti mukuru wedu plan zvayo hapana plan. That's the truth. Hapana plan mukoma, hapana. Yes. Machoko ekutaura yes is pushing. Okay, zvataura zviri right but vanhu maZimbabweans one we have fear. Tine nzara. Tikagara kumba tinofane nzara. So I don't think this all his plans are not gonna work. Kana pachazoita something zvichazongoitika in another way yekuti not yarutaura. I don't see it because it's getting weak pakatanga nyaya yanga yaitopisa mukoma
Right.
yaitopisa
Mlenge
zvekuti
makata mngoma. Try to land and then maybe we can move to others.
okay so
Okay.
handasvingoti
Mlenge
dzangu
makata
haina
mngoma. I think kana
just
makata ka.
anymore.
Ta join after. Yes, Mlenge yeah. Try to land mngoma and then so that we can move to others.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. We've got Sipo and we've got I want pointing Yanzi Yukamkoma Nyakunua. So we've got Sipo and Gamba Guru per video, and then we're going to switch to our spaces. Right. So our co-hosts Hulu and Hot Seat. Hulu Pachiso Live and Hot Seat. And by the way, Zimbabweans also follow Hulu and Hot Seat. Our co-host here as we proceed in our discussion. And thank you very much, Hulu, for coming in and Hot Seat. Our video guests seem to be dropping. They seem to keep dropping. Sometimes we have these challenges when we go live. But anyway, thank you very much, folks. I'm just gonna hand over to you, folks, and let me have your feel of tonight, and then maybe Hulu, you can just pass on also to Hot Seat. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, and welcome to everybody that has just joined CMI, and thank you for joining CMI and joining me as well. Hulu at Pachiso Live and joining Hot Seat there. We of course continue to assess the developing story in our country, Zimbabwe. It is, I think, without a doubt, a significant occasion. Significant in the sense that Comrade Blessed Geza represents, of course, a constituency in our country that is the war veterans. Significant in the sense that many of our people are not having ensuing situation in our country. I think you have seen the state of our hospitals, how dilapidated Parinyato Hospital is, which is Zimbabwe's biggest hospital, and we continue to be surprised, with the government unable, to put money where, is still in charge of the whole situation, or we have gone back again to the same scenario of 2017, where we have got criminals surrounding the president, making all the shots. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this space, and of course, Hot Seat is also here. Hot Seat, wonderful to see you. I'm so proud. You can take it up. We might need to have a list of speakers so people can be able to make a contribution. Comrade Geza has spoken again, and he says the shutdown must continue. We have seen today in Harare, in the streets of Harare, others have stayed away, but it appears as I've seen many other people going back to work and wanting to feed their families. We'll be analyzing this situation. What does it mean for Zimbabwe? What does it mean for you? What does it mean for those who are in the diaspora? What about those in Zimbabwe? So, Zima, thank you very much. Hot Seat, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Hulu. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
All right. For like 10 seconds because I can't seem to be getting updates. So, Nkoma Simba, please, you can add me back. I'll request. Just give me like 10 seconds. Sorry, Hulu, about that. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right, Hot Seat, that is fine. Simba, I hope you have had that and you can do the needful there.
Absolutely.
Do the homework, so
absolutely,
we can be able to have her back again. You can just drop her and bring her up again. So, ladies and gentlemen, we move to the speakers. We want to hear your thoughts about the statement that has been issued today by Comrade Geza. Comrade Geza says, let it continue. No doubt about it. With what Comrade Geza is saying. But what about the implementation part of it? Who else is working with Comrade Geza? We have not seen more faces coming up and showing up and saying, with him. The first shutdown seemed to have had some impact. But today's one, that doesn't look like it has greater support from the people. So what is your take on that? So we are going to start with Jagannath. Jagannath, welcome to the space. We will be raising those who are requesting, guys. We see you. We'll be bringing you up shortly. Quite a number of people requesting to speak. And Zimai, please bring up Hot Seat. She's on the request list. Bring her up into the co-host position so we can have balance there.
Absolutely.
So Jackanite, please go ahead.
Thank you, Nkoma Hulu, but she's so live for giving me the opportunity. Thank you, Simba, Zimai, and Hot Seat in absentia. Sure, she will join us very soon as she comes up. Key takeaways from this address, which you've just had, there are just small issues, maybe 2 or 3 issues that I have managed to note, which I think they are of utmost importance and should not be taken lightly. We seem to have been having some feedback here. Maybe if there's somebody who can mute their speaker, so we can hear each other.
He has just muted now. It was Marvin making us. So go ahead, Juggernaut. And Hot Seat. I see Hot Seat there. Zimai, please, if you can assist her to come out.
Absolutely.
Juggernaut, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, the key takeaway, I've just heard him talk about emphasizing the fact that people should stay indoors. The reason why he was saying that, he has cited security reasons that have something to do with the exchange of gunfire. He also mentioned the issue of mercenaries, if I heard him properly. What are the implications when people talk of such issues? Who are these mercenaries? Where are they coming from? Which direction are they going to come from, and where are they going to be headed? And if that is the situation, then obviously it's not as simple and as easy, and we cannot take this address like any other addresses before. This is quite a significant step and a positive step in the whole trajectory, which has the potential to change the landscape of what we are talking about. I know a lot of people here, they have their own interpretations and expectations as far as that they want is concerned. But I feel that the dimension that Comrade Geza has brought concerning the security and safety of the ordinary person and his emphasis on having people to stay indoors so that we will not be victims of a crossfire is one hard message that needs to be taken seriously. And so I think people have to be cautious about what they do so that they won't be a part of this crossfire. We have witnessed this when 7 people were shot dead after the disputed election in 20. We were caught on crossfire when they were in CPD, and a repeat of that would not be an ideal situation. And also, that being so, in terms of the new development, we wait to see the response of the government and the security sector to this message. Whether they are going to deploy more security on the streets to try and thwart any impending rebellion, or whether they are going to declare a state of emergency so that they can monitor every person's movement, or whether they are going to issue the press statements like they've always been doing ever since Comrade Geza, addressed people a day before yesterday, or whether they are simply going to ignore and do that wait-and-see approach. Those are the issues that we all, wait to see whether it's going to happen or not. And I think for anyone who would like to safeguard themselves and not be part of, not to be caught up in a situation that is, that is the potential or the potential to have somebody to lose their life, I think it's prudent for people just to hit the core, stay in their houses and wait for further announcements. In 2020, when the COVID hit, COVID-19, everybody was at home for years. We all worked from home, we adjusted. What were we eating? We had to adjust. So these few days will not harm anyone. This is my opinion as far as I'm concerned. I'm not speaking on behalf of anyone, but just analyzing the events as they come through. I believe if people really want change, if people really want corruption to stop, if people want to support the government then there comes a time when we want to say enough is enough. There should come a time when we say we are not going to allow a few people, to take advantage of the whole populace. We have to stand up for our rights. We are the ones who elected these people into power. If they no longer serve the interests for which we appointed them, then we have the right to disappoint. We have the power to do so. So therefore, that's my contribution as far as the situation is concerned. Then thank you.
Cities in travel. Just talking about thoughts with regards to the statement given by Comrade Geza. So Comrade Geza did not make it very clear, hot seat, when it comes to the issues of food, because I think many of our people have said they cannot actually go onto the streets because, they cannot stay at home and not work because they are going to run out of food. And, in his previous address, Comrade Geza indicated that wholesalers and retailers are being urged to supply food for free to people, to the masses, and they will be compensated when the new government comes in. Like today, Comrade Geza does not seem to have clarified that part. He spoke about food will be brought to where you are at. That is what he has said, and I find that to be a bit strange. And again, hot seat, just to put this into perspective, I spoke yesterday, and I mentioned, Simba, you remember, that I do not think that today's stay away is going to be there is an element of doubt among the people in terms of his capacity, to implement the ideas that he's talking about. Others even are saying that you are simply, advocating for a replacement of ZANU-PF with ZANU-PF. So, hot seat, what do you think? And the speakers are there, and I'll be very happy. You can take over, hot seat, because you're very good. I was listening to you yesterday, very, very impressed. So I'm gonna be taking the back seat. You take over. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Simba. Thank you for that feedback. For today, I really would love to hear from people wangwari Zimbabwe. We want to hear kuti maenda kubasa here and why. And and then you decided to go kubasa. I heard some stories of people going to supermarkets and saying whatever, that's why we're in town and so forth. So if you were actually on the ground, let us know the decision why you decided to go kubasa or not go. Right? Let us know the real feel on the ground. So please, we would love to see more people who are actually involved in what happened today. And if you're going to participate tomorrow, or if he's just if you view him as a content creator, what do you feel? This is a good space. So right now we're just going to continue. Juggernaut, please, can you mute your mic? Because if it's open, it's going to just keep giving feedback. Thank you very much for that. So can we go to Marvin? Marvin, are you there? Marvin, can you unmute your mic? Okay. Let's go to Nigel. Nigel, are you there? All right. Cloud9. Cloud9, are you there? Right, I'm not sure what's happening with people's connection. Okay, Jonathan. Jonathan?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. You may go ahead with your submission.
Sorry, this was Zimbabwe. Very sorry. Can I go off?
No, you can still contribute to what Comrade Geza said. I was just saying for those maybe some people who were maybe like were on the ground. So you can still contribute, don't worry. But I'm just trying to encourage those who are there to also let us know, because it's always good to have reality. So it's one thing to have online, but we also want to know people who are there, Wangawari 4th Street. It's always good for some of us to hear what's the feel on the ground, at the same time as, reacting to Comrade Geza's words. So you may go ahead, Jonathan.
Okay, for me, I only wanted to ask you about if vakabvisa vanhu varipo ava vanenge vane plan yekuda kuzomboisa vapi, and then we see how are we going to support them. Because for me, I don't think it's necessary kuti vakabvisa mukuru then voisa unenge ari pazasi mbichana oita mukuru. It's not going to work.
Saka murikuda kuti mimi paitike a contract in advance.
Yes, at least we need to agree with them kuti if vakabvisa vanenge vatika kwanisa kuti tobatana then tobva tabvisa varipava, then pobva paiswa people's choice, not like kuti ivo vanenge vatori ne aim yave kuti tikabvisa uyu then I'm going to put my friend ipapo. Ndo zvatiri kuramba izvozvo, ndo zvatiri kuda kuzwa kuti contract inoti chiini. We need to agree with them. Isusu sevanhu vanditi ma-citizens tonzwisisana navo kuti kana vakabvisa varipo ava vanenge vachida kuti tizoisa vapi, because ivo ndo vanenge vazori nemapowers ika vanogona kuita mapowers ika ekungoti aiwa isusu tabvisa ED, so ngatibve taisa kana ndiani Comrade Chiwenga, ndo vakuteera, ndo vapo. Of which I don't think kuti kana zvikaita miitikiro wakadaro zvinozoshanda, since isusu tichiona kuti failure is coming from this original party yakatanga iyi, ndo kuri kubuda failure yeshe. So I don't know kuti ipapo ndingapindurwawo here.
I just have a question for you, Jonathan. So for you, for example, Mati Amuza on the ground, right? Saka for Muruku Paere Hamadzenyu Mari every month, and for right now, for the situation that's happening, Muruku Batsira Ere for them to basically survive. And what advice are you giving your family on the ground? Are you encouraging them or are you telling them and what advice would you give on the ground? Thank you.
Of course, if in Zimbabwe, I was not going to go kubasa because next situation iriko, there is no need yekuti munhu aende kubasa. Zvaangofanana anoenda kubasa ariko kuZimbabwe kwacho, at the end of the day zvaanowana zvacho hazvisi kukwana. We are all tinongovasapota futi, so it's not necessary kuti vanhu kana zvatongozi vasaenda kubasa vanongotadza kuenda, because vari kuenda kovaraidza kubasa kwete kuti vari kugaina anything kumabasa. But there is no way yaungati uri kuenda kubasa, you go kubasa wobva mwedzi unopera wauzi $50, which is maybe less than 1,000 rand. Une vana vachada mafizi, uchada kubhadhara rent, vamweni vachona vanenge vari kunana kumamacities. Zvinobatsirei? Hazvina zvazvinobatsira. So zvaangofanana nekutongoti wakagara kumba wototi vanenge vaunenge vatori navo veukama vanenge vari outside the country wotongoramba uchitongobatsirwa ndivo. Zvakangofanana. So I don't think it's necessary kuti vanhu vaende kumabasa zvinenge zvichitaurwa. Kana zvatongotaurwa izvozvo, then vanhu vakaconcentrate vakabatana vakaita chinhu chimwe, I think kuti zvinogona kushanda. Than kuti panoti zvingatiite zvakati iwe wabva kuti inini ndozodai ndoti ndinotya kudzingwa. Zvafanana, hapana kusiri kudzingwa. Zvafanana, hakuna zviriko, zvakangofanana. I think ndo zvandinazvo.
All right, thank you so much. Can we go to Cloud9? Are you back?
Yes, I'm back. Yes, how are you people? Thank you, Zimai. Thank you, Ulu and What Sports. Thank you. Munyika medu, my problems are very simple. Always zvakaoma, but tomangorwisa sevanhu, tomira sevanhu. Isi chivanhu chidiki. Tofana kurwisa kuti tore nyika. Dzawana Let us complicate. Takamedza kumutsvaga tikamushaya tikavashaya vanhu vakamira sekomblikeza twatenda kutoya kwavatoita tachifana kuedza kurwisawo sevanhu vechidiki titoriwo nyika yedu tizvimirire sevanhu handina zvakawanda zvekutaura but sesu sevanhu so tofana kurwisawo sevana vechidiki so tongomiramirawo so tongotsvaga yes nyika yakaoma but ngatigare mumba yes tokwanisa kugara mumba but papa panzapa naumira musha taifana kuedza kurwisawo sevanhu vechidiki
as for me, I think like best, not like with those options available.
Hello, sorry. I think it's breaking up. Okay, I wasn't able to hear.
I think I was saying, as Zimbabweans, I think it's the right time for us to.
It was dropping because I can't hear anyone anymore.
People to be in the streets. They want people to demonstrate because they do these things and then they come back to us. They use us because they know that we don't have a choice. Someone to be comrade.
Sorry, Hulu and Hot Seat. Hulu and Hot Seat. Is it my connection that's dropping because I can't hear the speaker anymore?
The host is having connection problems. He might have to open again if ever it falls.
Okay, right. Hulu, I apologize. Yeah, it was my challenge. I've just had to switch to another connection. It should be good now, yeah? My apologies. Can you hear me now? Hello, Gombahuru, are you here? Gombahuru, are you here? Gombahuru, are you here? Gombahuru, are you here?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly. Yeah. Let's hear you while I've just had to reconnect. My apologies. I've just had to reconnect.
Ndotaura zvangu.
Yes, go ahead there, please.
Simba chandoda kutaura chekutanga ndechekuti vanhu ngatizive kuti ndara watiri kudhira naye munhu mukuru. Hapana chaachada. Saka akuda support yedu. Saka isusu mamwe vanhu tikati Geza tisina plani yake hazvino zvichitibatsira. Saka at least dai vanhu vaisa maidea noti kuti vabvunze kuti achapinda ndiani. Nyaya iripo apa yari kutaura ndeyekuti panambobviswa matsotsi, madzinzwa mari dzaataurwa dzirikudiwa nevanhu. Hamene ukunizwa here Ngomasimba?
Aiwa, muri kunzwika? Muri kunzwika zvakanaka.
Saka ndo zvanachida
muri kunzwika.
zvanada ngotaurawo chete kuti Ndarawe akura asisine neupenyu adangoitira vanhu negasi. Saka isusu vanhu vacho tikada kuti Ndara hatikuona plani yake nemakore akayaira vanosara vari pataiti tisu. Let's use that advantage yeMudharawe. Noti kuti tinozoziva kuti achapinda ndiani, achati zvekupinda izvo ngatizozviona next chapter. Ngatimbopedzai nembavha idzi. I'm sure that because Zimbabwe hakusisina kana chinhu. Mvura haichabuda, hakuna magetsi.
Timbodhila nezvanhasi.
Timbodhila nezviripo izvi pose tinozokatarisa hakuna mvura Simba. Hakuna magetsi. Zvimwe zvacho ngatirege ngoti Mudhara. Bora tomboti Mudhara Geza haana kutaura. Aizotaura ndiani? Because opposition yacho mukuiziva mamiriro yakatengwa. Aizotaura ndiani?
Right.
Ngatiti Mudhara Geza haana kutanga nyaya iyoyi. Nhasi dai chiitika nhasi.
Okay.
Saka pamwe pacho panoda kungoti vanhu kana tichitaura tine pfungwa dzekuti titarise eji yemunhu ari kumirira vanhu. Vana vadiki vacho havasi kutombomirira vana vanhu. Maopposition acho akangonyarara. Saka isusu ngatingomira neuyu tiite zvaari kuda. Pobviswa anobviswa yeye. Totangira ipapo kumberi. Ndo zvanachida kutaura Ngomasimba.
Tombodhila nezviripo. Zvino vamwe vari kuti ngatichirongai chirongwa. Takamira kudaro ngativhara tongoronga kachirongwa chachona ichocho. Chii chinotitadzisa kuti tisanganise hurukuro. Apa tiri kuita hurukuro yekubvisa Mnangagwa. Apa tiri kuitawo hurukuro yekubvisa Mnangagwa. Saka, there's one thing. There is a person called Mnangagwa. There is a character. There is a spirit called Mnangagwa. And that is planning future leadership. Ngatisainirane panapa. Ndiana chata sabhuku.
Ndo zvandiri kutipo papa Ngomasimba. Vanhu vari kuti ava Mudhara haana plani. I'm sure ivo vane maplani. Ngavambouya vatitaure maplani avo.
Right. Ndipapo ndopari kunyinyutana neruzhinji.
Saka ipapo pakunyunyuta ngatichibvisa Mudhara Geza ngatichitanga ipata. Pane vanhu ivavo vari kuti Mudhara Geza hatisi kumutrasta. Takuda kuisa ivo tivatraste. Vanoitanga sei? Vanoitanga sei? All right. Ngatimbobvisa Mudhara Geza.
I see. No, thank you very much. Gumba Guru. We've got our co-host is back now. Co-host, my apologies. I will ensure next time when we do the space that connection issues are sorted. I just don't know what has been happening tonight. I mean, the other days have been okay, haven't they? I mean, when we've been covering, I don't know why today, but I'll ensure next time when we have none of this will happen. But so a co-host, how many people do we have on the line? So maybe you can do one after the other, correct?
Thank you so much, Simba. Apologies, folks. It's natural. It happens. It's technology. We right now, Simba, we have 54 people
Right.
We're like 400 before, but I think it's just a matter of everybody here. Please, can you just kindly share the space to let everyone know we're back here?
Absolutely.
So, go share,
And we've got
on your numbers,
and we've got 8,000. So it's 57 plus 8,300.
Where are they on? Are they on Facebook or the other handles?
They are on here on Twitter. They are on the. We're running parallel streams. So we've got this stream, and then we've got the video stream. The video stream has got 8,000 literally. I'm gonna show you here. I'm gonna send the link. You can actually see it. So
it's about the people that it's about the how to take out the degrees.
10,000, and they laughed. I was like, it's like, you're doing a good job, Simba. You're really doing a good job. People are so surprised at the numbers, and keep going. It's a good thing.
Oh, thank you. So I've actually shared the link there. If you got it, I think it's gonna show up on the dashboard here shortly. The link to where the video views, where the people who are watching via video. But some people choose not to come on space. They just want to be on the actual video stream. It's a stream that's running parallel to the Twitter, and it just doesn't drop. It hasn't dropped at all, and which is weird. I don't understand why Twitter Space drops and the video feed is strong. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah, I understand. Okay, no worries. Well, now we're at 70, so the numbers are picking up. So guys, just keep sharing the space. Just keep getting people involved. Right now is the time to be. Politics affects everybody. Nobody wants to say anything, but even if just come, listen, be informed, educate yourself. As we learn, you learn. As we unlearn, we all unlearn, and so forth. So we're going to continue. Comrade Geza had his continuous way that is going to. He further mentioned people who he says are allegedly in corruption, and it's basically going to continue tomorrow. So people who are in Zimbabwe right now on the ground who stayed away, we would like to hear your thoughts. We want to hear if you think this is going to be successful or not, and you try and continue. Naomi, but sorry. I think she dropped. Martin, can you hear me? All right, you may go ahead.
Yes, what is that the stairway was very successful in the Zimbabweans, including you, Comrade Simba, and all the people out there, excluding Hopewell, because he's got a mind which when he drinks whiskey, at times he gets crazy. And President Chamisa will be one of our leaders, according to the suggestion of the liberation fighters. And the Mnangagwa have been doing so evil to Zimbabwe. And the Zimbabweans are suffering, and they cannot suffer anymore. We are willing to stay at home. And when the issue comes to the West, if they want to shed our blood, they will shed our blood at homes. If they want to end our jobs, they will end our jobs at home. If we are going to die for hunger, we'll die at homes. Because we no longer want ET and his Kabanga to rule the country. The liberation struggle was not simple. And he's not the hero of the liberation struggle. Soon after the liberation struggle, he started killing the very people. And he had done so many things evil to the extent that all the industries were closed. And he influenced the enclosure of democracy, especially when he refused Tanzania to rule or to lead Zimbabwe in 2008, and when he killed Lenmo Jongwe, lying that Lenmo Jongwe committed a suicide because Shangri was concentrated on other things. Lenmo Jongwe didn't die of the suicide. they killed the wife of Len Mojo. Because Len Mojo was one of the wisest and was one of the youngest politicians in Zimbabwe. So now we had Chamisa, who was also NG. Changai left the stick on Chamisa. And the world veterans have recognized Chamisa as the most favorite of the people of Zimbabwe. So how long does this idiot called Mnangagwa, after killing our generals, after confusing the state, after stealing from everyone, after putting on a passion Java, and after stealing all the economy of the nation, destroying its steel, doing all evil, and playing with the constitution, there's no respect. We are sending our children to stand, not to be Makokoza. Now they are putting chemicals in the water in the name of Makokoza. What will be left of us? What will be left for Zimbabwe? The world now will recognize today if Mnangagwa remove him by a sail away, or if the children of the war veterans who are in the army today and will say, Chakwan, Chibayo, they don't have democracy, they free election. Remove him by a sail away, or with the Jamis, the children of the war veterans who are in the army today being helped by that other man and the vice president. Yeah. But yeah, he's not even, you protecting the side of the army. We want him, was very important. But President Chamisa is the people's choice. And they want to lead Zimbabwe to a new Zimbabwe. We know there was a lot of deceit along the way. Kusvika vaiva vamwe 2008 vareka mwana kaita ndikagonzora karingotaura paindaneti kachishora zvirikuitwa nevanhu because they won't support, they always discourage because they want people to be poor so that vanoshandisa chii muZimbabwe when there are nations in Europe, the other nations which are beautiful, which have got beautiful words. Zimbabwe don't you have it's okay, bread basket of Africa. We don't want our people to suffer anymore. And while Zimbabwe is okay, I will stop talking about politics. Thank you. Give another speaker.
Thank you so much, Martin. Welcome back, Hulu. We're grateful that you're able to join us again. And we would like to hear, I don't know if you have any comments, Hulu, or otherwise we want to hear from Bosalani, a female voice here on the space. Since the previous space, we didn't have a female voice. So Bosalani, please take the mic. Then after, maybe if Hulu wants to comment, thank you very much.
Oh, thank you so much, hosts. Hi, Hulu. Hi, Simba. Hi, Hot Seat. Thank you so much for the space. Wonderful to see everyone. And I like the fact that I've come back here because I believe my last submission was here as well when I was speaking about what I thought would happen today, which is obviously the 22nd of April. After the announcement of, the shutdown, which was supposed to be today and tomorrow, right, by Comrade Geza, I mentioned it that I didn't understand what the timing of it all. We're coming from the Easter holidays. We had a Friday, people were not working. Weekend, we have a Monday, people are not working. We're talking about 4 days that people were not working. Zimbabweans who live on hand to mouth, and then you're adding 2 more days, and then eventually he said it's indefinite now. The shutdown. I made it quite clear that I didn't see it working because I felt there was a certain type of selfishness or failure to recognize or to see the suffering that majority of Zimbabweans are experiencing, and that's exactly what happened today. People were in the, in Harare, in many cities. It was business as usual. You also talk about the civil servants. There's no way they could have stayed at home. They're looking to get fired and worse because they work for the current regime and all of that. And so it just didn't seem likely to me. Not only that, but also I mentioned how Geza had initially proposed, March 31st for people to go into the streets and people stayed home. And I made it clear that that was the voice of Zimbabweans saying we don't want to be used. So I felt that with this one, we'd see the voices of Zimbabweans as well coming through so that they can alert anyone, including Geza and the government, as to their needs, as to what they also require, which is sustenance. So, of course, Geza said that food wholesalers should provide food. And then that also didn't make sense to me because I'm thinking to myself, he said that, food should be provided for free. And once the new government is put forward, the people will get reimbursed, for giving food for free. And I'm thinking this is not plausible. I mean, what guarantee do you have that is the new government of Geza is coming through? So should someone go without? You're talking about rentals, you're talking about children going to school. How do you afford all these things? These are necessities. I mean, let's look at it from that side. And so it is what it is. I didn't think it was going to be successful. And what would you have it? To me, it's not successful. It did not, what he was calling for is not what happened once again. And I also mentioned on a previous space that I had a feeling that when he comes and speaks and announces, he'll say, oh, thank you, Zimbabweans, the shutdown was successful. He's been doing this for quite some time. Saying something is successful, that his campaign has worked, when in actual fact it hasn't. When you look at what he's calling for and what citizens are doing. And he did it again today when he was speaking earlier. And he was basically even adding to say that, anyone who be caught in the crossfire, menos venue. So now I kind of feel like he's also now using threatening words. The first time people stayed at home for the March 31st issue, it was because of a few days earlier, there were vehicles that had been burnt, right? And what that is terrorist acts, or it's vandalism. It's all sorts of criminal activity attached to it. I also thought that perhaps that was something why people said, let us stay home. You know why? Because remember the 1st of August, if I'm not mistaken, there was burning of things, and then we ended up having citizens being caught in a crossfire where the army came through and people were killed, shot dead. So, of course, that's going to bring sort of triggering kind of situations for any Zimbabwean. So that could possibly be the reason people stayed home. And I feel because Geza's speech and what he says about, do this, do that, people are not listening. I actually think that in the coming days, there is going to be some burning of something, some explosion or something, some kind of things to push Zimbabweans to stay at home in fear of, if we are to then go outside, we'll be caught in a crossfire. Because he said it when he was speaking, that be careful, you'll be caught in a crossfire. So I feel that is even more dangerous now.
Martin, please mute your mic. Sorry, Martin. Pardon, sorry, Martin. Sorry. If you want to speak, please raise your hand, because when you come, it brings feedback, so we actually can't hear you, and it creates a lot of noise. I'm so sorry. So just we have no problem if you want to rebut what Bosolani is saying. Just raise your hand, and I promise you, we'll give you a chance to speak. Just allow her to finish, and then you can come through because it gives feedback. Thank you very much. Solani, continue.
Oh, thank you so much, Hot Seat. I know when I speak, I trigger a lot of people, so I'm used to that. Thank you for handling that. So by him now saying that, be careful, you'll be caught in the crossfire, to me, it's now speaking to the issue of perhaps there's kind of some, criminal activities, or even which can be regarded as terrorist activities that are going to push Zimbabweans to stay at home, because like they did on March 31st, they stayed at home, possibly because of the burning of cars. No one knew what to expect. And we've had that incident before with the 1st of August issue. So I think that's even more dangerous now, because the messaging for someone who's been coming through and saying people are hungry, people are suffering. So do we need another dictatorship? Because remember, he is ZANU-PF, so I'm sure even as he calls himself Bombshell, there are going to be some bombshells that are going to be happening, and it's going to push Zimbabweans possibly to stay at home. And once that happens, this is the question I want Zimbabweans to ask themselves. Is this the way you want to be liberated by another dictator who's already ZANU-PF? This is what they do when they see that you're not doing what they want them to do. It's not about your voice. It's not about your opinion. It's about what they can force you to do. And you're going to see that coming out of Geza, that brutality. And this is the question I'm now asking, that is that the brutality that we want? Is this the change we're asking for? I know opposition is nowhere to be found at the moment. Their voices are very quiet. But at the same time, is this the brutality that you want us to continually live? One where if you don't do what I say, I'll force you to do it. I feel that Geza is going to use other means to force Zimbabweans to stay at home. I'll end there for now.
Thank you very much. Before we go to Martin, Solani, I would like to ask you just a question. A lot of people on social media have been saying the stairways, the go to the streets are all part of counterintelligence. That's not actually what Geza means, because he used to be military intelligence and so forth. Do you believe that this is a distraction and the real work is happening underground, or this is just a clear example of there's actually no plan and let's take it for what it is?
Oh, thank you for that question. I'll definitely say that's a very good question as well. I'll definitely say that no, Geza, what he's doing is exactly what's there. Anyone who say there's counter, they're trying to hide away from the fact that everything that Geza has said has not worked. Let's talk about him saying that no one will be arrested. If no one is to be arrested, because that would be counterintelligence at work, why is Blessed Mutlanga still incarcerated? Why was he arrested? Because counterintelligence should deal with that. Counterintelligence should prevent that from happening. And even after that, we have a situation where 100 or so people were also incarcerated and are still incarcerated. So if he had any sort of counterintelligence, they would have prevented that from happening. But we haven't seen that. There are a lot of things that Geza has promised we haven't seen. He's spoken about the issue of impeachment. Where are we there with that? You see, if you look at it, a lot of the things that he's promised, you're not seeing it coming to fruition. So that's not counterintelligence. That's downright stupidness and failure for him to plan and to basically put forward his strategies. And that's what it is. And so for them to divert you from asking the questions, why is this not happening? Why is this not happening? Because remember, if someone is campaigning and they tell you they're going to do something, you need to remind them and ask them, okay, when is it going to happen? Why hasn't it happened? So for them to distract you from asking those questions, they're coming through and saying it's counterintelligence. I don't think so. I actually think that we have a situation of elderly abuse there. Whoever is running Geza's background, whoever is paying him, they're actually really abusing the man. Honestly, we also need to look at his health. As much as he's spoken about the president's medical condition, what about Geza Wacho? He's not a spring chicken. Let's be honest with ourselves. And as we also do not go into the streets when he tells us, or stay at home when he tells us, it's not because we disrespect our elders. But we also, this is politics. We're not in agreement with his politics. We don't think that he'll protect us. We don't see him as a viable candidate to bring change because remember, he is ZANU-PF. Geza has not distanced himself from ZANU-PF. He always told us he's ZANU-PF. Geza has not even put up a name of an opposition leader to say that they will take over once he attempts to remove the sitting president as it is. So it's all this is ZANU. So we have to look at him as a politician. Tombo Isaje Guti, he's elderly per side. But at the same time, Paneka elderly abuse and that will also be one of the reasons why when all this is done and it fails or succeeds, Geza will always go back to ZANU. ZANU will always open its hands and arms to ZANU because that's what they do. And he'll probably use it was a moment of madness and they'll be happy to welcome him back into their fold. The question is this: what will happen to you who has supported Geza all this time? You'll be left out in the cold. I'll end there for now.
Martin,
you can go ahead.
Yeah, Geza said, I'm dying. He was coughing the first time he made the announcement. And he said to the nation, I cannot die with guiltness in my heart. So why do you blame Geza?
That's
He's not
incorrect.
angry.
Geza coughed and said he's got flu. He didn't say he was dying at that particular point in time.
No. He said we are in the edge. Today he said that. And we have done, we are at the maximum. We are just like, we are old. And so he's not looking for another life. He's not looking to convince you.
But like Mugabe, he's got children who can benefit from his fortune.
Mugabe was saying, I'm willing to live up to 100 years. And Mnangagwa was saying, I will start 2030. So how can you further protect that stupid system? Because you are in UK and you have been sponsored.
Yes, that is ZANU-PF. Why are you supporting him? It's part of the system.
All right, Martin, thank you very much. We have heard what you have said. To put it into context as well, Martin, if we can be able to speak together. Thank you again for all those that have just joined us and joined Zimai, and those who have joined me, Hulu, and Hot Seat. Right. I think this is obviously a very difficult thing to explain in a straightforward way. However, I think that if people observe the first call for people to march onto the streets, which ended up becoming a stay away, I think we can agree that that stay away did happen on the 31st of March. The stay away did happen. I think that sends a message, to the government that the people have been listening to Comrade Geza. And when that happened, it is also important for people to take note of the fact that Comrade Geza then had indicated that they are doing all that in the name of the VP. They also say that they have got people in the intelligence, in the military that were working with them. So in a way, people did not show up for work on the 31st, partially because they thought that something was going to happen, high up there, that perhaps the VP was going to make an announcement or the VP was going to do something. So fast forward, it is becoming very clear that Comrade Geza does not perhaps have a proper structure in place. It does perhaps also appear that Comrade Geza is maybe not in communication with some of the leaders that he mentioned, because initially, Comrade Geza did actually say that both President Idi Mnangagwa as well as Deputy President Chiwenga took advantage of what they did, to remove President Mugabe. And later he changed and said he's now supporting VP Chiwenga to replace President Idi Mnangagwa. So there has been a bit of confusion in terms of their messaging from Comrade Geza, no doubt about it. But overall, it is important for the audience to be aware of the fact that the situation in our country is reflective of what Comrade Geza is saying. His statements in terms of the state of our country are true. And anybody that is in Zimbabwe can attest to that. And in terms of general support of what he says, I have not in my mind that the majority of Zimbabweans support what Comrade Geza has been saying. But the only challenge is that him and him alone showing face, and nobody else coming up to say we are with Comrade Geza, somebody that is notable. You need some leadership. Some people in the leadership to probably also say something, do something that can show that Comrade Geza is working with them. That has not happened. Comrade Geza has become almost like a lone voice in all this. And I think that is the reason why today his call for for people to stay away from home was not properly heeded. It is not necessarily because people are happy with how the government is running things, but it is basically because people do not have trust that Comrade Geza has capacity to implement the things that he is actually saying, and has got the support of the most important people. In this instance, of course, the army and the war veterans themselves and things like that. So I think the government should still continue to respect the fact that it is not running the country in the interest of the people currently. And people are not happy. People are suffering. Hospitals are not in good condition. So I think that message must be sent to our government that Comrade Geza has not failed. I wouldn't classify him as a failure. I would rather say the one that has failed is the one that is in power, unable to run the country, unable to deliver for the masses of our people. So. Because I will be stepping off now, whole seat. That's why I just spoke for a little bit longer. But I think I can also make that contribution to saying, the ZANU-PF government has got a lot of work to do. And people eventually might end up staying at home to express their frustration with the lack of capacity to lead the country. The general breakdown of law and order in our country is terrible to watch. And something has to give. Hot seat, please go ahead and take over.
Thank you, Hulu. I hope you do stay on, even though you won't be able to participate. Thank you for that. Can we have Geza Nika, and then can we have Bosalani to rebut what Hulu said? So Geza Nika, please, are you there?
You're putting me in a tough position. You're good, but I'm one.
All right. Bosalani, go ahead. I saw your hand was there, so I saw, okay, you have something to say. Because Anika is having a problem with his network, so you can go. You can continue.
I'm sure he'll forgive me. Even Mumbai, sometimes I do it. No, I just wanted to correct something because the initial, I've done campaigns a lot. Even though I'm based in the UK, and it's about your messaging. So the first thing I caught was the messaging. He kept on saying it over and over again. Anambas, Mazimba, enter the streets. He never shifted that message. It was the same throughout the entire process. So the fact that people stayed at home, it means they did not heed this call. And at the same time, it also doesn't mean that people were supporting the government, because they also did not heed the government's call to go to work as usual. And this could be because of the burning of vehicles and stuff. It became very worrying. Nobody knew where to stand. They actually felt that they would actually be harmed in any shape or form. And like I said before, this happened on the 1st of August, where there was burning of vehicles and property and all sorts, and people ended up being shot. Right? Pedestrians who were just going to work, going home, they were killed. So for us, that's how it exactly happened. He never shifted. So it wasn't a success on government or even Geza. That's how I've seen that. That was a successful decision of citizens. Citizens decided to make a decision for themselves, and this is something that I'm appealing to, that they should continue to do, because we have to be heard as citizenry. We shouldn't be, and not anyone can come and talk to us about, we're suffering, we're what. We know our struggle. And Geza should be the last person to talk about that, because it was part and parcel of our suffering for how many, 40 plus years. Do you know what I mean? So he's hardly a saint. And I had people on other platforms, but he said sorry. Sorry where you don't give back what you stole means absolutely nothing to me, because he benefited. He's got properties, right? He's got things. And like Martin was saying earlier about how he's not feeling well and is getting old and all that. Mugabe also was not feeling well and was getting old and all that. And guess what? He left a lot of his property to his family. These people have got future generations to think about. So you shouldn't be thinking that Geza is doing it for himself now. He's also thinking about his family, isn't it? That they'll continue to go on and on and on. And guess what? When they say sorry, they still keep their 20 farms. So what sorry is that to me? When you still keep things that you stole, the things that you profited from. If you're truly sorry, he should have even had a situation where he's paying these people, wholesalers is saying that you should feed people. He should pay them from the money that he gained during the time where he was allowing this system to corrupt, to do what he was doing. It was part and parcel. He said nothing. For how long? He's got money hidden somewhere and he wants to add more to it. And he wants to use statements like citizens are suffering, people are suffering. All right, we're suffering. What are you doing about it? Provide food. Provide the chikafu even to the people who were incarcerated because they believed in you and they supported you. Has he ever even told you that, oh, we have got a plan in motion where people imprisoned are getting food? Has anyone ever asked that? You can't tell me there's nothing he can do. Right? I can't follow someone who can't even do anything. No one thing that he said he's going to do has he done. And then we say, where are you going? It makes no sense. So this is where I stand, and this is where I'll continue to stand. And just because I say these things doesn't mean I don't understand the suffering of our people or ourselves and all that. We do. But we also need to look at the situation and understand where you're being used. Anyone can come to you today and say, you are suffering, you don't have food, you don't have hospital medication, this and that. The whole world knows. It's always in the news. It's always on social media. It doesn't take rocket scientists to figure it out, right? But it's about what you do, knowing the things that you know. How are you helping people? How are you assisting them?
Mufaro, are you ready to come in?
In his message about
Mufaro?
be careful, you'll be a
Yes,
bystander.
I am.
Arm's way.
Okay, so
That
hold
is
on. You'll
very
be
worrying
speaking after the lady.
to me.
Okay.
That doesn't
Thank you
sound like
very much.
someone who. That sounds
Cheers.
like someone who's willing, to do whatever it takes to get his message across, and is willing for you to be a casualty in all this.
Okay,
I'll
thank
end
you.
there for now.
Thank you very much. Solani. Quickly, we've got Mufaro on video. Mufaro, you've been waiting for a while, for over 30 minutes. Please give us your 2 minutes on what you see things, or maybe I could have. Let's hear you, please. Huh?
Okay. Thank you so much for allowing us to be on this platform. And a small contribution. Chingoti sema Zimbabweans atina kubatana. Nhamo iri pachena. Tisingatombotarisa zvakawanda. Hazvizi normal kuti vanhu vari kunze varambe vari vanoramba vachitumira mari kumba. Even kushayikwa kwema-basics, mvura, magetsi, mabasa hakuna. Last December I was back home and it was just pathetic to see how bad things have gone. So ndikuona inini setsumo inotaura kunzi hanzi nhamo yemumwe hairambirwe sadza. Ndizvo zvatinoita semazimbabweans. Hatina basa. Ingadai besides politics, zvinhu zvakamira mushe here kumba. Hazvina kumira mushe. So that alone should give us the courage to do whatever is necessary for us to undo the wrongs that we all see happening in Zimbabwe. So in suggestion yandinayo sevanhu vari kunze kuti for those that are in support of the M31 movement, I believe we also make a big contribution in the amount of money that we are remitting every month. I think it might also be a good idea for us to withhold sending money for some months so that they can also feel the impact or the importance of people who are outside. Because karamba chingotumira vanhu mari, they don't see the need to even say, okay, ngatiwanikwe tine kubatana, ngatiwanikwe tine avageza vauya in the forefront, because people were not saying anything. We are good at criticizing and not doing anything. So, ndoka small contribution kandinako mazvita.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Over to you, Hot Seat.
Thank you very much, Simba.
Hot Seat, can I respond to that, please?
All right. Okay.
I've always said it, Kuti. Someone who says sorry?
The Sabuku Dobbs wants to speak.
I won't be long. I'm just responding to the lady who was speaking, if that's okay. Can I come through? Okay, thanks. I find it, this thing is exactly what that last speaker is doing. And I would ask them to do it first in their family. They should stop sending money first, and then they should give us an update. Say, this thing of stopping sending money because you want to force your relatives into a situation where they are desperate is extremely selfish. I would have expected her to come away from, instead of sending money back home, she should go make her way to Zimbabwe and stay at home in Zimbabwe, not stay at home in the UK or abroad, wherever she is. That is not how you get things done, by forcing people into a situation where
not
they will
forcing
get
people.
wronged.
It's not
You
forcing
come back
people.
to us and then
I
cry.
have already
"Yeah,
stopped
Maya
sending
Koyazon's
money to
why,
Zimbabwe.
So I think it's extremely.
You are
Can
so
someone mute their mic?
opinionated in
There's
your.
an echo here. I can't hear myself speak. Can someone mute their mic?
No, Salani, this is not an echo. It's coming actually from, there's a video call on Simba's side. So you guys are having a conversation together.
Yeah,
so,
but I'm speaking. When she was speaking, I was quiet, right? So manners go a long way. I'm
Okay,
sure
so
she has
maybe-
manners where she comes from.
Okay, well, we
Can
have
I
no
finish?
control over it. We have no control over it on Twitch, on X.
No,
so
Simba
it's
can mute his mic so that I can be heard. He can do that because her voice is coming from his.
If you can start to land so that she can respond, because I think she was she's feeling needing to respond to you, please.
Yeah, the same way I waited patiently for her to land, she can also do the same, right?
Okay, thank you. Go ahead here.
So when you have a situation like that where someone is advising you not to assist your relatives, it's not all of us who were born to be warriors, born to be soldiers. That's not it. You don't force someone into that position and then you don't deny them of things that can assist them because you want them to be so desperate enough that they've got no choice and they end up getting involved in something that they don't believe in. We've all got relatives who at times don't even want to hear about politics because it's not for them. This happens. If you are a soldier, you need to get your backside to Zimbabwe, buy a plane, and then do the shutdown there and show people that you truly support Geza. Don't expect another person to be your point of contact for something that you clearly failed to do yourself.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's hear Mufaro. Please respond. Let's give you 2 minutes because it's not fair. It's not fair on you. Yeah, 2 minutes.
I don't belong to any political party. And I never say that I am a follower of Mr. Geza. I'm just saying that Mr. Geza is the one who has come in the forefront to say, people, can we come together and do away with the wrongs that we are all seeing in Zimbabwe? And in response to sending money back home, if you had listened carefully to what I said for those that are in support of the M31 movement, I believe we should withhold our contributions. So it doesn't mean everyone is going to do it. So anyone who feels compelled not to do it will do it. And we shouldn't make assumptions of people. You don't know me. Even on behalf of, you don't even know. We are good at making assumptions. We should make things based on facts. That's another thing that we also do wrong. Like you were saying, Guti, you should be going to them. You don't know me. You don't know me. So you have no right to make an assumption of me. Thank you so much.
Yet you were in Zimbabwe and you didn't stay at home.
Today, Mama is yesterday, which you will is our two. It will become personal instead of focusing
right.
on
Okay. Hot seat. Right. Okay. So we're going to be moving to the next. Yeah.
All right. Sorry, I wasn't sure if you have any more. Do you have any more people on video?
No. I think Mufaro was the last one here.
All right, thank you so much. So can we go to Mr. Dobbs? Mr. Dobbs.
Yeah, many things.
Thank you very much.
The communication we are used is the communication of gorillas. It's a bit different. They just give a hint, like what they are doing. The mood which we are going now, we are going where the two camps are fighting. And some people are hiding just behind the one person. Even those ones with the 2030 or the so-called Gananda or so forth. They are just quiet, but hiding behind those ones who are speaking on behalf of them. It might be Jennifer Muswere or Mchangwa. In this case, Mchangwa seems to be Nyakos supporting both sides. But it might be those ones like Nick Mangwana and so forth. But what we have to understand, these people, they know each other. They are getting intelligence from one camp to each other because they don't want to come up to say who's supporting whom. But if they are talking now to say, go, don't, let's continue with stay away. Otherwise, some people will be victims. We have to understand them a lot, not just to assume to say we are clever, we won't be victims, especially those in Harare and in all the cities in Zimbabwe. They must be careful with this type of communication because these people know what is being planned by another camp. And it seems the Geza movement is ahead in terms of knowledge to know what is being planned by the 23rd people to say what are they really planning to do. So let's be careful of what will actually happen from here because that is my worry. To say that is my worry to say what might happen with those warning to say if we say stay at home. Those people, the biggest problem with those people, like including Geza himself, they are people who are commanders. The biggest problem with military commanders, they understand one thing, to say if they give an order, it must be followed. Not what we are used to say we debate, analyze, present facts. Those ones in the military, they say if they tell you to turn left, we turn left. So that is where the problem we have at the moment, to say we might just underrate it to say it's desperate, ABCD, and within a short period of time, we might see blood now gushing out in the streets of our beautiful country. So it's something which is really troubling us to say where is it to us? Because the biggest problem, we can't ask Geza the way how he is presenting the information. That is my submission. Thanks a lot, everybody.
Thank you very much. Sorry, it was really breaking up, but I received a question in the inbox. They said you spoke confidently that fireworks about to happen. Geza knows what he's doing. They're asking, are you making assumptions on that fact-check counterintelligence, or do you have actual evidence that something is about to happen?
No, even if I have evidence, I can't really present it today because it's a matter of life and death if you are dealing with the executive function. You must remember their slogan, disarm them. So if you are dealing with them, don't be outstanding. Lay low, keep your head down. And that is one of the survival tactics. That is why when it goes to what like this, you find out the older generation, they are all quiet. It's those younger people who were born free, who are now making noise about what Geza is doing. But the older generation, including some who are all war veterans, including Mchangwa himself, the ZAN's PF spokesperson, is a bit low. So we understand them better than what he. You might underrate me, but I understand them better what they are doing or what, and how complicated they are, and how sophisticated they are, and the way how they behave. I think that is what I can say in the moment.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, Geza is connecting. Okay, Bosolani, you can go ahead because the other speakers are connecting. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for that. Totongo Tendo network for now. I was going to say to Dobbs, because when Dobbs was speaking, I kind of thought of something. Those people who took part in the liberation struggle, I know Hulu, your father, my father, they were all part of it. They're late, but the things that they saw, Kuondo. Now imagine a scenario, kuti pamwe Geza in nemakora yake, arikuita kunge yato ondo, ari in the bush. How safe are we? Can someone answer me there? How safe are we going to be? And these things have happened with post-traumatic stress, especially if someone was not treated for it and all that. They can begin to feel kuti varimu condition yondo. So what happens to us then? Tama casualties. So imagine it might end up being a situation where Geza, who's seeming like a savior, ends up becoming a monster. I think people should be on the lookout and stay safe.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Dobbs, would you like to respond to Bosolani?
Yeah, that is the same. That is what I'm emphasizing. I'm not necessarily saying Geza would be a monster, but I'm saying the way how the ZANU-PF behave in terms of using gun, in terms of killing to achieve the outcome, they don't hesitate. Whether we don't know who is who, whether it's in Geza's camp, or even those ones who has recently been trained, the graduates, especially the graduates of Border Gezi, and some from maybe the Temple School of Ideology. I don't usually use that name, but because it is those days where each and everybody is getting spied, we have to be careful when they tell you to say, don't be, stay at home. We don't know what they are organizing, what their next move is. Because what we must
understand. Geza's case, it seems like it's threatening now, Dobbs, don't you think?
Boss, I'm about to end. What we must understand is only one thing to say. Geza himself might know to say, even if he is having 95% support, that support of stay away would not remove Idi Mnangagwa. I think that is not their final plan. And we don't know their final plan to say what are they going to do. Even if 100% stay away, Mnangagwa will not go. Because he thinks he is to have the mandate. And he thinks we used to have the capability of extending until 2030. So that is the problem we are facing. And we should understand it. And understand it to say there's no correct method to resolve the situation. And unless they two talk to each other.
Sorry, Dobbs. I received a message for you, an inbox. People are they're saying there's a question saying you say like the millennials, right? People born after independence. They're like my doubting Thomases, and they're saying you guys you understand that from what they've done are different to yours. Why have you not catered to their mentality to make them assured of what you're doing? Thank you.
I never said that they are doubting Thomas. Those ones who are, that is the problem they have to say. They wanted to put words in somebody's mouth. They should repeat what I have said. To say they can communicate well, and if they don't understand the communication of gorillas, to say they are not perfect or 100%, but they will tell you the possible outcome as if they are just talking. But when they execute their action, what they are telling you to say these are the possible outcomes, it will happen. That is what I'm saying. I will never use that word to say doubting Thomases. No.
All right, thank you, Bosolani. You can rebut, and then we need to move on to Geza.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say, whatever's going to happen here with this Geza fiasco, I feel like Chamisa's going to come out smelling like roses. And I'll explain why I'm saying that. Someone like Geza right now with his failed attempts to get people to do what he wants and him coming this ZANU-PF background and this brutality nature which is attached to it, and already insinuating that, if you don't stay home, you'll be caught in the crossfire. It's a threat, whichever way you want to look at it. You can't force people or create a scenario where people are afraid to go outside their homes. That's wrong in any shape or form. And it looks like he wants to create possibly the same picture we had in 1980 times where there was the liberation struggle. So this could be what he's envisioning. But one thing you have to be appreciative of Chamisa for, after the August 1st, protesters who participated as stupid, I think he's been doing his best to not get involved in any type of protest or co-protest because he doesn't want possibly people to be harmed or and all that. So you will see the picture whereby Zimbabweans start to feel that someone like Geza is forcing them in a situation whereby they are forced to stay home, they are hungry, they are unable to work, they can't pay their rent, they can't take their children to school because of no school fees. There's going to be a type of hatred towards him Because when you put people into an extra or worse situation than what they were, because as bad as Zimbabwe is, people are surviving, whether it is through the remittances from their families abroad or their own sort of kurarama kwavari kuita from hand to mouth. They are managing to scrape up something. So imagine if you put them to the point where they have absolutely nothing. You are now diverting the issue for not only it being about ZANU anymore, but it's about Geza, who's now the contributing factor. People will definitely end up looking for a savior. And I guess this is possibly one of the reasons why someone like Nelson Chamisa said he's not involved in this, because whichever way you want to look at it, I don't see a good ending in sight. For Geza and his followers, or even for people who might want to support him, saying that we need to get rid of ZANU-PF. You supporting ZANU-PF is not getting rid of ZANU-PF. It makes absolutely no sense to me. So I actually see this as an opportunity. If Chamisa plays his cards right, he will come out of this smelling like a rose.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, before we talk about Chamisa, let's have M31 come on board, please. M31.
Okay, guys. M31 is the new opposition leader in Zimbabwe. The opposition party in Zimbabwe is the new opposition party in Zimbabwe. Leaders, we are yet to have leaders, but about Boss Salani, I would love Boss Salani to be the Women's League of the M31. And the current speaker can be the spokesperson. Zim-I can be our ZBC. Dobbs can be our Mchangwa. The list goes on, guys. Let's start something new.
Why can't a woman be VP? What is Women's League, Majaira Sterek?
Right. Sorry, I received a message in my inbox about people basically saying that Zimbabweans, they are looking for a savior figure who will always be Nelson Chamisa. All these efforts that Geza has done to sacrifice him, and not only him, but his life, the life of his wife and children and his grandchildren, that they're basically targets. Nobody regards it anymore. Why do people have this superior motive that the savior should be Nelson Chamisa for Zimbabwe? This is one of the reasons why all these attempts Geza is doing are becoming failures. Nelson Chamisa, why can he just not say, I am no longer, I'm handing over the baton, I don't want to be involved anymore? As opposed to basically, Kudira Jecha Kuna Geza. Nelson Chamisa is part of Shinenji Gananga. And Chabuda Zhao. It's time will tell. Time will tell. Right now, Zimbabweans, our Satwa Faninzara. The day they will truly starve of salvation, they will delete and stop following Nelson Chamisa. All right. Anybody?
Okay. That sounds like Ghostira Honeywell.
Okay, hang on, Bosolani. Let's have Enika. He raised his hand first. Geza, Enika, you can go ahead. Geza, Enika, you can go ahead. You raised your hand first. You can go ahead. Okay. Hello? All right, I think he's having network problems. All right, Bosolani, you can respond to that message from the inbox.
Yeah, no, that will respond. As long as you know what you want, that sounded exactly like something you'd say.
And also, Speaker Baba, naona the M31 ka tatara tirakamira say Boss Salani waramba chinzvimbo chatavapa chekuti vaite Women's League president. Saka imimi you can take that position.
Yeah, all right. I understand today is like it's now after hours and maybe you guys are getting tipsy, I'm not sure, but we just want to just try to keep it professional and we keep it moving. Simba, do we have any callers on video?
None on video. It's weird. There's no one has joined on video, and yet there are 9,389 people on video right now. So I would have wished if we had at least 50 on video wanting to speak, which is it looks like people just want to hear when people are getting. I'm going to use this term carefully, parasitic. Muruda kungonzwa chete wa mwana wachitaura.
I also want to just say something, Simba.
Yeah.
I also want to say something like I want people to know that Zimbabweans, we have this savior complex, the superiority complex. Right?
Oh yes, absolutely. I was going to do a video about that.
Oh,
That's
sorry.
so important. Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah.
Sorry. If there's like a smaller space, maybe there could be 10,000 spaces. If there's a smaller space, people they just want to watch because they think basa. But I'm telling you, this is exactly why everybody matters. You yourself, when you go, for example, when you go to hospital and you feel disrespected by the doctor, and then you're trying to fight for your life, and then you want others to care for your life as you're one person, right? That same passion you have it for the next person. So don't disregard 5 people or 10 people. If you're in a space, as long as somebody is there, it means kuti unebasa. So even though we're not a lot of people, I don't know, according to other spaces, I'm just wanting to encourage others, kuti, like, don't come here and just like not. I don't care. I'm just there to just hear what they're talking about. The fact that you're here, it means you matter. Your voice matters, right? And it's important. Why? Because there's someone right? I'm non-partisan, right? I don't belong anywhere. Okay, I have a lot of questions, and so does everybody else. But you must also.
Once we are non-partisan, stop lying. You can't be non-partisan while we are suffering. We are suffering because of ZANU-PF. You are non-partisan.
M31. I just want to just.
You can't be non-partisan. It's either you belong to the good people or the bad guys. You belong to the bad guys. You can't be neutral. No.
Okay, thank you very much. I never said I was neutral.
Say that mute button, please.
All right, it's okay. I never said I was. Look, I just want to offer my submission. My point is, I want to encourage somebody who does not have the confidence to even come up and say, I don't know what's going on. All right? It's not easy. It's easy for you to talk Panapa because you maybe you're just somewhere there in South Africa. I want to encourage people to say, you know what? We are all in the same space. We are not comfortable. Nobody's comfortable. We are all scared. Everybody's scared. But if we are all scared together, if we are all together, not
again. Let me remind you, we are not all scared.
Thank you very much, M31. Like I said, you're tipsy. I'm just trying to submit something. It's hard to respect your submission because we can hear kutuwagadaba. So just hang on a minute, all right? I'm not trying to disrespect you, but we can see that you're slurring your words. Bring your facts, okay? I just want to encourage people. Why? Because people come into my inbox, but those people, you can see they're passionate. I'm just saying, you don't always have to feel afraid. We are all afraid. Nobody is confident about anything. Everybody is afraid. But everyone, even if you support ED, people there are afraid of being removed. If you support Geza, people there are afraid of being killed for trying to remove. If you support Chamisa, people are afraid that he's actually doing absolutely nothing but Bible verses for years. And people are actually afraid that truly maybe he is truly a sit-in. Everybody is afraid of something. So we're just saying we are all afraid. But in that being afraid, don't allow it to mute your voice. And that's why these platforms are very important. When you understand, but you may not understand it now, but the day you will need a voice for your family member who is in hospital, who needs help, the day you'll need a voice, okay? When you had an accident and you need it, that day, you'll be like, how come no one is hearing my voice? Thank you very much, Simba. I'm just gonna land there. Mambo, welcome, Mambo. Welcome. I don't know if you have a few words to say.
Yeah, we also have a video. Master has joined on video. Do you want us to give him priority because he's the only person on video?
Yes, he can go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, Master, are you in? Master, are you on video? Are you still there? Do you want to quickly jump? Give us 1 minute, can you? Okay, Master, are you there? Okay, Master is gone. Hi, Chief. Good evening.
Good evening, Simba. Good evening, everyone, co-host and all the speakers. Very interesting conversation I've been following, but I'm saddened, Simba. I'm disappointed that this is where we are now as a nation, as a people, as citizens, vibrant citizens. I know Zimbabweans to be very vibrant. There we are. We know, we see what is happening. The incumbent, Emerson Mnangagwa, is about to extend his term illegally and make himself an absolute monarch. And we are just there. We're not doing anything about it. What are we waiting for? Waiting for him to change the constitution, butcher our constitution, bastardize our constitution, get himself in, double the number of Ganandas. Corruption definitely will go up. Everything that is happening, it will be twice before we know it. The opposition, which I belong to, unfortunately, is also quiet. Nobody's doing anything. Other stakeholders, key stakeholders like students, are quiet. Civic society has also been dismantled and is quiet. Labor, ZCTU is quiet. We used to rely on ZCTU a lot. And are twos of all the organizations I used to respect. And of course, I still respect them. I come from, a teaching background myself. Everyone is quiet. We're not doing anything to try and stop Emerson Mnangagwa. And here we are arguing about this and that Geza has failed. Geza is ZANU-PF, yes, but personally, I see it fit to support what he's doing because right now he is the only one who is standing up to ZANU-PF, who is standing up to Emerson Mnangagwa, who is standing up to a rogue president who is trying to change the constitution and benefit from it. Why are we quiet as citizens? Isn't this the moment that we've been waiting for? That we can organize ourselves? Because I know some will be saying, oh, opposition has done this. Nelson Chamisa is quiet. Nelson Chamisa is doing this. But the space is there. Why are we not organizing ourselves as citizens and oppose what we should be opposing and stand up against a rogue president? Why aren't we doing that? It's sad that this is where ZANU-PF has put us. So someone who is trying to do something like Geza, yes, we blame him. He has not done this, he has not done that. But at least he is trying. Do you think we'll be able to stop Emerson Mnangagwa after he has given himself not 2 years? Because believe you me, it's not going to be 2 years. He's going to suspend elections indefinitely. He can do that. How are we going to stop him? I thought this was the time that Zimbabweans were going to come together, unite, and try to do one thing and try and stop Emerson Mnangagwa from doing what he's doing. And it will not just be Emerson Mnangagwa, it will be Emerson Mnangagwa and ZANU-PF if we are organized. Even these protests, we could get into them and do it the Sudanese way, read the Sudanese revolution. The army was leading the protest. And when the army was saying, this is where we want to be, the citizens, especially the women, it was actually the women who said, we are having none of that. We are not stopping here. We will remain in the streets. That happens when citizens are organized and they know what they want. But anyway, I can go on and on. But all I'm saying is we should be doing something about something that is wrong. what ZANU-PF, what Emerson Mnangagwa and his faction, his 30s, 2030s are trying to do is completely wrong, and we shouldn't be quiet, and we should definitely be doing something about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mambo. Thank you very much. Okay, Bradley, Bosolani, you'll come just now. Just Bradley, would you like to go ahead? Bradley? Okay. Bradley, you can take the mic. Unmute your mic. Okay. Bosolani, you can go ahead as we wait for Bradley.
I'm sorry to those who are struggling to connect, but it's just nice when I can speak before someone comes through, so others will forget what I wanted to say. I wanted to say to Chief Mambo Shose that when you ask the question, Geza is the only one who's doing something. I don't think that's being factual. We've had Geza called for protests. We've had Jacob Ngari calling for protests. Nobody supported him, right? And everyone was like, oh, he wants to do it for power. He wants to do it for this. We've got the likes of Job Sikala, who also were incarcerated and went through stuff. There was not enough support that was given for them. They've got so many. There's so many examples of even Wianonzani, Senator Monzora. He during the election period, he was dealing with the whole delimitation exercise, taking it to court, and he came and spoke about it. He didn't get any support. So why is it when it's a ZANU-PF person, you want to say, why aren't they getting support? I think there's a major problem there. We seem to have this kind of, what's it called? Kanama abuser for too long, you end up becoming so close to your abuser. What's it called? What's it? There's a term that's used.
Stockholm syndrome.
Thank you. Yeah, Stockholm syndrome. We have that, where we end up looking at them as though they're saviors, but in actual fact, they're not. There've been a lot of Zimbabweans who played a part. Even Zimbabweans who are not affiliated have spoken about a number of these things. They could even be leaders right now because they've been selfless in their wanting for Zimbabwe to change, but they haven't gotten the support that they deserve. So we have a problem within ourselves where we've got a certain criteria or something that we support. And I also think there's a lot of political reasoning around the type of support that anyone at one given time will give to someone like Geza. I kind of feel it feeds into a possible political narrative that can also assist those who've said that they are not part of him and they're standing on the sidelines. Create an environment where we know we're not strong enough. We know that we've had past mistakes. If their thing doesn't work well, we can always come back as saviors. I think there's also political reasoning on other, when certain people speak, especially yourself, because I know you're politically affiliated. So when you say now, I don't see there's a problem. And yet your entire campaign, as long as I've known you, has been ZANU-PF must go. ZANU-PF must not do this. Why are you so quick to support a ZANU-PF player? I find that odd. But anyway, I'll land there for now.
Sorry, Simba, if it's okay. I just received an inbox.
Yes, sure.
There's a member who said, if you guys are failing to make money under the current government, why are you calling them failures? You guys are failures. Why are you making it everybody's business? And now you want to pretend to drag us down this line where we should be supporting a mission. It's not gonna bust. At the end of the day, if you're failing to make it in Zimbabwe, do not blame somebody who's not in your household, who does not have a hold to your key. That's what they said. I don't know. Yeah, and the hold to your key. Wait, hang on. They said, hang on. They said they don't have the hold to your key, okay? So at the end of the day, if you're a failure in life, it's not Zimbabwe's problem. Chaga kwekuyenda. And allow those who are making it to continue making it. And thank you.
Yeah. Sorry, this was the Gananga actually.
Okay, let me respond to.
Sorry, guys. Nyaya iripo iyi kai isusu tokotiza nyika yedu tisiyama China achitora lithium yedu tienda kuSouth Africa. kwatisingadiwe iko zvinezvi masouth africans esu vakutogadzira mboma nemataira ekupisa mazimbabweans because vaneta nezvo because tiri kuvanhu vamazimbabweans vari kuenda kusouth africa vakuita mamenial jobs vachitora mabasa emasouth african vachiita zvisiri pamutemo because it's not their country. Yet isusu kuzimbabwe we have a leader who is not even a Zimbabwean ane video yatinayo evidence umbo hwese huripo achitaura kuti anobva kumumbwa kuzambia. Isusu senyika semashona semazimbabweans semakaranga semavhenda sematswana because these are Zimbabwean languages sema ndau mazezuru nevamwe vese because tingori vanhu vamwe chete kuzimbabwe ikoko. We don't even have a leader ari muzimbabwe since pakakolonizwa zimbabwe hatisati tawana leader ari ezimbabwean like Bosalan. Unofunga kuti Bosalan as a Zimbabwean zvavari if she can be a president nyika inenge ine akazara uchi nemukaka because she's a mother who understands her own people as Zimbabweans. Vanotoziva kuti okay fine mwana wangu uyu neuyu cheta so. Saka we need that. We need a leader who is Zimbabwean. Patiripo papa mugroup rino iri but this space ndo patiri kuda our next leader kudara zvemapenzi kudara izvi. We need something new, guys. We need to think forward. Kuti tione kuti ramangwana redu rakamira sei. Ma leaders andiri kuona achatsungamira nyika yedu vari pano apa at this group. Ipo pano apa patiri kutaura ipo pano apa on this space. Ndo pavari, ndo pane ma true leaders. Kwete zvemaforces akudhara muchisapota vanhu vasina kana njere vakazvarirwa kunyika dzevamwe vanhu vasina kana hanya neupenyu hwedu. Guys,
right.
We need that on
right.
my part, guys.
If you could start to land, we've got one person here. We need to come in, and the others were also waiting on the queue. So we give you 10 seconds. Yeah, please.
Zim I.
Yes, sir.
If Zimbabwe is failing, we blame you. You are more intelligent than these fucking politicians. You are more intelligent than these bastards, man. If Zimbabwe is failing, you must take the blame as Zim-I. Because we rely on you. We are here on your space because we believe that you are a leader. If you are leading us astray, man, you must take a bullet.
I'm with you. Thank you very much. Right, let's hear from Geza. Geza on video. Let's now hear from Geza. Thank you very much, M31. Geza, shoot.
Hi, thank you so much for giving me this time to just speak.
Yeah, sorry that you were in the wait for too long a time.
It's all right. Yeah, in the Twitter space, I couldn't. You guys, you couldn't hear me. So
Apologies.
okay, my contribution to the M31, and I call it A22 and A23.
By the way, as you're speaking, Zimbabweans, we've sent you a link for our WhatsApp channel where we're going to be dropping updates. So can you subscribe to the WhatsApp channel that we drop? We are offloading live and direct all the Geza or Nyoka Mabunu updates. So all the Geza updates are going to be in the channel that you've got there. We've put it in the link there. Click the link that we have dropped there. Yeah, go ahead, Geza.
All right, thank you so much, Mkoma Simba. So my contribution to what just happened today, or what's happening with Geza thing, I just want to say first and foremost is, there is no one who can bring down the current regime except the individuals who are in the same regime. I mean, history has already taught us from Trangirai to whatever, right, to Chamis up to now. And I think the more like this Geza movement is going on, it's breaking the current regime bit by bit. And this is what we want. it's like we are playing a game. We're actually watching and seeing ZANU-PF and its own system it created crashing. So this time where we are.
Did I lose her?
Yeah, we cannot hear her at all. But it's okay, Simba. As we're waiting for her, Mambo wanted to submit something after the anonymous inbox. So Mambo, maybe co-host, do you have something to say?
Oh yeah, no, yeah. I just wanted to respond to what my sister Salani said. Salani, you know me, I don't change. ZANU-PF must go, and is going to go. But right now, as Zimbabweans, we are faced with a situation where someone wants to mutilate the constitution, wants to butcher the constitution, wants to change the constitution, and we must stand up against that, because there's no way we can allow something like that to happen. Because I understand if that happens, our struggles are going to be more difficult to achieve than they were 5 years ago or 10 years ago. So there is no way, if we are activists, would see something so wrong being done and we are quiet about it. You spoke about Jacob Ngaruvume, Job Scala. I've not heard any of them go beyond the rhetoric, go beyond the tweets or the messages that they've sent in their groups. Nobody has called for a definite action to stop Emerson Mnangagwa. They're just talking. So that's not what we want. What we want right now is action to stop Emerson Mnangagwa from changing the constitution. If people are talking about the country's constitution, it's now beyond ZANU-PF constitution, because I know the argument that most people are having is that this is a ZANU-PF internal issue. But if a ZANU-PF internal issue is now touching on the national constitution, then it transcends ZANU-PF politics. It now calls for every citizen, for every Zimbabwean to stand up and say, we can't play with our constitution. We can't mess with the constitution. So that's where I am, that we should be doing something. Zimbabweans should be doing something. Citizens should be doing something to stop Emerson Mnangagwa from messing with our constitution, not a ZANU-PF's constitution.
Sorry, so my sister. Chief Shoshe, so in other words, we're okay with working with the devil to remove another devil, Ndijo?
No. All I'm saying, I'm encouraging people, encouraging citizens, even you yourself. Why are we not coming up with something? Why are we not coming up with citizen committees or a plan or a strategy as citizens to challenge what is there? What is wrong plan is for us to remain quiet in the face of something so wrong. Otherwise, in a way, we are aiding and abetting Emerson Mnangagwa to extend his term.
Yeah, but Chief Shoshe, do you agree with me, Kuti? There are other areas that Geza is not covering. And it remember times something that's hot, and every cities like gold mafia, and all of a sudden there would be like my socialites, and then people would be diverted. Can't we also see Geza as a diversion? There are other ways in which you prevent 2030 from happening. From even the what you call it, the change of our constitution, the violation of it. There are other routes that Geza is not covering. He talked about impeachment. He's speaking about all these other things, stay at home, do this. But what about the other avenues? This is where ZANU-PF always wins, where we are not looking at every single avenue. We've got lawyers in opposition. We've got MPs even who are still in parliament. They are Anonzani, Mamombe, and others who are still loyal to opposition. If they say they are, we'll see in time. But there are supposed to be avenues which prevent what they are trying to do. Because remember, they need a certain number of votes in parliament before they can even go to referendum stages. What about the electoral reforms? What are we doing about this? I feel like there are too many avenues that Geza is not covering, and it's not good enough to cover Jaguti stay at home or enter the streets. What happens to these other legalities that people in opposition or who are politicians should be aware of? I'm not a politician, but I know that these things are supposed to be looked at. But all we have our focus on right now is Geza. What if Geza is doing this for a reason? What if Geza is actually being used to try and divert us from looking at actual ways that we can prevent the violation of our constitution? Has anyone ever thought about that?
Sorry, Salani.
I don't want this to be between you and me, so I'll just leave it there. But all I can encourage you, Salan, is do something about it. Everyone should be doing something about it. Every citizen should be doing something about it. If there are those avenues that you are talking about, let's come up with them. Let someone come up with them, and we'll support that person definitely. But we cannot remain quiet in the face of something that is being done that is so wrong by ZANU-PF. We can't remain quiet.
Thank you, sir. Bosalani, sorry, I have a question for you before you go on to Joy. There's a question for you in my inbox. They said, Bosalani, your father died for the country, but you are so against the very party that he fought for. And according to you, nobody's a viable option. You just come here with your British English and you think you're more important than anybody else, and you offer no solutions all the time. It's annoying and wakuboa. What's your comment?
My comment is, first of all, co-host, I don't even know why you read it out, because I'm going to my insults, and I'm not someone who really wants to engage with people who've got nothing better to do than to insult. Yes, I. All right, I'm sorry. I
read it.
For future sense.
I'm sorry. I have to read it out because I'm sorry. If I don't read it out, then people think I'm just being biased, right? So I'm sorry about that, but I have to read everything.
You should tell. You can be able to tell when it's an insult, sister, honestly. But it's okay. You've read it out, so I'm going to respond. To that individual, I do speak better English than they do. I am the child of a war veteran, so I understand exactly what it means to stand for being Zimbabwean and not for individuals. I don't care who you are, who gave birth to you, but if you do not stand for citizens and you've got ulterior motives, I'll definitely talk about you. It is your job who are supporting these people, whether it's Geza or anyone else, to come through and tell us why we should support them. Don't come here with excuses. Don't come here trying to scare us. Because as Vishande, like you said, veteran. There's nothing that stops me. It's in my blood. Get that right. These insults don't work, hot seat. It doesn't work. And especially there are few women who actually speak about these topics. Have you ever thought about and actually into politics? It's because of such comments that come from imbeciles like that. I'll end there for now.
Thank you, Salani. Thank you very much for that.
Not ever imbecile. I don't think they know.
All right, thank you very much. And that's very interesting, Simba. Maybe one day. Sorry, just hang on a minute. Sorry. I think it's very important what Salani said. I think maybe one time, Simba, if we can have a time, because there are a lot of interesting voices and influential voices. Maybe we can. I don't like this whole thought of women only thing, because it just brings about as if we're inferior.
Absolutely, yeah. And you know what? Yeah. I'm also finding it weird that with our numbers, our video numbers are now literally 10K now. So it's and I'm thinking I wish we had more people of the 10K participating, because I'm quite sure those people want to speak. But while we're there, do you know what, hot seat? Am I allowed to drop something that you could possibly call my opinion?
Please go ahead, Sabah. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I have a disputation against Geza, and also a disputation against people who are so fixated on Geza. Like Geza has to be the one who has to dictate tomorrow's movements. And he's the one akabata chipito chevanhu vese. I think that is a weakness. And I want to say that, look, Zimbabweans, you need to wake up. Don't wait for someone else. There is no human being who has exclusive power to remove a dictator. If you're going to be successful, there should not be a center of power if you're going to be successful. Because what can easily end up happening is what happened in the 70s. When Herbert Chitepo made the foolish mistake, may so rest in peace, of leaving his prosecutor job. He was the national prosecutor of Tanzania. When he made that mistake of leaving that job to relocate to Zambia and be known that you are the one who is going to be calling the shots, and people would be hearing his great loyalistic English while he's speaking, and everyone is listening, and he would be flown around. He was in Australia, he's on video, he's speaking. That made him a center of power. Same thing with Joshua Nkomo over also in Zambia. He became a center of power. Now there's a problem there. And I want to say that Zimbabweans, what you need to know is what I have practiced. And I've practiced this while being part and parcel of changes in other countries, at least 3 SADC countries in the last 5 years, where real changes happened and not a single bird has been killed. And new presidents are now running these countries that surround Zimbabwe. The latest one being Botswana. What I have found to be absolutely essential in all these efforts is understanding that what they need in society is not an institution. It is not a party. You know, like, for instance, right now, there are people at present who are now calling the Geza project. They're now saying, look, it could even replace the opposition. It could become the new opposition. I think this is daydreaming. There's no way. I don't see, in my view, Geza ever replacing the opposition in any way. Geza is unique. Now, Geza should just be a component in the mix, someone who is just contributing from his own little corner. He can't be, and he shouldn't be, the center of power. And I'm saying this, folks, because one of the reasons, and the very reason why we are stuck here, the very reason why nothing happened on the 31st is because people were waiting to be liberated by a messiah or by an institution. Hazishande. If you were, if no, let me finish. Right. So what is needed, in my view, is for people to treat this development as a movement. Anyone, anywhere has got a part to play that is as equal and as important as Geza. The person who is sweeping the street, the person who is selling the sweets as a vendor is more powerful than Geza. And folks, I could talk the whole night. I'm not a talker, and people know me. I do stuff. I demonstrate this power I have in the last 5-6 years. That the real power is with the poorest and the most insignificant member of society. That is the person who is way more powerful. And to those who are religious, you notice that there is a passage in Kings, should be 1st or 2nd Kings, where there was now famine in Israel. And there was an army that was blocking the supply of food. Like, for instance, what is happening right now between Israel and Gaza. Imagine like that small area, Gaza, and food is being stopped. So what did the people do? it wasn't an army. Stop looking for salvation from an army. It wasn't Geza. It wasn't someone on a Twitter space. They were just 4 lepers, people who were the most insignificant of society, who decided, and they just said, "Kusiri kufande kupi." We're just going to march into the enemy camp. And guess what? As they were marching, the army started running away. Something happened. And there's something in the human spirit that Zimbabweans need to understand. There's power in the human spirit. Every person on this space is a fiery flame. You just anger, and she's in that state. If you listen to Mary, can you feel the fire? Someone who no longer has an arm and a leg, and can you feel the power? Can you feel that this, Mary hasn't changed. Mary, the spirit, is just as she's even way more powerful than all of us here put together. Now, what am I saying here, folks? There are way better ideas. There are way better methods to fix this country in the single human spirit, a single person in this country. And I can say so much, and I'm going to show you some examples quickly, if you allow me quickly. Just in 1 minute, I'll be done. I will show you my own personal examples, by the way. I've just shown you one from the passage of scripture, but there's one recently. There was a young man at one time. He was a foreigner. And when you're a foreigner, you're easily spottable. We can find you, and we can easily know that you are there, and you're the biggest suspect. But this suspect was able to walk through State House and have a long conversation with Mnangagwa's bodyguards, armed bodyguards, to the point of even asking them, how much are you paid? Munotambira Mari. To the point of even giving them, I think, was it food or beer? To the point of going to a whole supermarket on CCTV. I mean, CCTV. Mnangagwa's security CCTV is there. And going, unotengera Mnangagwa bodyguard, Mnangagwa beer, unomupa. And then, you know what? And then leave. And he was filming. And don't think that he was using a secret camera. Come on, you could tell that that was actually a device that he was holding invisibly. What did that young man demonstrate? He demonstrated that, you know what? I could have just helped you folks right now. I didn't need an army. I didn't need Geza to be on a YouTube channel and telling me what to do tomorrow. The most insignificant person in this country. Do you know what? In 2012, I'll run down with this. In 2012, a young man who had been fired from a company, he was now jobless. His name is Tawanda Campbell. Do you know, I helped him with just $600, was it dollars or US pounds? I can't remember back then, which I sent him via Western Union. He was now useless. He didn't even have money he was living in Chitungwiza, so he didn't even have money to board a combi from there. And you know what? This young man who was so desperate, little did I know that this 600 pounds was going to make him the largest, as we're speaking right now. Is it my connection that's lost? Hot seat. I'm hoping that I'm not lost. This young man grew that 600 pounds to becoming the country's largest cryptocurrency owner in Zimbabwe in less than 7 years. And if you calculate the value of cryptocurrency in any country, you can tell it is billions. This was a vendor. This was a young man who was trying to sell me a website that wasn't even generating $1. And you know, look at him. And you know, I'll show you a quick example. The man that we are on this space, who owns this space, Salani, a hot seat. I know you folks, you are all Kozwa, you are all war veterans kids. Do you know that this man, Elon Musk, he made his money from your stones in Zimbabwe? You didn't know this, right? Yes. The richest man in the world, he grew akaita, he's big. You folks, your stones, according to the father. Now you could tell me, Go and listen to the fund. Your stones, ekumusha kwenyu, your minerals. And unregistered minerals as well. He's a Korokosa. He's just like Scott Sakupanya, Baba Elon Musk. He actually says it, that it was an unregistered Zimbabwe mine. And you know what? And then Elon Musk at one time would then posted and said, "Oh, you never owned an emerald mine." This is what he said. He said, "Oh, you never owned an emerald mine." And you know what the father said? The father said, "Look, my sons are just talking. They're just having their time against their dad. But listen to me. We were together at the mine, at the unregistered mine, the Korokoza mine in Zimbabwe. And I used to send them to New York with Zimbabwe stones. That is how I financed them. And today he's the richest man in the world. And you folks here on this space have got no clue. That could have been you, Salani. That could have been you, Hot Seat, because these are your stones. So I'm trying to show you the power.
Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry, Mukuma, like my inbox is blazing.
Oh, sorry. I apologize.
I'm so sorry. Like, people have a lot to say. Sorry. I'm just gonna give Joy the time to speak. Joy.
Sure. Go here.
Joy. All right. Yeah, you may go ahead.
I can't hear Joy. Is it me?
Yeah, if you can't hear her, you might need to drop and come back.
No, we can hear her. Oh my gosh. I think maybe Simba, maybe this is the time we maybe dropped, because we can hear Joy. But I'm afraid maybe your network. But Hulu said he was going to speak to you about the network issue. He found a solution. I'm not sure if you can't hear us. It means we're probably going to be dropped soon. But I don't know. Okay, Joy, you can continue.
Can you hear us though?
I can hear you. I'm the co-host, but Simba can't. So normally, if he can't hear you, it means that X just drops the live. Like before, when we were 400, it just dropped.
I can hear you. I can hear you
because I can hear you. So continue.
Simba, can you hear Joy?
Everyone is hearing you, my sister. We are just waiting for you to speak.
We can afford to just be spectators and hope for a favorable outcome for us. I think we all know that at the end of the day, we are the ground that suffers the most as citizens. And comparing 2017 to 2025, I don't think we can compare, because in 2017 there wasn't really much at stake for us as citizens. It was just an internal fight, and I think that's the fight that we didn't have any business getting involved in. But this time around, there is it's not speculation, right? It's fact that we may find ourselves not voting in 2028, maybe even not voting in 2038, because I don't know what else is going to be amended in order to support that amendment, if you know what I mean. Obviously, there will be some other changes. Like now I saw the data protection act, the draft, all those things. I think they are geared towards ensuring that there is a smooth flow into the 2030 agenda. If I say I want ZANU-PF to go, it does not mean that at a certain point in my journey, I cannot become or I cannot have someone from ZANU-PF as an ally, because there are no permanent friends and no permanent enemies in politics.
And I think this is where ZANU-PF beats us in this game. ZANU-PF literally just uses anyone, interacts with anybody that can be an advantage to them, right? This is why we see good now they are rubbing shoulders with the MPs that we voted for. Anna Bridget Nyandoro, Anna Chabangu, right? It didn't look that if ZANU-PF decided to say, oh, no, we don't interact with Triple C, but they saw something in them that was an advantage to them. Taka is also as citizens, I don't think Kuti it's wise at this point. And the other reason is that we are going against a particular timeline. And I'm sure Kuti, when Parliament adjourns, Kanayavura Parliament Muname, this term extension is going to be speed up. And we are over here dragging our legs, not wanting to participate. And I want to thank Simba for just, maybe we needed that encouragement because we have lost it due to the volatile environment, political environment yatinogara in Zimbabwe. I think last week I saw, not last week, but two weeks ago, I saw protests that were taking place in the United States, the hands-off protests, and their streets were full. And I was almost tempted to say, Kuti, this is what we should do in Zimbabwe. But then I remembered, Kuti, their democracy is different from ours. And so when opportunities like these arise, we should take advantage of them because not every one of us has got that boldness to go in front of a camera and start speaking to the nation and saying, let us do A, B, C, D. We all know the kind of political environment we have in Zimbabwe. So, Geza varipo, and us supporting him means we get an opportunity to defend our constitution, which is very, very important. Please let us take advantage of it. So yeah, I support Geza, and I want to encourage my fellow citizens, Kuti, let us support Geza. Let us take this opportunity to defend our constitution. Because Gutara Kuti, ZANU-PF must go. It's knowing that that constitution which is currently there gives me the right to say those words because I'm anticipating maybe elections. But ZANU-PF must go, and there's no provision for that in the constitution. So please, Inina, I just want to encourage citizens. There's absolutely no reason why you shouldn't support Geza because he is Zimbabwean and I am a Zimbabwean at the end of the day. Thank you.
So you believe that this is the reason why?
Yes. Sorry, Simba, I have a question for you in the inbox. Thank you so much, Joy. Is it okay? I can ask Simba, or you want to go ahead?
Oh no, yeah, she can. You can go ahead. My question was just that I was going to ask her to just rehash what she said, that there's a difference between 2017 and 2025.
Okay.
Just maybe yes or no. So you believe this is the difference. You say that the issue of the constitution and people's existence as free citizens is what differs 2017 and 2025.
Yes, sir. Yes, because in 2017 we were just hearing speculation, right? It was just speculation that a former president wants to ensure that the first lady ascends to presidency. And everyone was like, no, we don't want Mugabe dynasty. Mm-hmm.
So if you notice with this thing, the whole process of,
if you can hold, sir, so that you can be given your chance to speak. Hot seat, please go ahead. Yeah.
Sorry, Bob's, I don't know that name, Bob's tweet. Just hang on a minute. There's a question for Simba. Simba, the owner of ZimI. There's a question for you. They said,
Simba Chkanza, we hear your
Yes.
submission,
Mhm.
but how can we take you seriously when
what's it called?
People who are also journalists like yourself? We understand what you're saying, but various platforms not to take you seriously. So it's very difficult for us. You seem so sincere, but how can we take you like that when we are being told that Hunonyepa and you have ulterior motives and exclusively?
Okay, so can that person come through, because that is too much of a mouthful of an allegation. They need to stand by what they're saying. Can they come in? We can't read.
It sounds like ghost account
Well, it's very much, because there's only one person, there's only one journalist who I was asked by his former boss Jeff Nyarota to investigate and expose, or to finalize his former boss's investigation, and that person is the one that has been mentioned by Salani here, a man who has divided a lot of people, a man who does not seem to be practicing what he's saying, and has caused a lot of hurt to many people, has made many representations, has misled people, has even led a lot of people into crime as late as last year. And so, yeah, whoever that is, Buritsa Msoro wako, hopwell Chingono, hopwell Mkusha, hopwell, ane mazita anozachi, ropo Chingono futi, ane three kamazita.
The person's question was, why is this person saying these things against you? And Simba sounds sincere and genuine. I'll repeat.
Yeah, so that's why I said I think hot seat if you could hold food code, let the person come through. I don't think it's fair to people's ears. Ngawauye, please text them, please. Vauye pana papa and bring their head and speak. And they should also speak with their real names, and I will gladly answer. Okay, and also just wanted to maybe as I to ask in passing that I'm not an ordinary journalist. I am an investigator of serious wrongdoing. Okay, kwete manga, and we're talking here high level crimes. This is what I do. This is what I get contracted for. This is what even countries have contracted me for. We're not talking about just media companies here. So whoever would say that should bring their head out and those.
So
Thank you.
So that's very powerful. So which means basically the people who are inboxing, which means they actually know your credentials, because some of us we don't know that.
Absolutely, yeah. So I think they should just come through.
Please read it through. Not very appropriate.
You know what? The thing is, if I decide what to say and what not to say, people will be like, Simba is paying me. No,
no, it's good.
Message about you. Would you like me reading it out?
Can I also ask something to Nkoma Simba there? Nkoma Simba, do you remember when you are the first person to write something about me, like on your website on Team I, when you reported that I joined opposition because of Trump.
Okay, we're not.
Let's feedback. Eagle, please wait. Eagle, there's feedback. We can't hear anything. Eagle.
Personally nevanhu vakati wandei panapa mungati trick. Kutaura nezvageza. Let's move.
Okay. Right. Who is next here?
It's okay.
Yeah, we've got someone on video called the Hub. The Hub. The Hub. If you're here, you can speak, and if not, then you might as well be silent forever.
Maita kuti ndikangano zvanaishida kufunza Joy. Joy waita lucky.
Nkoma Simba. Zumai.
Hello.
Do you still remember that?
M31, please respect us. This is the last time I'm telling you right now. Right now,
I'm
Simba has
sorry.
got somebody on video. Listen. Okay? Murai. Put your speaker on mute. All right? Respecting you, don't do that.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
M-
Let's
M-
respect what's going on right now.
Okay, MM the hub. Are you here? You ready? MM the hub, you can turn on your microphone. Okay, MM the hub. Okay, so we will let you off then. Tokusiai MM the hub. Right. Okay, so co-host who is next year? And by the way, Zimbabweans, join the WhatsApp channel, the WhatsApp link. That we will be dropping my updates for you. Okay. Right. Okay. Where we've got here.
Thank you, Simba. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Apologies. M31 is not disrespect to you, but please respect the space. Never think we are more important than you. No, we are all equal. In fact, we are beneath you because we are honored to even host everybody here. So please just always remember that. Okay, it's just an honor to have everybody on this space. So just you lashing out here. Everybody's pissed off, everybody's angry, but you must, when you're in a space, let's just respect everyone. Let's respect everybody. Everyone is pissed off, we all have a lot to say, but let's respect each other in that space. So with that being said, Bobs, are you there?
I just want to say I found white people. I did. It's sugar cane. Sugar cane. That's the only thing that's white. It's sugar cane. Remove Monoyo. No, why?
Just trick me. Sorry, I think you entered the wrong space. That was weird. I don't understand what I don't know what that was.
Right. Panama Funza, hot seat. There's someone who asked here and said, vendors, Simba, you said vendors selling sweets are more powerful than Geza. Yes, I said it. Vasamaringa munogona kupinda papa. If you wanna take the microphone and ask me, yes, I have proven it that the vendors selling sweets are actually way more powerful and arguably even way more smarter than military generals.
Oh yeah. Please. Sorry, Simba. Sorry,
Agreed.
I just remembered what I needed to respond to Joy about. Can I come through?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Right. Hi, Joy. You mentioned Nyaya Bridget Nyandoro and others, and you said that, ZANU PF, these people, they're leaning to ZANU. They've always been like that, something like that, and something came to mind. Kuti aiwaka Bridget Nyandoro before abudisa nyaya dzake ana kuselection na Chamisa ne team dzake. That had nothing to do with ZANU PF. I don't even think Kuti Geza was part of the selection committee because yakanzi bereka mwana shikanzi tichasarudza vana vanhu. And remember, Chamisa is the one who announced the appointment of for them to then end up in parliament. It was Chamisa who, it's a long story of how they got there, right? And obviously Anna, Bridget and others have spoken about it. But he was the one who put them there, right? And I think so you can't blame that on ZANU PF, to be honest with you. And the fact the fact you're going to ZANU PF, was it not because Vakaramba could resign, Uyupaka resigner, and then it became a reason for them to be now considered Vasiri loyal to Nelson Chamisa? And don't you think ZANU PF as a political outfit would definitely take advantage of a situation where it looks like they've been ousted? And now Panama reports my extension, my councillors, my MPs, they would have extend to this year and that year. Don't you think these are some of the reasons? Because obviously my citizens, you showed them, Kuti, I'm going to resign na Chamisa. you should resign and leave parliament. Therefore, Murima sellouts. You already gave
If
these
an
people
almond
names.
came with sugar cane, it would be
You,
like
you
sugar
already,
water.
come on,
It would
guys,
be
can
so
you remove
sweet.
that
Y'all
person?
be lappy dappy.
You gave them those positions, mega. And then you ended up saying because you didn't resign, it means you're sellout. So you gave them the title of sellout yourselves. So is it surprising that they're now selling out?
Can I respond to that? I think we are on the same page on this one, Salan, because the point that I was making is that for those that are looking at Geza and saying, look, I'm not going to listen to anything that this man is saying because he is ZANU-PF. And then I was using the examples of Anna Bridget Nyandoro to look at how ZANU-PF took advantage of people that were from Triple C. They used them to their advantage. So we can also use Geza to our advantage, even though he is genuinely. That's the point I was making.
No, that makes sense. That makes sense. As long as Muchizaja Murukumushandira for, right?
Yes, to defend the Constitution.
What exactly are we benefiting?
Are you ready to speak,
Because it doesn't
M-Hub?
look like we're in control.
M-Hub.
Yeah.
M-Hub.
What are we benefiting from the stay away?
Yeah, because what I'm saying is, like if
Just
when
hold
you're
up.
saying Kuti, ZANU-PF took advantage, right? They took advantage because an opening was given, and they did it for their benefit. Now, by us saying Kuti Tukushanso Geza, how are we using him? Because he's the one with all the cards. It's still him using us.
Yeah, but then Arkuti Shandisa, it's a win-win situation, right? Maybe the win will be more on his side, but for us as citizens, it's we definitely know that we will get a chance to defend our constitution, right? Because a factional fights in ZANU-PF always work. There is an advantage there if you want to look at it. There is something there for us, the citizens. And this time around, it gives us an opportunity to defend our constitution. In Inango, I'm just wondering, let's say, for example, we fold our hands and say, this is between two factions, Udoguru and 2030 East, right? And then the Mnangagwa faction has got the muscle now that we can see. And they proceed to make the amendments that they want to make in the constitution. What next for us? Are you saying, Kuti, we should just watch this thing from a distance and allow them do whatever they want to do?
No. I said to Chief Shoshe earlier, I don't know if you were here at the time, about how we need to, the way we take advantage of this situation is to allow Geza to do what he's doing, whether he gets support or not. But also while ZANU is distracted, in the background, if you understand what I mean. We have to deal with the legalities of certain motions and things like that. Do you understand what I mean? My electoral reforms, because if this is to ever go to a referendum, they can do it like that. Do you get me? So all these things are not being looked at. It's like the main focus is just on Geza, as if they're not other avenues which should be looked at. Geza speaks about the MPs getting Mastens in land. Nemari, right? He says they're being bribed. As someone like Geza, who said that the army and other people in ZANU-PF are behind him, are you telling me he doesn't have the same money to bribe them back? Pesa pane to bribe, pane higher bidder. Do you understand what I mean? He's not a saint, so why isn't he doing that? If he truly is got the support, no one is asking him these crucial questions about why is he not? It doesn't help for him to tell us things we already know. Because everything that Geza has told us is things we know. He talks about the medical condition of the current president of Zimbabwe. He says he's got the evidence. Post it, Ka. Have you ever seen Geza posting anything? ZANU-PF never posts anything because they do it for their benefit. They might tell you something, but they don't give you the evidence. So even if you were to argue that Geza said this in a recording, there's no actual evidence that he was saying things that are factual.
Have you noticed how Geza doesn't give you evidence of the things he speaks about, and yet he was higher up the ranks in ZANU-PF. He says he's got information, he shares information, but information without evidence. Why is look, opposition is always talking about how ZANU-PF is like this, ZANU-PF has done that. They've never had the evidence. Who's muting me?
Sorry, it was a mistake. I don't know what's happening. Solani, can you hear me? Okay. Hello?
I can hear you.
I was muted, sorry.
No, sorry. It was me by mistake. It was telling me to unmute everyone, so I was pressing it, but it was just, I think it was giving.
Okay.
That was weird. Okay,
so I was just saying as I'm landing that why doesn't he ever give out evidence of the things he says? He should be the first person to dish out this stuff. But I feel he's got an end game, and the entire thing of that, even if you want to say you are using him, you can't use him. ZANU-PF, you don't use them. They've been at this for quite some time. So he's definitely using you. You think you may have the upper hand, but you don't. He's obviously playing a game here. He's obviously securing himself. And the danger is, if you citizens participated in this, you're the ones in trouble. Right now, the 100 and so are incarcerated. Blessed Mklanga is still in incarceration. And every time Geza mentions Blessed Mklanga or the others arrested, he prolongs their stay in prison. That's the honest truth. So I don't know. You might think you're using them, but they'll be using you instead.
So, Bosolani, do you think that, Khalifa, I see you there. We're going to add you. Just one question for Bosolani. Bosolani, so do you believe that Geza is actually bait for the government, and this is just only to just bring out enemies of the state to make it more solid? Thank you.
Geza is playing his card. I think Geza is in it for himself. That's the honest truth. Whether you want to call him bait.
Do you think he's part of the state? No, do you think is he part of the state? Like, what's going on? Because he's part of the central.
He is part of, he has never told you Kut is not ZANU. Geza had told you from the start he's ZANU-PF. Geza has never denounced his ZANU-PF ship. Other people like Anamai Mjuru ended up opening their own political parties and whatnot, right? Geza has never done that. He's even saying that he wants a ZANU-PF leader, but he just doesn't want the current leader, right? And so anything that he's doing right now is definitely playing to the advantage of ZANU-PF, whichever leadership he wants, not for the citizenry. He talks about people are suffering, but you'll actually find out in the coming days or months that he's actually the one who's going to increase the suffering of citizens in the name of we are doing this because we want to get rid of President Emerson Mnangagwa. So you're just going to have to watch and see, I guess. But I see him as a villain in all of this. He's not a savior.
All right, thank you very much. Khalifa, hang on, Joy. Just give us a second. Sorry, Khalifa has been holding for like a very long time. Khalifa, you can go ahead, and then we can give Joy. Go ahead.
Okay, I was talking about this Geza guy is standing with the people. You see, like people might ignore him, like he's telling like lies or everything, like you say, but people should stand with Geza because he's the one who is like seeing everything that is happening within this corrupt government, you see. So if they cannot support him, just leave them, because by the end of this year, people are gonna see like what is going on, like what is Geza is fighting for, you see. Like if you get sick right now, if you go to the hospital, you would like start supporting Geza from the point like everything is being going on. That's my point.
Can I respond to the brother briefly?
Okay. Yeah.
I was gonna say, Geza angakundwe na investigative journalist vakaudza vanhu kuti ndawana macancer machines, ndawana chakuti ndawana chi. Right now, tutara nyaya hospitals. Why is it Geza ari kutadza kuprovide even maparacetamol kuma hospital? Kana ari munhu wekuti muzanu ende ane all these people vanomusupport in ZANU-PF. Why isn't he showing us the better side of what they can do as ZANU-PF outfit? Hapana kana chaari kutomboproducer chekuti ungati pane at least aita something. Even kufeeda vanhu vari mujeri
who went to protest for him. There's no food that he's giving to them. And and you say Kuti is there for the people. He said he would get Blessed Mutlanga released with immediate effect. Immediate effect, last for 60 plus days. Munanguri Mcheri. Tell me one thing that Geza has done. Even Pano mentioned out Vanarukutambura so. He is there to support you. Right now, I'm living in comfort somewhere. Every time you not a video, not patetwa decoration, murum yarugutaura nayo. Not munaka gari gaga. Iwe urugara pai. Muimba ine pranga. Come on now.
All right, Solani, sorry. I have a message for you. Sorry. It's for Solani, sorry.
I hope I has my insults. I'm not tolerating any insults anymore.
Yeah, I'm actually choosing the words wisely. Sorry. Nancy, hang on. Khalifa, sorry, can you just mute your mic just like maybe 30 seconds? It's very fast. But yeah, it says, we understand where Bosolani stands because she has been a beneficiary of the system, okay? A beneficiary of the system and so forth. And that's why, she speaks the way she does. Okay, I can't read that stuff. Okay, Nancy, okay, she's a beneficiary of the system.
My insults in
No, but just wait. I'm trying to respect. I'm trying to be respectful. And okay, so Bosolani is a beneficiary of the system, and she's speaking like this because she does not understand poverty. She's coming here with a high horse, and she understands nothing that she's talking about. We are actually very insulted. We are very insulted with her speech. She pretends as if she is part of us when she is not. And she's benefited, and she's there in England, riding on a high horse. Please stop giving her so much of a voice. Okay.
Right. Isu tinobva kumbare. Hatina basa neunobva kumabvuku. Pedzerana ikoko. This thing about I'm a beneficiary of the system. Saka because babangu akarwira nyika ndizvo zvinokuti I'm a beneficiary of the system. I've done more to fight for Zimbabwe ndiri kudiaspora kwacho kunoko than you did from the day you were hatched from your mother's womb. So if I were you, get your facts straight. And if you want to talk to me, stop sending messages because you know what adds out, you're a coward. Speak to me directly.
All right, thank you so much for that response. All right, Tapazo, do you want to go ahead? Oh, sorry, Joy. I had said you're going to go ahead and then Tapazo. Do you want to read back Joy and then we can go ahead to Tapazo? Okay, I think she's not there. Tapazo, are you there? Tapazo, hello?
Hello.
Okay. Yeah,
Hello.
yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Mukoma, the feedback is so bad. Like, we can't hear you properly. There's like a feedback. If you're using my earphones, maybe Marty say, we can't hear you clearly. It'll catch. All right. Okay, Khalifa.
Okay, I want you to answer like Bongo Shibunza this case. I like with the people who are Guita for his own benefit. Like, yes, I need Kumona one to Guita. Yes, I feel a pain one. Like, at this moment, I'm second Akimira one direct because I know expose Aki location if it tries to like to give a yen from Washington with Alpha or those like Bagabat that he protested. One is it was like when I stage Papa Zumbo Addis is stage is like he's hiding and there are some big wigs behind him. Don't anyone who will be right behind Geza. Nobody could facilitate everything that we like. Can you believe with Geza systems about if we can argue about that or Some say he's not in Zimbabwe, but me, I really think Geza is in Zimbabwe and he's being protected by big officials in Zimbabwe, so which are pushing for this agenda. And then for me, will push this thing. And but at the moment it's like
my brother, the pain yanogona achifila Geza arthritis, sangana nezera rake. Not the suffering of the people. Where was he in 2023? Pamakaenda my elections. Even before that, 2018 and all these years, he was quiet. Now it's his own pain for the treatment. Saka takusapota vanhu based on magrudge avanoita nevamwe. There's a serious problem there.
Tingati magrudge like iona munhu zvaari munhu wekuti he's been around those guys like pane nguva yekuti havabvumi zvokutaura vanhu like to express their own feelings like you can see kuti paakatanga kuzviexpressa he was expelled haana kungopiwa nguva akabva atongonzi he's like a terrorist like he's treasonous anofanira kutongotongerwa like death because munhu aikupikisa hurumende but munhu aona zviri kuitika.
Remember, akataura platform ya Blessed Mutlanga way before Patombeta this last uyu inonzi interview yakaita na Blessed Mutlanga yakazomusungisa. He's been saying a lot of things way before achisiwa akadaro haana kana kumbobudiswa muzano. Is the time yakatanga kuchitaura kuti ndikuda kuti president ava vabve ndiise wangu wandikuda ende isusu nekuti takatorerwa mafamu hatina kupiwa mari hatina kupiwa maposition. He was that selfishness. How do you follow someone agara kudza kuti inini ndiri kuzviita because of zvinhu zvandisina kuwana inini and I deserve it. Patori nerecording chaitsvaga ndoiposta pamusoro apo. Achitointerviewa na Blessed Mutlanga achitaura kuti tikutoda kutodyawo tikutoda kutotongawo. Really? That no. You can't use the pain of the people because iwewe uri wakuda kuchiziva kuti no vanhu ndevekuitiswa rega nditaure zvinovatacha my emotions zvinoraisa my emotions avo knowing fully well he was part and parcel of that for 40 plus years. Geza said nothing for 40 plus years. Wozotanga kutaura nekuti zvamurwadza iye. We cannot be following people who are that selfish.
Well, let's thank you very much, Salani. Let's hear what others are saying so that we're not overpowering our views on one person in one direction. It's important to get others in, and
okay,
yeah, and we need to start.
I just want to compliment you. Sorry, I just want to thank everyone here being here, and also for Simba. It's not easy. This guy is very humble. Simba is a very humble individual. It's not easy. Imagine I'm a co-host and he allows me to bring questions against him, and he's so humble. Guys, like this is not TV. This is not made up. This is real life right now that's happening here, and it's just genuine because he's genuine and he looks for genuine individuals. So and everybody here is speaking their mind. Pachokwa di chavo, right? Pachokwa di chavo. And so I just want to say this. I want to appreciate Simba, and I know it's hard even for me because I was very prejudiced against him before it because I was just like, but why would you have a problem with somebody who's trying to fight, and so forth. But then the more we understand him, the more we respect him. So I just want us to appreciate him.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Space. And imagine. Everybody's always against you, but you're always there. You're always there, alive. And on that line, maybe 1,000 people are against you, right? So we just have to appreciate his space. We're not saying, oh, we're appreciating Simba and then we can't speak against him. No, we're appreciating him that he's availing his time. It's not easy hosting spaces for 5 or 6 or 7 hours when you could have things to do and he's not even getting paid. No one is going to give him a cent. When he says, guys, can you please sponsor to Zimai, even subscribe for $5, you don't do it, right? But he's still here. So let's just respect that part. Because you guys go to work, but he is here. When you're at work and you're saying, you know what, I'm bored, I'm a shift, Simba's here.
But
So thank you
host,
very much.
I think you want to make up for the question you're simple inappropriate.
No, I think it was important. Not to be frank with you, I think it was important for that question to be said. But what I just wanted was for the individual to come on video or on audio, excuse me, at least, because then you see I will be able to respond, and I love it when people tell me, Simba, this is fake news. Then we can, yeah, thank you.
The thing is, I think a lot of people here, they don't know me, but I think you know me obviously, but others don't. Hot Seat, we have a platform of over 1.6 million people who are not here on this space for. So people trust they trust and they have confidence in me, right? So those people who write here, they know I'm being genuine. So when they inbox me, they just know I'm just gonna bring it as it is. It's hard for me to read some of that stuff, but I'm just like, if I don't read it,
no, we need to have a society. We need to have no, we need to have a society. We need to have a society where everyone is questioned. For anything.
Not rudely, somewhat.
Well, of course, yeah. But what I'm just saying.
Inbox, but you know what is punished. Offensive. No, we don't tolerate that. So your people should know better.
Sorry, was I rude?
No, you read the rude thing, and then we thought it's a question. Yet I'm getting my insults, and I told you off for it, didn't I?
Hello, Simba. Hello, can I please talk to you? Can I share? Because I've been listening throughout.
Oh, I see. Okay, who is this, by the way? Oh, sorry, Destiny. Okay, yeah, shoot. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Kosinati.
Oh, Kosinati. Okay, yeah, shoot. Yes. I shoot Kosinati. Kosilate. Yeah.
Thank you so much. The hostess she's very humble and she knows what she's talking about. And Salani, you've got points, but they've got loopholes as well because people are really, really angry out there. So what do you suggest? This question is directed to you. With all these that you've just brought forward.
Did you first say that I've got points and then I've got no points?
I said you've got points, but you're leaving some loopholes within the points that you bring forth. Okay. We want to understand, where do you stand? Do you stand with the mass, or you're just standing as an individual looking from afar, seeing from afar the problem that this revolution is going to bring forth. You're foreseeing what the revolution is going to bring forth. You are also noticing that this Geza thing is just, there's more to it. It's just a facade. There's more to it than what meets the eye. So I wanted to find out from you, because I'm just confused, because last time I was listening to you, you were behind the revolution, you were behind Geza.
Don't lie.
Can I please finish?
No, don't lie using my name. I've never been in support of him. Ever.
Can I please finish? I've been listening to you. Can I please finish? I'm not debating. I just want to understand, where do you stand as Salami? That's my question. Then I'll continue.
Yeah, first and foremost.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so we're gonna give Bosolani the mic. Thank you very much, Kosolani. Bosolani, please may nobody interrupt her. It's very difficult when you guys interrupt. It brings feedback. Thank you very much. Bosolani, taking the mic. Thank you.
Hallelujah. First and foremost, I'm not sure who the speaker is, so I can't.
I'm Koslati.
Okay. Right. First and foremost, I find it very offensive that you would say something I've never said. I've never supported Geza. I've been very, very open about that. Simbachikanza, Hot Seat, and other platforms I've been on, chucked out. I've made that very clear, and I've said uncomfortable truth all along. So that's the first thing that I don't like. People saying something I never said, or saying that I support someone that I don't. Where I stand is not as an individual. If it was about being an individual, trust me, I should have been wealthy by now. But no, do things because I don't just think about myself, but I think about others. I'm in the diaspora, but guess what? When I speak, I'm picturing myself in someone else's position who's in Zimbabwe. And having said that, I also have got people I know, loved ones and all sorts, who still reside in Zimbabwe, who I still support every single day. So when it comes to the hospitals not working, when it comes to the roads having potholes, when it comes to accidents, when it comes to this, it meets my end of month bill. So I'm very much concerned about what's happening in our country. And when I speak, also understand this. I've been a campaigner for decades now. I know that decades, 1 decade in a couple of years, right? And now, but I've been campaigning, somebody knows this, for Zimbabwe, and even though they're abroad. So it's never been about myself, it's been about others. And when I'm seeing things, I've got I'm a political analyst where I read the situation. I read what is being said by an individual. I read the things that they don't say to you. I look at all that and then I come to myself and with a conclusion and say, where is this going to go? I am not the type of now Honeywell because at one point they thought President Idi Mnangagwa would give them some sort of position, and then when Chamisa came along, they thought that Chamisa would give them a position, and when they don't get those positions, they shift and they start to talk negatively about each and every one of the ones I've mentioned. I am a person who's got nothing in this. I've got no skin or any payments that I get. But what I am assessing is what a decision by one individual means for the rest of the masses. I think this is where our leadership does not look at it. It's about, as long as I get my way, as long as I get the support, therefore I'm going to run with it. Whatever happens to the citizens, I've got nothing to do with it. I'm not like that. Because when something happens, you come back to us and you want to go fund me. So I'm not going to come here and be quiet about that. I'm going to tell you the risks. I'm going to mention them. And if I tell you that if you go into a protest when Geza, after there's a burning of vehicles a couple of days before and is calling for you to enter the streets, and I tell you to think about the 1st of August where there was a burning of vehicles and properties and Zimbabweans were killed, I'm reminding you of history that has happened. I'm not forming something in your head or lying to you. I'm asking you to think back. I'm asking you to be careful. And then when I see a person like ZANU-PF from ZANU-PF, who has obviously told you that their ZANU, has not denounced their ZANU-PF ship, and then they're coming through and they tell you that because I did not receive a position, because I did my cars and my vehicle, my land and money was not given to us, therefore now I'm going to go against the current leader of ZANU-PF or president of Zimbabwe, and I want to put someone else from ZANU-PF into that fold. And we've been saying all along that ZANU-PF must go. Why am I not going to remind you of the things that you said way back then? If you say ZANU-PF must go, it means the whole outfit must go. You don't get to then say, oh, Geza will keep you, because he's still ZANU-PF. He hasn't even mentioned that there's any opposition player that he's willing to put as a leader or to advocate for them to be a leader so that there can be a change in the governance. Who doesn't know that the reason why we are facing these problems is because of misgovernance from ZANU-PF? Who doesn't know that? Who doesn't understand that? So if I tell you that you following this man means that you are also a liar. Everything you've been calling and saying the ZANU-PF is corrupt, you've never meant it.
All right, so only 30 seconds and land.
I'm about to land. What you just wanted was a change of face, but you've always liked dictatorship. You've always wanted ZANU-PF in power. This is what I speak to. So if I do that, then fair enough. It's your opinion and I don't force you. That's the difference between me and your leaders. I don't force you to listen to what I have to say. And guess what? And those who've got ears to listen to what I have to say will understand me. But I understand, just like Jesus Christ came to save people, there's some people who will never be saved, no matter what you say. And I'm happy with that, but I'm going to play my role as far as I can.
No, Salani, I'm not crucifying you, but here we're having a debate as educated people. I just wanted to hear your side of the story, side of where you stand as an individual, because to me it sounded like you're standing on a juxtaposition. That's why I asked you. But right now, you analyzed everything. You said everything properly. I do understand what you're saying, and yeah, thank you for explaining. I'm okay with that now. My next question is directed to Simba Chikanza. Simba, so pertaining the issue of
All right, we can't hear you anymore, Kosilante. We can't hear you anymore. I think there's a problem with your microphone. We can't hear you anymore. So we need to move on because it's getting very late. So we want to just make sure everybody has a
Yes,
time
I think we're gonna need to start rolling down. I'm getting a wee bit too tired now. I have to be frank, and I think we need to.
Can I just say to Kosilate that I'm appreciative of him with this question and also the way he received my response. I think if we can have more Africans like him or Zimbabweans, I will go very far. So thank you, my brother.
All right, so okay, so we're gonna just try and get 15 minutes. We're rounding off, and then obviously it's getting very late. Tomorrow's another day. It's the same lit. We're gonna be there on the ground, and we're gonna be here. So Joy, you've been raising your hand for a very long time, and we're gonna have Tafadzwa. So we're gonna have Joy, Tafadzwa, and then Mambo. If you have anything to say, thank you very much. Joy, take the mic. Thank you very much. All right, thank you for the opportunity. Co-host, can you hear me? Yeah, we can hear you. You can go ahead. All right. So I just wanted to conclude. I think every Zimbabwean can agree at this point that the country is in need of some type of intervention. There is need for some type of intervention in the way that the current state of things, right? And at the moment, Geza represents that. I don't think that the kind of reports that we are getting from Zimbabwe are inspiring at all. If anything, they're getting worse and worse and worse. In the hospitals, you get a bad report. The stadiums, you get a bad report. The way that the finances are being run, you get a bad report. Salani was saying that Geza doesn't have any evidence of the things that he claims people are doing or have got plans of doing. I want to take you back to one of his addresses, right? I'm not quite sure if it was the second one or the third one. He mentioned that, Tagire has got aspirations of being president. And I think 2 days after that, we actually saw reports of our provincial executive had recommended or co-opted him to become a central committee member. And those are steps towards presidency. And also, yesterday he spoke about Zimbabwe, the Speaker of Parliament, Udenda, making the Constitution. And we saw that. And also, I don't think Kuti Maynard Manyowa is a content creator. He showed us the paper trail of Chigananda Wicknell that Comrade Geza was talking about. So there are real issues at hand that we are being affected by as a people. And we do need that intervention. So Dekota Anzi Geza is working with the current regime. There's nothing in there for us. I honestly think that that is it. I think we need him at this point because we all know we've got a leadership crisis at the moment. I mean, as citizenry. So there is need for us to support Geza. I don't think he's coming really from a selfish place initially, but now I think we can use him to our advantage. Thank you. Thank you very much. Tipaja, can you go ahead, please?
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
you can go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry, Joy. I just wanted to just pass a very, very short word of caution. Be very careful of Maynard Manyowa, who we've just mentioned there, Be very careful. And I had to say that because he's not the one who showed you the paper trail of Wigno Chivayo. No, those were reports that were published by other journalists, and they were released by the Financial Intelligence in South Africa. Manyoa is an agent of Vanamuchangwa. He is an agent, he's an official agent of Shepherd Bushiri. Official. You can Google this. He's actually the spokesman of this fraud fugitive called Shepherd Bushiri. He even speaks for Shepherd Bushiri officially. He is also a published mentee of Hubert Angel. Like, you know what I mean by that? Someone who tells you that the person who mentored him is the gold mafia Hubert Angel. So I'm hoping that you understand the context in which he operates, and when he released that Muchangwa audio, what was the agenda? I just had to caution you there. Whenever you see anything Chamainad Manyoa, put Shepherd Bushiri, his boss, put Hubert Angel, and also put the Jiganandas that he is. I wanted to tell you that he is the only person, him and Hopewell, but he is the only person who posed as a journalist during the Motlanthe Commission, the shootings, to cover up for the shootings for Mnangagwa. So whenever you see anything there, be very careful that you don't take it as content from a journalist. Is something else. It's playing multiple roles that appear as if he's informing you, but he is extremely dangerous in that sense. Someone who wakes up in the morning and this is what he does. And I'm hoping that it helps. So next time Pamunota Arakuma Spaces, you need to know who he is. The person that he says mentors him, Hubert Angel, is anti-journalism. He announces that my journalists must be hunted down at night at their homes and killed. And even that statement that he mentioned of this person that he was claiming is a journalist who was killed in Zimbabwe, that guy, just Google, just check for yourself who that person was. And you check the life, even his social media life, you notice that that fella was not even a journalist. He was just a bully online, well known for doing that. He was actually a Chigananda. This is what he was known for, boasting about cars, boasting about owning cars. Used to tell Vanuariku diaspora, Guti Mimi, you are poor, you should come back home. Is that journalism? So you need to, these people, some of these people, be very careful, particularly Maynard Manyoa. He is extremely, extremely dangerous. Remember, Bushiri and Hubert are those type of prophets who later on they come up on video and they will announce that so-and-so has died because they went against the prophet, when it's actually them who will have done it. And then they come and they start claiming that the person died because because of the accurate prophecy. So
Simba, I have a question for you, Simba. Sorry,
yeah, sure, shoot
in my inbox.
Shoot it.
There's a question for you.
Yeah.
They say, is Simba from Zimai willing, if there was a neutral platform, to be to speak with Hopewell, Maynard, and
Makumberero who?
I don't know. They said
I've always been willing. Who is this person? Can they show their name and their face? Who doesn't know that I always talk?
It literally was. It's like it says posted as anonymous.
Oh no! If it's anonymous, I think I would just ignore it, because that person is trying to create a picture that's not what it is. I am the only. I'm one of the few, if not the only, journalist who is always accessible at any time to be even harassed, and I've always done that. That's why you see my name.
So for the benefit of a doubt,
so that's not even a question. That's not a question. It's not a question. It's not a question I should even answer, because this person, number one, is anonymous, and what they're throwing there also is it's impossible for anyone to even imagine that I can't talk, because I've always been there. If there's anything that that these Ziganandas have been doing, it is to block me on platforms, to remove me on platforms when I'm speaking. So it's just utter nonsense. It's not even worth reading, whatever that is. And I know it is Hopewell who has done that. It's a shame. It's really a shame that people who munofunga kuti public
I remember there was a time when Honeywell was on a space, and then you would ask him questions, and then you'd say, "Oh, that's not a question for this platform." So what makes you think you answer questions?
No,
when you are
block.
now
I was
face to
actually
face?
blocked. I was removed. I was banned. And this is just nonsense. Kana Ari Hopewell, it's very simple. Kana Ari Hopewell, very simple. My questions are still there. They are stuck out there. They are very, very simple questions, and they relate to things that he himself has published about himself. So I don't go against people for any reason. Kungoti ndinoita go against you, andina time yekuwesta yakadaro. The issue is very simple. Hopewell, you changed your name 3 times in the space of just 48 hours, 48 months, 2 years. You change your name 3 times. You've got 3 IDs. A man who, unless if you're saying you're gay and you married someone, but you've got IDs that you've published yourself. And you also claimed that you bought a house from a cab's mortgage. Your first home from a cab's mortgage is 60,000, and it was never UK money. When you yourself later on come up and you say, no, it was actually British money. So all I just want from you, Mr. Chingono, reveal the name of the British dealership that you bought that car, reveal kuti ndiani ne address yachona. Those are anything else. I want to know your background, and I also want to know you must also explain what you did to your headmaster in 1989, your headmaster who you lied to so that you could enter into Marlborough High. I've listed your whole life practically based on what you have published, mostly what you have published, but particularly the money issues, Opal, because you've shown that you're not practicing real journalism. You're practicing something else. You're covering up. You're using journalism to cover up simple things about money and about identity fraud. And you also lied about Mary Chiwenga, someone who ended up getting amputated. You would publish that you met her. You would even publish quotes after stealing her identity, her name, identity details, and then you publish. So you need to just respond to these basics. Cheta ndina time yekuwesta. Vamwe vacho navo vana Maynard has gotten people killed in Zimbabwe. He works for Bushiri. He claims he doesn't. It's public. He's always all over. He also works for Hubert Anjo. This and the issues about what he said when he got people killed during the Motlanthe Commission, what he has been saying up to now for Bushiri, covering up for Bushiri, covering up for Hubert Anjo, and even publicizing Hubert Anjo as his mentor. So he must explain. So what type of he's practicing Hubert Anjolism. That's what these people are very, very, it's very simple. What is there? Story published. So these people, these characters just need to respond to these are basics. And it's all been published. So there's nothing that's been put out there that is opinion. I'm hoping that I've explained there. And it's whoever is sent out, Ziri anonymous, shame on you. I mean, really, you must be ashamed of yourself. If you're genuine, just say it out, because I'm always out there. I stick my head out, and that's what accountability should be about. Accountability is about you explaining yourself what you did. And Hopo, you've divided society. You've harassed a lot of women particularly. Unaenda kuma inbox go akazi claiming that you're doing journalism on them. You went to Jean Gasho 10 years ago when she was doing a witness in a prosecution, and then later on you wanted sex from her, someone who is at a rape trial. Is that journalism? Your journalism here. These are just
sorry, somebody. Yeah. Just going forward, I just need your permission. I just want to know.
Yeah, if it's about Hopewell, if it's If
No,
it's a, yeah.
should I read? Should I read inbox messages from unnamed people on your platform?
Sorry, can I just
want to
ask something to Hot Seat and Simba?
Yeah.
So you guys are broadcasting this space to other platforms, right? So, and the comments you're getting are from people who are anonymous most of the time, Dizo.
Yeah, most of the time it's just like just random names.
Yeah, so I think you should also be considerate when you're asking the questions. I mean, no, this is not appropriate. I mean, Simba is the host of the space. So, like, if I'm hosting a space, I would not tolerate a situation where questions are being asked which have got nothing to do with Geza issue. Oppo is not here, right? What does that have to do with where we're going with this conversation?
Yeah,
the host of the space decides where we go, and you as co-host are supposed to assist him in the job that he's doing. So I think you need to also be thinking about the questions that you're getting in your inbox. Are they relevant to why we're here? Or they are just people trying to get at Simba for whatever reason and get at other speakers here for whatever ulterior motives they have. You need to start discerning that.
Yeah, I think yeah, the real issue about Oppo is he has proved to be an identity scammer, period. And he doesn't want to be accountable. And you know, there are a lot of people, a lot of Zimbabweans who have been involved in crime, who've stopped doing crime, who are contributing well to society. No one will condemn you because of what you did. Yeah, but of course, if you continue doing before and you continue taking people's details, private details and the like, and then you're harassing people and you're dividing society. You know, people will ask you your background because people want to know what your agenda is, period. Yeah, and everyone should be background checks. The same thing as a person who's working in a hospital, as a nurse or as a doctor. Background yake. There's no exception to whoever it is. The kind of accountability that we're demanding from politicians, the accountability that we demand from pilots, okay, or bus drivers or train drivers, is the same accountability we demand of community leaders, influencers, even social media socialites. Yeah, it's accountability. Yeah, but there's only one person who's really been really damaging to society in Zimbabwe, and it's very sad. I mean, I was really saddened that the person that we were supporting just a few years ago, because I personally genuinely believe that Oppo at that time was arrested and he was a victim. And, you know, genuinely supporting and helpful as well, giving time, listening. You know, it's very sad to see that this person is the one who is not accountable at all, who is the most intolerant and the most unaccountable person, just failing to answer, and you know, just failing to answer basics, you know, so that society goes. And you know, sitting down there and then mainly, Hopewell, you encourage people to engage in airport sabotage, like what you did to Jennifer Banyure. People should watch the documentary Jennifer Banyure last year, hacking Gatwick Airport. What type of journalist is that? You even post on social media. You tell people to engage in airport security sabotage. You do it on social media, and you call yourself a journalist. Hey, what do we need? Yeah. 2 people were misled by Hopper last year. One at Heathrow on 28th, 29 April.
Because they'll say, but you're now turning the space into that.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Let me just close with this. Yeah, accountability. Period. Let me just leave it. We're talking about Geza here. We're not talking about a daddy character who has got 3 IDs.
It's okay. Thank you so much, Simba. Sorry about that. I definitely, I know I have a lot of messages in my inbox, and I just want to say, the fact that I'm here, it means Kuti Simba is genuine, because everybody can see Kuti. I don't take any side, and I'm sorry about that, but I just need to say that to show people that you're not what people say that you are. And for the question in my inbox, I'm going to follow on that. To be honest, I'm gonna tell you the truth right now. I'm gonna follow that lead. That the person who said, Kuti, would you be willing to be
in a neutral space with them, because I think this just needs to end one and for all. I'm definitely going to be in a space where I'm going to try and find out you, Hopper, Marco, and I mean all those people they mentioned. I'm going to just, if it's neutral, if you know, I'm going to try to do that. But I know that was not the space for. This is not the point. It's about
No,
Geza and so
there's
forth.
always I've
happens
always
when
been Simba Chikanza, just so that you know, Simba Chikanza has always been
interested in something else.
Simba Chikanza has always been in neutral spaces. He has even been in spaces where these Chiganandas are hosting, and he has been blocked.
Because Simba Hopa has actually said that he's called you out and you've kept quiet. I remember him saying
no. Well, you believe that, and you actually believe that.
I'm not sure. I'm just trying to just say that.
Simba has been threatened with being sued, but has never been sued.
Ngaprove izvozvo. Inini nyaya with Hopo, actually I don't have any social media thing. I want Hopo in court. Because Hopewell violated my work. He went to Al Jazeera, my previous employer. He went there. In actual fact, he wasn't really my employer. We had a contract, a business-to-business contract. Went there, and he started claiming that he was investigating before he was investigator of gold mafia. When this fella was just a thug. This fella was just posing out there, falsely claiming that he did an investigation. So no, not even that. That whole project was mine anyway from the onset. But my point is, what he did to go there and then start claiming what he was false. This man has always been a thug. He never did any reporting against gold mafia. If there's anything that he did, he actually sabotaged my sources over my documentary. He is an imposter, and what I actually want from him is an affidavit. So I just social media. I've been there. I've been on social media for 3 years, and what he has simply been doing, which he has done, he has blocked all my accounts. But my basic questions. This fella is a scammer. Hopewell is a daylight scammer. Sadly, it's very sad. So I don't have anything about Hopewell, anything at all. Alonzo Maynard is a worse scammer, or they're together anyway. They've been doing all this. And great for him. He has managed to fool a few Zimbabweans to think that he is actually exposing something. But yeah, and I guess this is the sad part about Zimbabweans. They just believe anything that looks sweet and appealing and a video based. Yeah, but yeah, and then what the young man Marco, who is Marco? I would love to. I'm just shocked. That's why I don't even want to say, because I think it's important for anyone out there who pops up my name to bring out their head, so that this Ndiani, and who are they? Why are they asking? Why are they asking Simba Chikanza? But anyway, nevertheless, no matter how many people Hopo can buy, Hopo can pay my bribes to anyone out there. He might as well just even go anywhere, even bribe police officers if he can. There's no way that Hopo will be able to stop the basic accountabilities about who is he. Who is he? Just like Maxwell Chikumbutso. Who is Maxwell Chikumbutso? Before you talk about Maxwell Chikumbutso's inventions, you should ask yourself, who is he? And you discover there's no one who is called Maxwell Chikumbutso at all, even registry. It's the same thing about Hopo Chingono. If you want to know that how Hopo Chingono is a scammer, just ask, who is Hopo Chingono? Why does he have 3 IDs? A person who is good. Why does he have 3 IDs? kuti ndio pane nyaya ibaba. Kuti ndio zvaari izvozvo. So those are just basics. I don't have any other thing to do because I'm not an ordinary journalist, especially when I were dealing with these matters of money laundering. And Zimbabweans, you need to be very careful. You need to protect your country. The same way that Geza has come out to reveal that Mnangagwa was never a war veteran, that he was actually a Rhodesia Special Branch operative. Yeah, their failure was doing background checks of Mnangagwa in 77, 78, when he was smuggled by Mugabe at the end of the war. That failure is still your failure, Zimbabweans, today, because you accommodate people who you have done just basic background checks. And right now, Hopewell has actually gotten, Hopewell and Maynard have gotten in the last 6 years alone.
Feel uncomfortable. And I'm going to
Oh, he's a sweet lad. He's a sweet lad. Google for yourself, Maynard Manyoa, Shepard Bushiri, and you see he's actually spokesman wa Bushiri. He's also mentored by Hubert Anjo. So whatever that you're getting from that young man, no matter how sweet, no matter how clean, how authentic, it's coming from someone who is being trained. Great. You can be all the Chij. What is it that was not revealed before? It's the same thing with Hopewell.
But he revealed it.
It's the same thing. No, it was the same thing with Hopewell. Hopewell revealed in courts, revealed to you drugs. He revealed to you recently. He revealed to you this thing about the MPs and all sorts. Anyone can reveal.
Okay, good topic.
So my point is this, Zimbabweans, you're dealing with the Geza movement. The Geza movement, whatever is going on here, it's because of background checks that you failed to do. And so anyone who has asked me any of those questions, bring your head out. Tikuone face yako, and be in the public, be accountable. Don't ask baseless and empty questions. There's nothing to prove.
Stop asking these Oppo questions, okay?
Thank you very much. Bosolani, actually, thank you, Simba, for answering that. And I'm very grateful that, Bosolani, you're uncomfortable. Because...
No, you know what?
No, listen, you know, by virtue of being a speaker,
I understand.
No, you need to
allow me to land. Allow me to land just my submission. Thank you. Bosolani, it's important that you're uncomfortable. Why? Because then some people can say, this is a paid speak. These are the same people who are always there. This is paid. This is fiction and stuff like that. And it's important.
No, it needs to be real.
And I can get, you know, and this is real. I can guarantee you right now.
Nothing about the squabbles. Experience. That's the point. And then I've got no bad blood with him, you know?
The issue about this was not to have any bad blood. I wanted to say all that there is here, it's all about accountability. So someone asked me a question, and I've just simply said here, we're dealing with people who are really, really not who they are,
okay,
and just
Simba.
simple. Yeah. So I think I also think yeah. I also think, and if you remember, okay, thank you. If you remember, Geza, there was a time when Geza, Hopewell rushed to announce that Geza is going to appear on a space. You know, when Geza and military intelligence, they know people. That's why he just rubbish. No, they were part of it, or both of them were part of it. And they were trying to micromanage Geza's project using social media. And Hopo wanted to do what he's done, Kunana Chamisa, and all these other people who have had something, and you know how he has ended up confusing the followers and the like. And so he wanted to do something like that on Geza, and unfortunately it failed. And you know, because Wana Geza, you know, they know these people, they know that Hopewell works for Auxilia. They know what he does, his deceptions, and his also his background. So hakuna kwazinoshika. Folks, do you know what? I think we're gonna need to get ready to end our space. How is that? Because it has a schedule.
ndaiwana video yasimba yageza achitaura na Blessed Mhlanga, and is talking about how ari kutodawo kutodyawo what.
Oh,
Can you
yes,
see
yes,
it
I
up
remember
there?
it. I remember it, yeah.
You remember
I remember it, yeah.
yeah.
This is what you actually said. I think I know what he said. Look, ndikutodawo mota inini. Ndikutodawo kuita minister.
And you
Absolutely.
said it in the exact words.
Chino
Absolutely.
changu, hanzi chinu chedu ichi ndisoka.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Anyways,
But
it's all right. Thank you very much, guys. Sorry, Simba and Bossolani.
yeah.
We just want to just give just like 2 minutes
Mhm.
for everybody to just give their closing remarks. I'm grateful for this platform. Why? Because yes, Bossolani, yes, I'm happy you're uncomfortable, and also it has to.
I'm not being happy. I'm uncomfortable. It's
authentic.
my way.
Bossolani is very important. Why? Because it's authentic, and it's genuine, and it's true. Nobody here it's important, because otherwise it removes the authenticity of the space every time. And so for me it's very important. And Maynard makes you uncomfortable. Yeah, we need to bring him here. Simba, we need to bring people like Maynard, people like Anamako. Those people are being mentioned. Bring them here. If they're uncomfortable with you hosting them, I can host them, because I can guarantee you, you can see me. I'm just I take no sides. If it's okay with everybody, and for sure, I'm definitely going to follow up on that suggestion. We'll inbox Yokuti. Can you guys bring these guys together and find out what the problem is? But anyways, we have like 5 minutes left. We're gonna just give everybody 1 minute. Who's a speaker here? Arnold, you're gonna be up first. Arnold, please take the mic, and thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. I've been listening here for a couple of minutes, and I just want to answer to certain people. Pataura Joy, bazumita tambura skalas kama topics. Pataura Joy, ashtaura nyaya leadership crisis. Zimbabwe tawana leadership crisis. Yes, we do have leadership crisis. That's true. But in Saka, should we just move in a direction here with a leadership? Because I think this happened. Pakazopinda wana idea with a leadership crisis again. So are we gonna do the same thing now? Tongorasika again as a country to Apanyika. Geza needs to come out and otuza to pake akamira papa arikudanyika kana dada kutonga kana utarikuitira vana for the next generation. Because I'm sure that even isusu generation yeduka we will never enjoy the fruits of Zimbabwe. Takutongoitirova vana nevazukuru vedu. So iye nekukura kwaaita we expect him kuti haasi kutarisirwa kuti achawana ways take out of it. Kana kuti aritotonga kuti ini ndikapinda ipapo ndikapushira because inini I'm very happy nezvakaitika kuZimbabwe mazuva inonzi FT away yakaramba sura zuva ndizuro. I'm actually happy because first stay away he disappointed one. Antobuda zvake palive atoradza dari safe mune furniture nenzi background iripo achitaura kuti I went in town and I assessed. But uri kuassessa but vanhu ava remember vanhu muZimbabwe vanorarama from dollar to dollar. Iwo runoenda kuassessa kuti vanhu vapinda, which means uri kutsvaga kuti ndine following yakamira sei. So I think as maZimbabweans we need to ask ourselves, yes, titese pakuti nyika ichinje, but we also need to know kuti Geza akamira papi. Ari kuda kutonga here, ari kuda estake here, kana kuti. Because we don't expect him kuti atore nyika kuvanhu, then we expect kuti achazotonga kana kuti achazopuwa estake out of it. Because already azocomplaina now nemhaka yemakore esanga akanyarara. And chinoita kuti tisavimba Geza ndechekuti Geza akambotanga abuda achitoti ari kutodawo mazimota iwawo. Saka tozomutemba sei nhasi kuti ari kuda kunzi kuti kutora nyika kuti zvinhu zvinake apeo to the next generation. I think ndo mashoko angu mazhinji, and inini I'm not in support of Geza, that's the truth. Because tikamborasika sezvo tikafollowana ED tikavashandira ikono vari kutonga vari kudya vari kuguta amwe takatarisa, right? Saka tichazoita the same thing for Geza. Tongova kuti nyika wotonga wodya waguta upa vazukuru vavo here kana kuti tikuda we hand over kwa next generation to try or something. I know tine leadership crisis, but hatingangorambi tichingogwi, rather tongosiya because tikazitangodemba. Right now I'm sure kuti every Zimbabwean anodemba kuti dai Robert Mugabe aripo just tombori nani navane. So kana tiri kuzodemba futi again tisingachingovasiyeka vangoite vari kuita navane, because tinoda kumove as a country. Hatingangorambi tichikuita the same mistake. Yeah, I think ndo mashoko angu eza ndinawo.
Thank you very much, Arnold. Can we have Bob Bye? Your 1 minute, please. 1 minute, please.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think let's start to round down here. Possible.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, you can continue. You can continue,
Thank
please.
you
Just
very
1
much.
minute. Takupedza, so we just want everyone to just give their conclusions. Thank you very much.
I'll be very short and precise. Thank you very much, Nichance Yogutaura. To be honest, I'm a Zimbabwean, and it has come to a time where people have taken advantage of people. Kuti pane zvinhu zvinenge zvaona social media zvikuda kungopusha maagendas avo social media. I think this Geza thing is more like a trending issue, and the first thing a person looks at a social platform, the story that appears mostly is this Geza thing, and you are driven to kuti uone kuti chii chiri kunyatsoitika, and you are sometimes pushed to drive the thing for that particular person kuti pane zvaanga to achieve. I'm not saying the Geza thing is a negative thing, but we all want a good thing for our country, Zimbabwe. Like to do that is change. You understand kuti Geza pane target yanga set out. To do that is change in Zimbabwe, but now it seems like takukanganwa kuti as an individual you need to push for your own agenda, because what I just say this Geza thing, Geza chakabudirira kuita zvinhu zvake, then tomorrow yacho nongomuka ndichingodya sadza irorana ndichidya nezuva zvinozondibatsira ndogona kutoshaya chingwa chacho mangwana wakuseni chingoti yeZimbabwe yachicha, because this thing is not happened only like before, zvakamboitika before, but still vanhu vari kungotambudzika futi. Takavachinja vanhu takaisa vamwe, but still vanhu vari kungofa nenzara. Saka you need to be careful with this Geza thing kuti zvinochinja here for you, or these people are just pushing their own thing. Saka no, as an individual you need to know kuti chinja ndiri kupusha ichi, even though asandipusha kuti ndiite zvinhu zvani for the positive thing, is this still going to make any positive impact mulife mangu izvezvi, or it is only going to benefit him? Because munhu akataura kuti ari kutoda kudrive GD6 yake ega haazodrive neni ifuti ane muGD6 achindotsika murodhi tori nani kudarika ndiri ndichitsika inini, kuzaba inini chanenge chingoita cheti kungotenga mabhandles econet.
Thank you, Kukuma. You have 30 seconds to land. Thank you very much. 30 seconds to land.
So, of course, ngatiti kuti zvinhu zvedu zvibudirire. We cannot continue talking about it without putting a positive impact on it. Because ana Geza tiri kuziva kuti wifi yacho ari kushandisa kuti ari kuiwana. Saka kana kunzi tinoda kuita something, ngatiwanike tichipinda mu Geza wacho ngaaoneke paari, ngaatopinde muvanhu paangatoonekwa muHarare macho momo achitoita iyo inonzi shutdown yacho, kuti ungosora tisendera mavhidhiyo. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. This is the end of our space. Thank you very much for being part of the space. You've been here.
Closing remarks.
All right. Sorry. All right, okay. Apologies. Okay. Barcelona, go ahead. Okay, Barcelona. Okay, wait. Barcelona, go ahead.
What's it, please? We have been waiting.
I'm so sorry. Like, I'm so
sorry. Program.
Ma'am, who's speaking? Okay, Mambo. Okay, Mambo. All right, that's the thing. All right, Mambo. Okay. All right, guys. Sorry, guys. Okay, so we just have a few minutes. So, Mambo, you can go ahead, and then afterwards, Joy, if you guys, everyone 1 minute. It's now after midnight. Okay, it's late. So, Mambo, please Take it away. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. Very briefly, I think what I've observed from the many hours that I've been here is looks like we are giving ZANU-PF too much credit than it deserves, and we are also giving too much credit to Geza. Like Simba said earlier, Geza is not a liberator. I might be aligned to some of the ideas that he's talking about, and a lot of people are. I know that for a fact, but it doesn't mean that he is a liberator. Liberators do not exist. I think Che Guevara is the one who said that. The people liberate themselves. I think as a people, as citizens, we're undermining the power that we have. We are minimizing, we are not recognizing and appreciating the power that we have as citizens. It's called people power. We should actually be dictating terms to Geza. We shouldn't be asking him what is in it for us. We should be sitting him down as people and giving him the demands. I remember the first space that Simba had here. We were being asked, what do you want in this? What can we tell the war veterans? What can we tell Comrade Geza? And I was one of the people that spoke. And I said it on that space, and there was a war veteran who was there, and we told them that we do not want the nonsense that happened in 2017. That we walk, we do everything in the streets together, we fight together, and then at the end of the day, they come back and tell us that Chinichedu. We told them that. And from that moment, even the way they were phrasing their statements, the way they were talking, it changed. So people have power. If we remember, if we recognize the power that we have, even if we walk, even if we get in the streets, we should be able to tell Geza that if he says we are here, Chiwenga is now taking over, and we say no, he's not taking over. You said it in one of your statements that 2023 never happened. So we are going back to 2023. We want an election. As a people, we should be able to do that, and we have the power to do that. And as I finish, I just want to appeal to all Zimbabweans that the bigger issue that we have right now is of a rogue president who is trying to change the constitution to suit himself, who is trying to change the constitution to make it a family monarch. And we shouldn't be tolerating that in any way. And we should not be talking about other things, diverted to be talking about other things, and leaving room for Emerson Mnangagwa to change, to bastardize the constitution and make himself an absolute monarch. We cannot do that. And everyone should be talking about ideas, solutions, alternatives of how we can counter Emerson Mnangagwa. We can have our differences, my sister Salan, we can have our differences in the way we are seeing things, but let's agree, we shouldn't allow something that is so wrong, that is not so okay, that is so bad, as of someone wanting to change the constitution, and we fold our arms and let him do that. And when we come to these spaces, let us come with ideas, with those solutions, not to just come and criticize that, oh, Geza has done this, he shouldn't be doing this. Bring something on the table. Let's have an alternative. And I would definitely, and I know a lot of people will support that. Let's see what you are saying about stopping ED 2030 mantra. Thank you.
Kendrick, can we have your final remarks, please? Kendrick? Oh, Kendrick, Kendrick, can you take the mic? All right. Okay, I guess he dropped. Right, Joy, do you want to go ahead? Joy?
Thank you.
Your final remarks?
Right, thank you. Thank you. Oh, my final remarks are these. I mean, with this threat of amending our constitution, right? I can say to Zimbabwe, your house is on fire. This is not the time to look at what color car the fire brigade you got is. Take that water, right, and extinguish that fire. Because if you wait, if you want to analyze certain things that are not even important to this mix, you will have nothing to serve at the end of the day. You need to make sure you defend your constitution. Geza wants to benefit this, that. It doesn't remove the fact that there is an actual threat to your freedoms, an actual threat to your rights to choose the leader that you want. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you very much, Joy. All right, Bosolani, your final remarks?
First of all, Joy, I didn't know kupi, but ndokumbira kuti ushandise maexample awashandisa kuti udzidzise vana vangu kuverenga nezvimwe zvinhu, I think it will go a long way. Many thanks. And the other things I wanted to say ndechekuti, with all due respect, nyaya yokushandiswa ka, you need to get away from that. And I think anyone like Chief Shoshe, I respect you very much, but you've been in politics too long. You should know the things that I'm talking about here. Or maybe you've chosen within politics, because no one kwamagarisa ka munotanga kuda kuvhara vanhu muchitaura kuti we need to fight this, we need to fight that. It's your job, ana Chief Shoshe. Yeah? Kuti mufight. Don't bring it to us motanga kuti udzoti basa ramunofana kuita. Ndimi vanhu vakaelectwa in positions within your political outfits. And ndimi vanhu vari kutarisira kuti muchange mune amwe maposition chamisa bachadzoka. So I'm going to ask you, what are you doing about it? Don't bring it back to us. Because majaira stere kushandisa vanhu, kuitisa vanhu. That is exactly what Geza is doing. Kutiitisa, because that is what politicians do. Vanotiitisa. They use you. They promise you things, Vachiti. Hey, it's our manifesto. You're struggling, you're suffering. We see it. We'll help you. But guess what? What happened after you voted for the CCC MPs and the councillors? Did they help you? No, they did not. So you, of all people, Zimbabweans who are listening to the sound of my voice, should know what it feels like to be used. Why are you acting like it's a different thing now because it's got the face of ZANU-PF? Kushandiswa, kushandiswa. And I don't know why people keep coming here. Hey, fire brigade, there's a fire, the house on fire. Zimbabwe has been burning for 40 plus years. Yeah? Tato, by standards, tato kuma ashes. We are in the ashes stages. We are in the ashes, marasha. Chayo. So,
Mnangagwa achizvita life president. Is that what you're saying? You cannot nullify the fact that he wants to amend the constitution.
I was listening. I agitate people, but don't interrupt me when I'm speaking. Please. You could have asked the co-host to give you more time, but don't interrupt me. Unoti kuti tiri kuregera Mnangagwa achita seko iye wacho, all right. Saka your issue is against Mnangagwa. Come to us direct. You are supporting Geza because you want to get rid of Mnangagwa, which means you don't want to get rid of ZANU. So all along my peraga,
you are gaslighting us,
You've got money that you get from the Tagwireis. That's why you don't mention.
You see, Salani, you never address the constitution issue. Why is it that you don't address the constitution issue?
Let me finish what I'm saying.
Why is it that you don't address the constitution issue?
Do not interrupt me when I'm speaking.
All right,
Joy, it's okay. Hang on, Joy. Just let Bosla Salani finish her submission, and then Joy, I'll allow you to rebut. Okay? Salani, continue. Joy, I'll allow you to respond.
Allow me if you're going to do that. You said it's a closing remark. Let it stick to that.
I will allow you. I will allow you because it's a special circumstance. Let's go. Okay, continue.
We know of people in opposition who are being paid by certain players. You can even argue, Kuti, that's why Chamisa Surguta or Nyaya Tagwireo, he doesn't want to get in Geza's thing because Tagwireo has been named in it. We know all of this, but we don't talk about it. And you act like we don't know Kuti Pane Surguta Itika. Uyu anonza no stalos anakutengerwa mota na Tagwireo. Come on. Anafadza maere, ava defend vana va Mnangagwa.
kana vachiita zvelo stuff havaendi vachinovadefenda. We know that all of you politicians, you are dirty to the bone. We are waiting for those who are still clean. Or maybe we need to look for citizens who've got no sort of attachments or no sort of contradictions or no sort of that are supposed to liberate us. So when you come here and you're okay with Geza, we just want the 2030 thing to be dealt with. Are you telling me kuti mapedza kuita basa renyu? Because like I said, Chief Shoshe, you are a politician. You are in structures, whether they're working or not. You know what you need to do, but why is it you're not doing it? You don't bring it back to us. In a number of politician, campaigner. I campaign and I'm doing what I'm do best.
30 seconds, Barcelona.
So
30
it
seconds.
is necessary for people like you and Chief Shoshe to do the work that you need to do and don't bring it back to citizens or try to make emotionalize things. Motara kuti mukarega usapota Geza zvinoreva kuti you're not interested. No. Imimi mukarega kufind a way, it means you are not suitable to be in any political office whatsoever. Whether you be ZANU or whether you be opposition, ajishande. And you need to think about that. So I'm expecting the next time I speak to you, Chief Shoshe, mune a plan in motion, when idea, I cannot do the work for you. Remember, you chose politics. I'm just a campaigner. There's a difference here. But if you need me to do your job for you, ndiri better than you. And than you. And then we can move forward.
Thank you very much. Joy, you can read Barcelona and then we can move on to Dobbs and then hopefully round off. Okay, Joy, go ahead.
You know what? I picked up that Salani was dismissive of my contribution, right? When I used the fire brigade illustration, but that's what it is. We've got a real threat to our rights to vote, to our constitution. Like right now, yes, at this moment, I can say I want Mnangagwa to go. But I can say, okay, fine, let him finish his term, and then I'll get an opportunity to vote for a new president in 2028. That is not going to happen because he intends to remove that right from the constitution. And I want Salani to address Kuti, what does she want the citizens to do? It seems like she's suggesting, Kuti, just watch it burn. Just watch it burn. No, we cannot do that. We can't.
Okay, hang on.
Unless
Solani,
you're coming here with a suggestion.
Hang on, let's cut this short. Hang on. Solani, are you saying the citizens should just watch it burn? Let's just try and...
I think some people don't understand English. I said that there are other avenues. We cannot rely on Geza alone. So does that sound like...
What are those avenues? What are those avenues? No, don't avenues.
If you were not listening, then listen to the recording.
No, I don't think you did. I actually don't think you did.
Oh, really? Ask the people who've been listening to me.
Because you could have just repeated them. You could have just repeated them.
And then
you could have just repeated. You should have just said, I mentioned this, that.
I told him, the Chief Shoshe is here. He heard me give him other suggestions. You cannot deal with
but Ndinika Ndangandi chifunza kuti what avenues.
Musingadile nezviri kuitika muparliament azviite. And on top of it, you're talking about here our right to vote. Majaira stereki mima opposition kuenda kuma election. Amunoziva asingashande. Where are the electoral reforms? Can you not start there? Is there not going to be a need for a referendum? Have you thought about that? And this is so if you don't have electoral reforms, what are you doing? How many of you have spoken about electoral reforms? Electoral reform 6 months before an election. What is that? You've had a whole good 5 years or more to do it. Absolutely nothing has been done. And you tell me, Kuti, will give us solutions. You should know what you're supposed to do. You should know what you should demand from opposition.
No, but I am talking about the current situation. I'm talking about the current situation. We haven't even gotten to the election.
You don't understand politics. I'm not
going to what should we do? No, Salani. You can't depend on insults each time you are challenged with questions.
No, you don't understand politics because everybody here understands that you don't understand what I've just said. So there's
no don't talk for everybody. Do not talk for everyone.
Oh, okay. I'm talking to the people who understand
speak
politics.
For yourself. If you're going to contribute, speak for yourself. Don't say everybody here. Don't say everybody here.
And you didn't even understand a single thing.
So it means Kuti, I'm talking to the wrong person.
Just because I'm asking you doesn't mean Kuti, I didn't understand.
To you, but you still don't get it.
No, you did not.
Oh, Lord.
I stick to that.
Because inini munhu angandiudza kuti vakaimba toda kuti uya usendibatsira kuvakaimba ndosvika panzvimbo yacho inona hapana munhu wachada vakaimba.
When a baby twist, unongojamba cute tanzi sichitaure ndima kujamba.
Aiwa, but zvisalana kutaura point nemusoro.
All right, guys, sorry. Oh, sorry, guys. No, sorry. Did you guys hear what I said? Thank you very much. I said I muted everybody, and the questions were, why am I letting Bosolani and Joy continue to speak? And I said, because they were rebutting each other, but out of the respect for the time, please, we were going to have Dobbs, and then we're going to have, is it Arnold, and then Bob's, and then Mambo, and then we're closing off. Tomorrow it's going to be here again, and we're going to have more people. We have less people now because we were cut off, unfortunately. So I know the conversation is still heated, but we needed to allow them to have that conversation because everybody was asking that. So Dobbs, can you take the mic and your last submission, and then we can keep it moving. Thank you very much.
Yeah, many things. I think the partisan issue brought a lot of confusion among the Zimbabweans. I was once a member of ZANU-PF, and it was just during the 70s. And I understand how the partisan politics get implemented, and I understand it brought a bit of more division than unity, because we failed to understand it in a democratic situation, because we were lobbying for one-party state. And that idea haven't died down. That is why at the moment we are having that agenda of changing the constitution. And the constitution itself, we don't even understand maybe the importance of it. To say if we say 2 terms, that's enough. And if there's any change in the constitution, the one who is involved in changing it must not benefit. And we always don't take it into consideration. At the moment, no matter what happens, if it's those ones in other part of ZANU-PF are saying personal Geza, we understand what they mean. They mean is somebody who must be assassinated. For us to just say is a member of ZANU-PF, we are misinterpreting what it means. To say which is ZANU-PF is here a member at the moment. Because even if you go to the secretary of ZANU-PF, legal secretary of ZANU-PF, Patrick Stinamas, he will tell you that we have chased him. So if they are trying to be complicated, let's think within that complex to say what are they mean? What do these people mean? The moment we are not supporting Geza because it's ZANU-PF or anything else, but we resonate with what he is fighting for. If he said Uganda must be arrested, we are all against Uganda. If he said we are against the 2030 agenda must die, we are all against the 2030 agenda. That's our understanding. So we don't have to waste the time insulting each other instead of just coming up clean to say this is the position why we are doing it. I would never. Some of us at times we are unable to ZANU-PF. We don't really get angry because we have learned a lot from people who are here even on the space. A good example is the host. Not as his brand, but personal. If you told you to say I once insulted him, several times. People want some people would doubt to say, how come we go ahead and have conversation? But it have happened. But I also have to learn from him the way how we live within the society. Same applies to everybody on the space whom I have associated. Even that boss salary, he will tell you to say at the times we go to extreme, but we still find each other. So that must happen even within our political circles. To stay, we mustn't damage.
30 seconds, stop. Thank you very much. Land in 30 seconds, thank you.
Yeah, we mustn't damage our house, which is Zimbabwe, because of political difference. If somebody, even if he's coming from ZANU PF and is coming with the project, which gives us advantage compared to the other, let's support the other, like the one. That is the reason why we are supporting Geza. Thanks a lot, everybody. I received my mic.
Thank you very much. Madare, welcome here. We're actually doing closing remarks. You're welcome to have your mic before you close. Madare, you can take the mic. Madare. Madare. Madare, are you there? Okay. All right. Okay. Then we have Musamba Gwena. Musamba Gwena, are you there? Musamba Gwena. Okay. Bobski. Before we land, Bobski. Before we close.
Thank you. And ndinozvakawanda zvekutaura asi Geza thing takamunzwa nemaintentions ake takawaona asi kuti zvinyatsova nemoto kuti zvinyatsopisa kana munhu ngaabatike background maiziya ngaatake you should put a step ahead then we do the follow through. Inini haungandishedzi kuti zvona umana ndokuvaka imba uyaiva nzvimbo yakadai tivake imba noti tichisvika ipapo ndoona munhu wacho haapo nezvidhina nesamende dzati handisi kudziona dziri papi mufungondoita action yakaita sei. That's the thing that is doing. His intentions are okay, vanhu vanofanira kuimba handika asi munhu wacho kuti vavake imba wacho haasi kubatika nesamende yacho hasi kugoziva dziri papi saka tikuenda kupi. There's no push through, like hapana chichiri kupusha agenda iyi. Like inini hangu handingaendi kusina action, munhu wacho haasi kubatika koko unoswera ndizvikwaza nebasa ndogona kunovaka imba pasitendi yemumwe munhu ka ndozviri kuita itika ipapo because hatisi kuziva kuti munhu chaizvo chaizvo chaari kunyatsoda kuti tiite ndechii. Saka ina handisida kupedza nguva yakawanda achitaura zvinhu izvi munhu ngaabatei paground. Ini handingaite zvinhu project yemumwe munhu asipo ipapo totanga kupinza business zvinhu zvemunhu asikabati aiwa nino ndikutoda kuti zve2030 zvisaenderere mberi asi kana munhu achatanga point yacho asiri kubatika panzvimbo yacho zvinogona kupedza nguva yangu ka because nino ndine zvandinotarisirwa mulife and kutoda kuti Zimbabwe chinji asi munhu wacho ari kupusha point akasabatika panzvimbo nino ndozvisirega ndotengesa mafirist yangu. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, guys. We're closing off now. We're not taking any more calls. Before we hand over to the host,
Sorry, answer
just wanted
that he can hear you. Can you drop him and add him back? He can hear you, but you can't hear him.
Okay, can he drop? I mean, how would I drop him? I don't know how to do it. Okay, hang on.
You
Okay,
remove him to
okay.
yeah, and then you add him back.
Let's close. You said
He's anti-Geza. Hang on a minute. Badare, can you hear me?
Mambo shoshena joy muri ma hypocrite. Muri kutaura kuti munhu muzano but munotera Geza. Nonsense.
All right, guys, just give me a second. Just hang on. Okay, we're just gonna see if we can try and add this guy called Padare. If we cannot, hang on. And then we're gonna close. Hang on, Padare, because we gave everybody a chance here. And okay, right. All right. Let's see if we can try and add him here. Let's see. We can try and add him. All right, I sent him a request. Otherwise, guys, I'm just gonna say thank you very much for being okay. Thank
Thank you very much, everybody, for being part of the program today. As we know, what Comrade Geza said, that tomorrow they're continuing with their stay away. We want to know, is your family staying away? If you're not in the country, are you providing money for them to stay away? If not, are you going to work? And are you disregarding everything? Is everything nonsense? Is this counterintelligence, or is this what it is, a plan? So tomorrow there's going to be another space. I'm sure Simba is going to be. Oh, okay, Padare is back. Okay, hang on.
What's it? If Geza causes another bombing or whatever, I swear to God, tichaenda kune mamwe ma international organizations and call him out for that. Because you don't force people to do zvinhu. The people need to be willing. And that's the reason why 2017 worked. The world saw Mazimba vari muma streets with the army people. Do you understand? There's a difference. So ngatongochenjera hake because I'm willing to take it further.
All right. Okay. We'll take. Okay. Thank you very much, Basolani. We know that these spaces are listened by various people, and I generally just don't like that notion of be careful who's listening. I don't like that kind of talk. People are just feeling threatened and stuff. So I'm not gonna say that. I don't want you to know, but generally that's what people do to try and intimidate somebody when they're like, welcome everyone to the space and my C10 and everybody. And you're like, but are you a C10? How would you even know the C10 is there, right? So yeah, don't stand say one watch. You know, Padare, I've tried my best to add you. It's not working. I've tried my best. I don't know. You're a listener. I've added you. I think you're declining. I'm not sure what's going on. But otherwise, guys, we're closing the space. And I praise the Lord. Hallelujah.
They need to repent, these people.
I'm adding the space over to Simba. Simba, I'm adding me over. Thank you very much. The space for closing off.
Matauriro auri kuita hanzvadzi yangu kuti vanhu vachapedzisira vakufunga kuti uri kusapota iti.
Oh, don't say that. Don't say that.
No, both
you
are
cannot. You guys, in fact, are not
interjecting
everyone. No, you can't call us
hypocrites.
You can't call me a hypocrite. No, you can't call me a hypocrite for trying to stop someone who is changing the constitution.
Yeah, but
I am standing up against someone who is changing the constitution.
You're doing it the wrong way. When Chamisa said he's resting, you should have done something to keep that area here opposition open. Do you understand me?
It is open. It is open. Who said it's closed?
No,
Saka,
do something. Do something so that we have another option.
When it suits you, Salani, you say opposition.
No,
do something.
No, it doesn't.
When it doesn't suit you, you say citizens.
Sorry guys. We have one person. Sorry, Basolani, Mambo.
Come up with
Sorry, Basolani and Mambo. Sorry, we have one new person who wants you to speak for 30 seconds. His name is Tinashe. Then you guys can continue whilst we wait for Simba. Simba, I'm here, but I'm handing it over to you. Tinashe, can you go ahead, please?
Thank you, Hot Seat, Simba, Chikanza, how are you, my brother? Long time. Anyway, let me get to the gist. Yes, Selani. Sorry, kukanga no fundo mwako.
It's okay, Samarinda. Nasi wondo
So yeah, Geza continues. For me today, I tried to avoid dampening people's spirits who actually believed something would really come out of today. But for me, it was basically a litmus test, whereby we then get to agree as Zimbabweans that there are things that work in our political environment and there are things that do not work, leading us to the next step as a people. Because what this does, the failure of today, what it does, it really dampens people. People become so hopeless, thinking that maybe we are fighting a struggle that we will not win. The basic mistake that Comrade Geza continues to make is to make it an individual attack, whereby the only ultimate outcome that he is expecting is kubvisa mutungamiriri wenyika watinaye, which becomes really almost an impossible task, depending on where you are coming from. So tisati taita dampen each other's spirits, I would just love to come here and say, well, this has happened and it has failed as it has failed. No one heeded, not everyone heeded the call. Majority of our people on the ground did not heed that call. So the next step going ahead is really doing exactly what makes sense, which is going against the challenges that we are facing, challenges of corruption that give birth to poor service delivery and poor translation of this Second Republic's thrust towards development. The approach, therefore, is only centered on Zimbabweans coming together, establishing themselves and establishing a social contract that ensures that whoever takes power or whichever movement takes power does not take advantage of our people going into the future. So ndopatave nhasi yanguva yekuti tichiregedza kuti uyu ndimuZANU PF, vamwe vakangoona zita rangu vatotanga kutofunga amai Mebo chinomona and stuff like that, but at the end of the day we are Zimbabweans here, and the more we continue this fight yekugara tichibaya namuziso iyi, this thing will always continue, and the politicians are enjoying that. In the ruling party, they get to enjoy governing without real oversight. In the opposition, they continue to enjoy that exclusiveness of the opposition politics in Zimbabwe, which no one can really challenge the opposition and stuff like that. So we as Zimbabwean people, we continue to be victims of that reality yekuti pakaitika situation yekuti ndisvipe ndikusiye then umwe ari kuti ndisiye ndikusvipe. Such a scenario will not take us anywhere, and tisati before we even know it, 3 years zatopera, we are in 2028, we get the same lies, we go again, we are in 2030, vision 2030 will not be delivered from that background. So we really need to step up our game and really do exactly what matters. We're talking Muspes Nana Padari, Boss Selani, and a number of people who were there saying that we now need to establish ourselves. So like I said, Boss Selani, when I'm done drafting what my proposal, I'm going to share it with you, and you can share it and maybe we can talk about it going ahead so that everyone becomes a leader of their own destiny as Zimbabweans, so that we achieve this, because what we have...
30 seconds to land, Komatinashe. 30 seconds, thank you very much.
Okay, so what we have is a non-functional society that we risk. We are going to end it to future generations as it is, and tichatukwa. No one will take these excuses. The ZANU PF yanga yakadai, opposition yanga yakadai. The generations that are coming will not take those excuses. So we need to do what needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Simba. We're handing over the space to you. We've had a great night, and but Chief dropped off. That's why. All right. Wait, hang on. Just Simba, are you there?
Yes, I'm still here.
Simba.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay. Bosolani, you may go ahead. I think Simba. I don't know what's happening. Okay, go ahead.
I was saying to Chief Jose before he left, because he said something like, oh, you always choose when you want to support opposition. Ndikati wena, this because I hold you accountable doesn't mean
Yes, I'm
kuti
here.
ndikaona kuti ZANU-PF yakuda kupinzira ndorega kuti koimimi muri kupi. That is not changing my stance, because I've never been happy with the situation in ZANU-PF. That is not what my father or others fought for. Taka celebrate our independence of Zimbabwe. That was a day of reflection for each and every one of us for what they went to war for. And I have always stood on the same tendency, which this is not what they fought for. So I feel like a changer. But we all have to hold everybody accountable. You know, opposition, Ana Monzora, Ana Komichi, Ana anyone who would come through, vachitaura kuti tinosapota ningi, they are a political outfit. They need to do something. You cannot create a vacuum to the point yokuti a ZANU-PF player comes through aona kuti paita vacuum. Do you think kuti Geza did not see an opportunity pakanzwa zvichinzi 2030 vakaona kuti maitaura kuti hatisi kuzvida? Don't you think that's why he now came? He was looking for his opportunity. Ndizvinoitika muzanu, Funzana Padarav, and Atinash and many others. They are very good. They're well-oiled machinery. Inotsvaga a point yekuti ndepapi parikunatsa kubatwa nevanhu. What is it that we can grab hold of? They did it to Mugabe. They found a time and a situation where people who said enough is enough. Ipapano vakati iwewe rega ushita scapegoat yedu kuti tirambe chitonga. How do you not see this? And then you have a situation where Nana Joy and Nana Mambo were saying kuti padare hatisikuda kuti ataure nekuti muzanu. But you're happy to say kuti you're supporting Geza who's a ZANU. That is hypocrisy to the highest level.
No, we didn't say we don't want him to speak.
No,
we were just alerting the audience.
You know who he is, Musanu. That's what they said. And then they're supporting Geza Ari Musanu. Make it make sense for me. Make it make sense for me. It doesn't make sense.
No, we are supporting Geza, who is the other faction of ZANU. Remember there too?
No, what faction? What faction? Because he's saying kuti ED President ED Ngababhe Chiwenga take it forward. It's just not a roti faction within ZANU, but does it stop it from being ZANU? How do you eliminate the ZANU? The nyaya kuti tichingotonga. Do you think kuti VP Chiwenga will be any different? Do you think that anyone coming from ZANU will say a different speech? They'll say the same thing. Chingotonga. So what are you saying kuti you're supporting here? No, but
those vatatotsanangura wani
because vakatoziva kuti kuzanu ndikoko anakaswere vari kunze kwenyika, but eventually akati sorry, forgive me, anoswera anzi uya mwana prodigal son takutendera kuti udzoke. Is that a lie? Have you not seen this done before? So why do you support something that you know kuti it's no different from itself? It's like you're supporting a prodigal child angorasika and that you admit food. What is that?
Yeah, but look, right now people can look at Mugabe, they can look at Mnangagwa and see a difference, right? So two people can come from ZANU-PF, but they can be different. It's also right now. We don't want to mince our words. We are sick and tired of E.D. Mnangagwa and these Shiganandas. Now he's posing a threat to our constitution. What does that have to do with us? What does that have to do with us? His domestic affairs, what do they have to do with us?
Is she not a human being?
No,
No. We're dealing with characters here, aren't we? Character reference. Are we not?
Yes.
Right.
Yes, we're dealing with character reference.
An example that people want to hide away from.
No, we're not hiding away from it. But you need to be very careful when you are judging people based on a relationship that they had with somebody else. You were not a witness to. Because you don't know what was happening in their household.
Excuse me, Mugabe cheated on Sally Mugabe, did he not? And then Grace came through. Do we not judge that?
What I do not.
Grace akatanga kuda kutonga futa achiti murume achikafa ndini chaita president. What happened there? Where did it start? Why are you going to be selective and tell us not to look at what is happening in their marital homes? That makes no sense. That's where it starts.
No, it does make sense. It does make sense because if somebody
simple.
But I cannot be a judge to that. If two people who are in a relationship with each other, they were spending 24/7 with each other, I cannot judge one person.
Mnangagwa, his wife, is she the first wife?
I don't even know how many wives he's got.
Exactly.
But he is the president. At least, no, but the issue at hand is this.
The issue at hand is that anyone at Tonga can do what they want. And ZANU-PF has shown you, Kuti, they can put anyone, they're married to people.
All right, fine.
Into the public platform. That's the example.
So
I'm trying to give you. And I don't know why you don't understand that.
Basically, what you're saying is that we should just be okay with Mnangagwa. We should just keep our mouths shut. We should not even get involved in the affairs of our politics.
ZANU-PF has got a system and a plan where they bring their families or their wives into things and their children. So what's the difference from Geza doing the same? What's the difference from VP Chiwenga doing the same? What don't you understand from what I've just explained?
Yeah, okay, fine. All right. To answer your question is we don't know. So we want to experience it under VP Chiwenga. That's it.
Okay, so
because we are sick and tired of Mnangagwa.
But they don't matter, but you still want to try again, eh? How many times do you need to be shown?
No, if people are saying Mugabe was better right now, it means that you can get two people from ZANU-PF, same system.
But he said that his family affairs entered into the governance of the nation. The current president of Zimbabwe, his family affairs is entering into the government issue of the day. What is to stop
he must go. So therefore he must go
from doing the same.
So therefore he must go. Figure it out when we get there.
All of them should go.
We've got a chance to get rid of one.
Now, but you don't want to take it, and that's why you're supporting Geza, because you don't actually care.
I think munhu wese abvuma kuti we got a crisis leadership, right, towards this whole thing. But mutauro wenyu boss Salamika, ndo munhu ari muroro, wambona munhu ari muroro kana achigirita vanhu ari pasi anofamba netsoka. Let's say wangu. Ndo wamuri kuita imi. Muratidza kuti hamusi muzimu kana kuti muri kudya neZANU-PF. You cannot blame vanhu vari kutraya because they're frustrated.
Kana
kuti uri kudya neZANU-PF, one of the two. I'm sure even right now
ndiri kujoina ZANU-PF.
Uri kudya.
Hanzi kudya neZANU-PF.
How do I eat with
You're benefiting from ZANU-PF.
How do I benefit? Chicharatidza. No, that's a contradiction though.
No, wait. That's why usangokata-kata vanhu boss Salam. Munhu wese wamukata-kata uchipinda uchitaura zvauri kutaura.
Kana ndiri boss ndiri boss. Why don't you try being a boss someday?
I don't have to do that. You know what I'm saying? This is a dialogue. You give other people a chance to talk.
And I can also respond to you if you mention my name. Next time, don't mention my name. Just give your submission.
Okay, but I'm talking to you anyway. The whole point is we need someone anosimuka otaura point yake. Urona pane. So kana iwo kangointerjecta munhu wese hazvibatsiri anyway. Anyway, uyu pandachida kutaura point ndachida kutaura ndeyekuti problem yatinayo muZimbabwe ndeye leadership crisis. So haublame Mazimba kana akatevera whoever asimuka akati ini ndoda kuraisa. But isusu seMazimba, what are we supposed to do? We have to question the person apinda wacho. Zvambotaura naSimba zve background check. Background yaGeza ndeipi? But you cannot kill vanhu vari kuquestiona vacho kuti uyu ndeupi uyu ndeupi. Urona pane ava navangaregedze because ndivo vari kutambura. Ivo uri kuratidza kuti uri kuUK, anotaura kuti uri kuUK. Life iri bo. Waizi awana ari kurarama
nematomati remittance yangu ndeyekukuraramisa.
Ndozvaunofunga kuti munhu wese ari muZimbabwe dzikama. Waizi ndozvaunongofunga kuti unoraramisa inini dzikama.
Uri kutorarama because of me.
Handisi muZimbabwe, unfortunately. That's so.
Saka shut up and mentioning kwandiri iwe uri kunze kwenyika.
Unoona kuti iwo ndo unotaka kuinsauta vanhu but vanhu vakasitava kuinsauta.
Shut up ndiyo yandagara ndataura kuti nyarara because uri hypocrite. You say I'm outside and you're also outside. You're a fool.
No, but I'm taking my points that are valuable. You are going to musapinda mustreet, make a change to Zimbabwe because you are gara ukatarisa plasma mwana ari kumatomati zuva nezuva. Right now and I'm not
the same thing yauri kutaura about yourself. Hypocrite.
What do you mean hypocrite? 70% of our platform they are not in Zimbabwe. So I'm not going to including Simba Chikazi, which is not in Zimbabwe. But in your to fight yes. Because it's an open space. It's an open space. It's an open space. What does that tell you? A move. The question is one more than anybody does.
Anti Simba vura space yauri kuyozotaura chicha waita iwewe chekuti tingataura.
He has spoken, but he has made his contribution.
This is not when they fight anyone. What's wrong with you?
Because when the tanga, but you're also abroad. That's the funny part.
Because you to be honest, you don't know my issues are serious. Okay, thanks. I appreciate that. Are you here?
All right, guys. Thank you very much. Yeah, I know this is the time when things get hot and heated. Malvin, you just joined. Simba is not here. Normally would have closed, but I think somewhere he's gone off his mic. So Malvin, you can go ahead. Continue. Thank you very much.
Manero mure Zimbabwe. Chokutanga ndechokuti zvikuitwa naGeza izvikezo. Munhu watingati is a former CIO agent and a war veteran. Kuti azonzi bombshell, that means kuti pane zvaakatocontributa kusununguka kweZimbabwe and pane ma-strategies anoita in order anogona aita kusunungura Zimbabwe. Saka now ndakutanga kumunzwisisa for now kuti munhu uyu munhu arotarisa like Zimbabwe miro yakaita ende munhu wekuti ari kutsvaga ma-strategies ekupinda muvanhu kuti vanhu vaite confidence. Generation yatiri from 1980 kusvika pari zvino confidence dzekukwanisa kupinda muhondo vachirwa. Saka Geza uyu is a intelligent man kana vanhu vangu vachimutarisira pasi, but uyu munhu kuno vari kumustadi vachimuona brains ake ka munhu wekuti akurwisana nevanhu vari against iye, and other side aroda kuti mission yake ibudirire and sima strategies ake abudirire. Because kuti vanhu vane nzara ungorekana wangoti vanhu endai mastreets hondo yatotanga revolution yatotanga hazvimbofa zvakaitika. Saka uyu munhu muhombe wekuti ari kuda kuwana kuti apinde muvanhu. So zvaari kuita arikuda kugena because revolutionary is a third one first anditika ndo payakatangira ndo paari kutaura iye kuti payakatangira anditika, but revolution haitore one day kunzi vanhu vatozonzi vakutedzera izvi anditi inotanga lolo vakasungwa vanhu first day maprotest, then the second day stay away vanhu vamwe vaendo anditika, but munhu wekuti ari kuunza confidence muvanhu vanhu vangu vasina confidence izo zvichapedzera zvokuti full scale yekuti munhu wese I'm part of it ane confidence. Ndamo mayouth anokuziva kutsvaga mari because wananya utarisa stereki zvikuitika muno muZimbabwe ndezvekuti vanhu vari kurarama muno muZimbabwe anogona kutengesa mafoni airtime anditika mabhizinesi iyayo anokwanisa kumupa rent chikafu kubhadhara fees, but haakwanise kuti avake imba agwadzire legacy yevazukuru vake. Saka izvozvo vanhu vari kuita vachivhurika brain iri kuitika muno muZimbabwe. Yes, corruption iri kuitika and hapana ari kuzviziva. Ende imwe reason iri kuita kuti ndinoona kuti is intelligent handitika. Vanhu vakawanda vakambozama kuzviita zvaari kuita izvi, vamwe vakafa handitika. Then iye is safe, ari kumba kwake, ari kutokwanisa kutotaura nevanhu achitocommunicata handitika. Saka iye haasi ega Geza. Ane backbone yakasimba iri kumashure kwake, bhozi dai akabatwa kare akaenda mujeri kana akafa. Munhu yakasimba, munhu is very strong handitika. Saka nekusimba kwaakaita iye Geza munhu wekuti ari kushandisa strategy yekuti vanhu vese muno muZimbabwe vachazopedzisira vatoma zviri zvekutoti iye achava asirisiri leader, ende pachamuka maleaders akawanda handitika. Maleaders akawanda ndekutoti confidence munhu kutaura achionati Geza haana kusungwa, chabuda vamwe vanhu vakawanda vatoti no zvekutaura naGeza tutozvitsini. Because mamwe mapolitical parties they are quiet, yes, vakanyarara, but mukufamba kwenguva bhozi munhu haadi kutaura paari. Chero chamisa nana biti vese vanana Monzora vese handitika havasuda kunyanya kutaura pavari because vanenge vari kudire kwaGeza. Kana zvinhu zvatsva zvaapakati izvi muchaona vanenge vakubuda vakumusapota zviri openly, and you'll be surprised kutoona vamwe vanhu musingafungire vari kumubheka. Saka Geza.
Marvin, I have a question for you, Marvin. Today, did you or your family participate in the stay away? Did you provide food for them from the diaspora to assist your family members back in Zimbabwe?
Yeah, everyone was at home. Banamuna in the streets.
Okay, and what advice did you give them for tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Oh my gosh! I mean today. It's already late. I mean today, like obviously later today.
Well, today ndingoadvisa kuti because the situation iri muZimbabwe ndeyekuti we are not against the current president handitika, but the situation yekuti munyika muna medicines handitika, munyika hospitals hamuna zvipatara, hamuna mishonga handitika.
So should the doctor stay away? Like, I want to just understand. Like, I'm sorry, I have to ask. I'm very direct. Who should stay away? Who should stay away? You say people should stay at home. Should the doctor stay at home? If not, they can stay at work at whatever. Like, what have you advised, for example, your mother or your sibling, right? What have you? Because I like people who are practical. You know, personally, I like people who are like on the ground and who are personal. So when you get like, what have you advised your whole family, like your own parents, your own siblings? What have you advised them?
I'm going to advise them to stay away because the current situation in Zimbabwe, problem ndeyekuti isusu muno muZimbabwe tinoda kuzvita kunge vanhu vanonamata strike. Yes, inini nditori munhu anototeerera shoko raMwari handitika, but if you read the Bible unosvika paunozonzwa kuti Dhavhidhi akanhonga dombo akatema Goliath. Zvinoreva kuti chero iwe uri mwana waMwari unosvika panguva yekuti pakuda physically not spiritually handitika, physically fight, ukaona shumba upfugame kuti Mwari ndirwirei, you run away uchitenda kuna Mwari, God protect me. Saka the situation iri muno Zimbabwe yasiyana nokuSouth Africa yekuti kwakanzi magetsi aenda handitika, vanoprotesta kuti magetsi, you are not against the government but you are against the situation iri muno muZimbabwe kuti no muma hospitals.
Geza is being against the government though.
Geza is not against the government. Geza is against the situation environment in Zimbabwe. No, guys,
okay, Marvin, you have 30 seconds to land. We want to give Tapio a chance. You have 30 seconds to land. You can always come back, but until Simba comes back. But we want to give Tapio a chance. So you have 30 seconds. Thank you.
Okay, so inini chandongotaurawo ndechekungoti what I want in my country ka ndingoshuvirawo kungotiwo munyika medu muone maemployment because there is education inflation in Zimbabwe. Vana vakawanda vari kudzidza havana majobs handitika, then muzvipatara hamuna mushonga. Zvinhu izvozvo toda kuti zvigadziriswe nenyika yedu handitika, then kumasport stadium handitika hatina magrounds ekutambira bhora, takatokundwa neNazambia handitika. Izvozvo tochikoshura kuti nyika yedu dai wano beautiful stadiums akanaka ari kuEngland handitika masports, so that kuti vana vasanyanya kuita vasanyanya kuwandira kueducation stereke, vana vedu vakwanisewo kutese kuitawo zvemasports. Look at Cast Coventry and aenda nenyika, so tofanira kuziva kuti there is life yakanaka because matalent edu ari kufira kuchikoro. Mwana haachaende kumasports but he is a good swimmer, he is a good footballer, anzodzamara aenda kuchikoro shaya basa aita zvemutoriro talent zvese everything zvavharwa. Saka the environment iri muno Zimbabwe ka haisida munamato chete, inoda kuti physically patwe nesolution inobatsira everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marvin, for your submission. Tapio, are you there? Tapio?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I don't know. It sounds weird. Like, I don't know if you're on.
Slurry.
Hang on. I can't hear you properly. Can you? Maybe I think it's on.
Let me clear my what you call my earphone. I think no problem here with my earphone. Sorry about that. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. Try to remove them because we can't hear you properly. Try to remove your earphone.
Can you hear me now?
Great. Continue. Go ahead.
Okay. So basically, what happens in a country is people have to participate in developmental issues. And one thing I don't like is the idea of people that expect people to be perfect when they're not participating. Are you participating? Are you bidding to actually make that happen? You're not. What you're doing, you're expecting somebody. You think
Mukoma, thank you very much. I appreciate your contribution. I'm so sorry. Your speech sounds so slurred, and it's hard for us to understand that. We respect what you're saying, but we don't want to dilute your contribution because your speech is slurred, and we don't want to say why. But sorry. So if it's okay, I'm gonna unmute the mic, but your speech is sounding slurred. So can you just correct that? I'll try once again. Thank you very much, Koma. You can go ahead. Just hang on. Just allow Koma to try again.
Are you sure that he knows that?
Unmute your mic, Tapio. Unmute your mic.
Oh, sorry. I'm saying, Kuti, if one are disabled, are you saying, Kuti, if one are disabled, they're not allowed in a space? Is that what you're saying?
Tapio, you're not disabled.
Okay.
No.
I'm so sorry, Wangu. Okay, you're speaking. Okay, I'm not gonna go there. Okay, I respect you, Mukoma. Thank you very much. I'll appreciate your comment tomorrow. Thank you, Mukoma. Thank you so much. All right. Who else is next? We're gonna try go to. Let me see who's there. All right. Anybody? All the speakers who've been there, you guys can try and rebut. Whilst we wait for Mukoma Simba, thank you.
Yeah.
Anybody can take it.
Okay, thank you.
You know, Marvin, I agree with you 100%, my brother. Faith without works is dead.
You cannot just hope for change and not action it, right? So I cannot be over here hoping that Mnangagwa vanenge vachipo muna 2030 and these people are singing and making moves towards that, and I'm folding my hands over here. So if an opportunity presents itself for me to block Mnangagwa from going to 2030, and like you said, Kuti, it's not that we just don't like him or we hate him, right? There are real issues that we are facing under his administration. And Kutaura Chokwadi, I'm sorry to say this, but I kind of like question your love for the country if you are so relaxed about having this administration continue up to 2028, up to 2030, whilst we wait for a solution. Because the thing on the ground is that Paris, right now, our only option is Geza. That's it. Our only option is Geza. And no one, even from the citizenry, is confident enough. People didn't come out because they were ignoring Geza. The real truth is that people did not come out because they were afraid to have a confrontation with either the police or the army. You know this very well, Kuti. Zimbabwean citizens have been so programmed to be afraid of this system. But the honest truth is, they were pro-Geza. Everything that he said, they were like, okay, yes, that's exactly what we are facing. And if you ask people, if you want to be honest with each other, without being spiteful or anything, if you just do a poll, maybe even on social media, do you want President Emerson Mnangagwa to continue to 2028? You'll get a resounding no from real people, not from just the opposition. You get a resounding no, because we are facing a lot of challenges under Emerson Mnangagwa, and he's not even making any efforts to correct them. I wonder, Kuti, what kind of looting is going to take place? Maritza and Chitaro and Comrade Gezaga, I don't think, Kuti, those are fabricated figures. Those are real figures in billions of dollars. Can we allow that to continue? I think if you can just fold your hands, maybe you have disconnected from being Zimbabwean. Maybe you don't even care about Zimbabwe anymore. So Marvin, I agree with you. I'm your comrade in arms. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, Marvin Chumbomira, because in Shaya Kwauri Manje. First of all, I think it's crazy for people to quote the Bible and say, faith without works is dead. Because where's Geza's works? Absolutely nowhere to be found. You talk about, people didn't enter the streets because they were afraid to be caught in the crossfire. Crossfire caused by who? Who bent vehicles? Who is now telling people, Nakuta Munakuta, stay at home because I told you to stay away. Be careful, you'll be caught in the crossfire. He's threatening citizens, and you talk about you're not Zimbabwean anymore. Some of you, please pray that your families are not caught in the crossfire with the out of touch with reality. I remember the 1st of August. I remember the visions of people who were shot in the back, just trying to go home, or because someone started burning something, someone agitated this brutal regime, something else. Think about it. So think about that for a second, because that is exactly what you're calling for. For people to be afraid to go out, people to be afraid to take their children to school, people to be afraid to open their businesses, all because Geza has got a problem with his comrades, all because Geza wants promotion within ZANU, all because Geza is using the 2030 mantra as a way to come in and say,
You said Guti ZANU-PF must go. You said ZANU-PF is an incompetent government, but here you are supporting someone who has told you over and over again that he's ZANU-PF through and through. He hasn't even mentioned the name of any of your leaders. Achitaura kuti ndo vachatonga. He hasn't even mentioned an inclusive government yekuti munotonga, but he speaks about your things. Achitaura kuti mazimba muri kusafa, mazimba muri kunetsekana. When he called for a stay away, didn't he know that you need to feed your families? When he called for a stay away, didn't he know that you need a jobs so that you can pay your rent? When he called for a stay away, didn't he feel your pain? Yanotaura kuti my citizens muri kusafa. But guess what? Because it's all about him, it's all about what he needs to achieve. He is here and he's got people who speak on his behalf. Achiti musapote mudi. Have you ever thought to yourself kuti vana vavasi kubhadharwa here kutaura zvinhu zvavanotaura pano pamaspace? Because patoonekwa kunzi there are people such as myself who are not in agreement with this type of politics. Think about that.
Are you suggesting that there might be people who come here, vachitaura zviri pro Geza, and they are paid to do that?
I'm suggesting you're paid by him. Yes, absolutely. That's right.
Like me as an individual.
Yes, you as an individual. That's right.
So all these issues that I've raised, they are not real.
You're getting paid to do
issues
it,
that
so it's real to you.
Joy,
okay, so if the constitution is amended, it's just going to affect my family.
The fact that
it's not
you're
going to affect
supporting
Malvin.
Geza, who is
It's not going to affect
that you're
Sapiwa.
being paid.
No. So I can also say that ED is paying you.
That's absolutely fine. I don't give a shit. But you're being paid by Geza.
Yeah, so I guess you are also being paid by Fernandez.
We thought we had a normal discussion. We don't do that, okay? You guys, you two, stop it. We come here with respect. We come here with respect, right? Don't do that. We don't like that kind of discussion. What we want are facts, okay? Let's discuss facts, okay? And
Thank you.
Please stop that, okay? Cannot stop. Be based on me, I'm not your boyfriend. You don't know me. Actually, tonight, I met three. Hold on. I met 3,000 pounds. That the whole day, 3,000 pounds.
In a park.
Mokoma Tapua, thank you so much. We appreciate you making money, and the 3,000 pounds is not necessary. And I'm trying to respect you so that tomorrow, when you listen to this space, you will not feel like crawling under a space and just die. I'm trying to respect your integrity so that you will not regret this whole thing. Okay. So I know you may be annoyed right now, but I know tomorrow you will thank me for this, because I don't want to bring you here in a public space and humiliate yourself. So thank you very much. Anybody else? You may continue. Simba, I think he's kind of logged off, but we will continue, and I'll stay here to try and control the space until he comes back. Thank you. Anyone can take the floor.
Thank you, my sister. Nyaya iripo panapa ndeyekuti everyone ari panapa asi ku against government yamunangagwa kuti iende antetika, but the mission iripo ndeyekuti people vari kupa ma-analysis mafungiro avo antetika, and mukuona makatarisa kuti situation iri muno muZimbabwe kai vanhu vari kukumbira to the government, stay away, we are just like zvamuri kuita ngatitaurirane muchinje maitiro. Zvakafanira kuti ukanetsana nemunhu munomudhurirana, zvirodza kuti iwo zvawakaitewo handisi kunzwanana newe handitika, but gadzirisa apa neapa handitika. So ndozvo zvinhu zvoedza kuti stay away. Vanhu vari kuda mabasa munyika handitika, vanhu vari kuda
mishonga muzvipatara. Vanhu vari kuda environment yekuti inenge iri equal for everyone. Saka izvozvo ndozvo zviri kuchemera macitizens kuti no, honai iwo wada kufunga kuti nhasi wakanzi wafa iwo vazukuru vako munyika inoi vachange vachirarama status ipi yeupenyu iwo uchiona kuti there's no industrialization, hakuna mabasa ari kuvhurwa, hakuna jobs ari kucreatwa. Then utarisa vazukuru vako vanozorarama upenyu
hwakaita wauda kuvhura ndiani? Ndiani
izvozvo ka
hurumende inovhura mabusiness.
Let me answer you, my brother. Ndikupindure. Chatiri kuda ndechekuti muona mabasa ekuti vanhu vanonzi vhurai mabasa kuti tozvivhurira zvinoda government ichiprovide about 60% or 70% mabasa munyika, so that kuti vanhu vakanzi vakungwavha
mari yacho inobva kupi? Mari yacho yautaura 60% inobva kupi? Musingabhadhari mutero inobva kupi?
For now,
people pay their taxes.
So what exactly is he talking about? Because to me, entrepreneurship has nothing to do with the government. Does it have anything to do with the government?
Yes, it does. Because the government creates a conducive environment to do business. And there is
how? It costs
Let
money.
me explain
It costs money to create a conducive environment. It costs money. You're not paying anything. Okay? You want them. Where does the money come from?
What do you mean we are not paying anything? I want to understand this.
See, I think you're not listening to me. I said, where you want a consistent environment, right? And then
yes.
Who is financing that?
Okay, let's start.
Who is paying for it to be consistent?
Sorry, guys. Thank you very much. I'll allow you to continue, Tapiwa and Joy, to rebut that. But we have a new speaker, Benani. Sorry, I'll allow you to take the mic, and then we'll continue with Tapiwa and Joy. Benani, can you take the mic, please? Benai. Hello, Benai. Can you take the mic, please? Unmute Benai.
Yeah, it might take a minute. He was muted. We were all muted.
I did unmute. It says mute everyone. I am muted. I don't know what's going on. Benani. Alright. Well,
I think it's Benai.
Maybe it's network. Or Benai. Maybe I'm saying it wrong. Benai. Okay. Alright, Joy and Tapio. Okay. Joy and Tapio, you may continue. Sorry, I just wanted to give him a chance because he didn't spend the night.
That's fine. But I want you to understand.
Oh, okay. Hang on. He's here. Ben?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. I'm Benaya.
Oh, sorry. My apologies, Benaya. Sorry. You may take the mic. Continue. You may continue.
Yeah. Sorry, ndango zopinda maybe mapakati. But ndiri kutarisa, ndiri kuteerera, pane vari kutaura zviri positive towards kuti munhu wese ararame upenyu hwakanaka. Hapana asiri kuziva zviri kuitika muZimbabwe. Zvinhu zviri kunetsera vanhu vakawandisa. Vashoma vari kudya, vari kunakirwa nezviri kuitika. But ndikatarisa conversation dzanga dzichiitika kubva pandatanga kuteerera, ndiri kuona kuti confusion iyi haimbofa yakatisvitsa kure. Hapana kwatinomboenda because pari kunyatsoratidza kuti hapana unit of purpose apa. Pane vari kunakirwa nezviri kuitika, kune vasina vari shungu dzekuti dai zvinhu zvanakira munhu wese, and then kune vari kungoti hameno chero zvazvaita. Saka as Zimbabweans, this is why tiri patiri yezvinezvi. Ndinogara ndakataura as we discuss izvi zvokuti hatina unit of purpose, hapana ari kunyatsonanga chinhu, hatina kubatana towards a common goal yekuti zvinhu zvinakire munhu wese, nyika yedu inake. Because semamiriro akaita nyika,
hapana munhu ari nomo anonakirwa nesituation yatiri. But ukanzwa mumwe ari kuuya akati achitaura kuti uda kuti ndiani agadzire aite industry, who doesn't know kuti zvekugadzira nyika zvinoitwa nehurumende iri kutonga. Who doesn't know that? So